Om Namah Shri Yatirajaya Vivekananda Suraye Satchit Sukha Swarupaya Swamine Tapaharine. Salutations to Swami Vivekananda, the prince amongst all ascetics and renunciants. Salutations to that great divine being, teacher of humanity, the embodiment of consciousness, bliss absolute. Para Tatve Sadalino Rama Krishna Samagyaya Yodharma Sthapana Rato Viresham Tam Namamyaham Viresham Tam Namamyaham. I bow to that mighty hero, that Viresha, that Lord of heroes, who is ever absorbed in meditation in the non-dual realm. I pray and salute that, pray to and salute that one who establishes the dharma by his master's command. May this be an offering at his lotus feet. Om Vivekananda Arpanamastu. Om Gurubhyo Namam Ganganeshaya Namah. Om Harihi Om. Om Tat Sat. Om Tat Sat. Thine only is the hand that holds the rope that drags thee on. So cease lament, sannyasin bold. Let go thy hold. Say Om Tat Sat Om. Jaima. Om Tat Sat Om. So, Swami Vivekananda Jayanti, it's usually quite confusing because there's like many days when we celebrate Vivekananda in January. And so people are like, wait, I thought we just did his birthday. See, we're Indians. We like to celebrate. Any reason will do. So anyways, she understands. So the thing is, there's the Tithi Janmashtami. So there's the day, there's the Janma, the day that he was born, by Tithi, meaning by moon calendar. And of course, like the Jewish tradition and the Vedic tradition, we follow the moon calendar, the lunar calendar, and not the Roman solar calendar typically. So we would celebrate somebody's birthday at a different Gregorian calendar date every year because the moon day will be different. So the moon day that Swami Vivekananda was born on was Saptami, the 7th day of the waning moon, Krishna Paksha, in the month of Pausha, right before Makara Sankranti, which he as a child was very fond of celebrating, probably because, it's a very auspicious day when the sun moves from the northern to the southern to the northern hemisphere. It's a very important moment astrologically, but it's also close to his birthday. So I can imagine that's one reason why Makara Sankranti was celebrated with particular pomp in Swamiji's youth. So that's when he was born by moon calendar. However, that date by Gregorian solar calendar was the 12th of January, 1863. So the 12th of January today is memorialized in India as like National Youth Day, because Swamiji is of course like Shankara or like Dakshinamurti. He's seen, or like Bhattuka Bhairava even, he's seen as this like ever young, ever vivacious, I guess, ever vigorous teacher of humanity. And there's a beautiful Dakshinamurti stotram that allegedly Sri Shankara composed. And in this stotram, it opens with this image of like a young teacher seated under a tree, and around him are these like 5 elderly brahmanas, like patriarchs of the Vedic tradition, and they're gathered around this like young upstart, teaching them mostly through silence, maunam vyakyam, through just pure transmission, the very highest non-dual teaching. So of course, I think Sri Shankara, if he indeed composed this hymn, the Dakshinamurti Stotram, he might have himself in mind. There's almost like a kind of biographical sense in which Shankara is describing Shiva here as this youthful person surrounded by all these older so-called leaders of society who are all now coming to learn something higher than their dharma, than their society could ever teach them. Swamiji was very much like that. When he was surrounded by students, a lot of times many of his students were older than him, but they never felt their age. They were all children together, playmates of God, and they had quite a ball of a time. And he was always like this, as they said, big boy, a full 170 pounds of just pure fun and just like frolicsome, and yet he spoke with a voice of thunder. And so on January 12th, nationally, India celebrates this National Youth Day. And of course, it's Swamiji's Gregorian calendar birthday. So to me, it is exceedingly important that on Monday, Shiva's sacred day, Somavara, on this Somavara, we can get together on the 12th of January, on Swamiji's birthday, and we can talk a little bit about Swamiji. As you know, when we're doing satsang around the time of Swamiji's birthday, we tend to go hard. So we do a few extra things. So for instance, tonight, 3 or 4 things are on the agenda. The first thing is I want to do this little opening spiel, which I think will be very inspiring to many of you, especially to like Kuleshwari and those of you who are teachers and those of you who are involved in this lineage in a very intimate way, like those of you who have taken Diksha and are part of the lineage, or those of you who are here in any capacity resonating with any of the ideas that you've heard in this or in similar spaces. Like I think this bit will be quite inspiring for you, because I want to talk about the beginning of the American work, like what the foundations were and what Swamiji did in the very beginning in like 1895 in a 1-bedroom apartment in New York, which he was renting with his Jewish roommate, Leon Landsberg, who later became Swami Kripananda. So there's something about this that really excites me, because you'll see that the whole movement essentially started with like a WhatsApp group and a bunch of people sitting in the living room talking about the highest ideas of Indian civilization. I kid you not, in the beginning, in 1894, the Vedanta Society of New York was not like a building. It wasn't an institution. It wasn't like a place. It was literally like a committee of people who were excited about these soul-rousing, non-dual ideas, and they just like corresponded like we would on WhatsApp or something like that. And now look what's happened. So this idea of what it was like in the beginning is very inspiring to me, because you see Swami Vivekananda as like this starving artist dealing with the pressures of creative work, lecturing in front of an enthusiastic but sometimes controversial audience, and like you feel his hunger, his spirit of missionary zeal, if no other word will do, missionary zeal, not for any particular sect, not to preach his master's name. I mean, he barely said the words Shri Ramakrishna. He barely presented his master as like a man. Instead, he only spoke on behalf of all religions. So it was like this missionary zeal, not for his own sect or for his own religion, or even for his own pet idea of religion. You know, he wasn't even talking about Kali, which we know from his more intimate conversations he was deeply connected to. He was just talking about universal principles that would apply to all religions. So if he was a missionary, if he was an apostle of God, not any particular cultural interpretation of God. And naturally then, such a person who speaks such truth with such conviction and such freedom was also the target of much ridicule, especially from Christian missionaries. Many of them were sympathetic to him, to their credit. They felt like here was someone who represented the Christ better than many Christians. And they found in his message things that made them better Christians, which we know was Swamiji's mission, not to upset your own religious sentiment, but to provide you with tools to deepen your own mood, to grow according to the law of your own growth, and not to impose some kind of structure or some kind of ideology even. So these lectures in the beginning of Swamiji's 1895 New York period are very important, because they're quite universal, quite foundational and fundamental, and anybody, anywhere, in any spiritual tradition, even those who are not in any formal, quote-unquote, recognized spiritual tradition, they will still benefit from these ideas. And so this is a remarkable period. But I'm more interested in, at least in this time that we're going to have before the lecture, in the man as opposed to the message, because often we put emphasis on the message. That's what we care about. We don't want cults of personality around individuals. Swamiji himself would not have wanted that. So in focusing on the man, I'm not saying I'm focusing on him as this idol that we're revering and bowing down before. It's like, yes, but also like the human aspect of what it meant to do what he did. That's what I want to focus on, because I think that's going to inspire us. It's going to remind us that he's not that far off from us in terms of his humanity. And as a spiritual giant, he's unparalleled. And that is the destiny of every one of us in this room. And he's calling us to that destiny. But it's grounding, I think. It's deeply moving to think about his frustrations. And that's the main thing I want to focus on in this next hour together. So we'll look at the beginnings of Swamiji's work in America in 1895, a particularly important period in New York. Then we'll have the lecture proper. So the main agenda for tonight, although it's hard to say anything is the main agenda, I'm equally excited for all these things. Actually, I'm more excited for Kirtan than anything else. But the main agenda is the talk tonight. And I'm actually really excited about this talk, because we're going off some of the ideas we had spoken about together last week. There we talked about Tantric Charvaka. Charvaka, as you know, is an ancient Indian philosophy that there's no such thing as God. There are no supernatural realities like yakshas or apsaras or like gandharvas. There are no fairies. There are no demons. There are no angels. And there isn't an afterlife. Like, life begins and ends with the body. Like, it's materialism, it's physicalism. And in the face of that brute physicalism, hedonism arguably is the only logical and natural choice. Like, just the pursuit of pleasure for its own sake. That's a view in ancient India, a view that was, of course, very popular with royalty, because it meant they could get out of Vedic responsibilities that were culturally imposed upon them by the Brahmanas. And it's a view that sometimes doesn't get taken too seriously, because the people who espouse the views can also be quite satirical. For instance, there's this Vedic fire ceremony that's like at the heart of Indian civilization. And the Charvaka philosopher might ask like questions like this. Why do you perform the fire sacrifice? Well, the response from a Purva Mimamsaka, somebody who philosophically champions the fire sacrifice, the response might be something like, well, because by appeasing the deities, by offering oblations into the fire, we can earn their trust, respect, and help. And through that, we can have good crops, we can have more peace, but more importantly, above all, we can guarantee a better outcome in the hereafter. So I love my ancestor, I love my father just died, so let me perform this fire sacrifice, appease Agni and a host of other deities, so that my father, who is now departed from the body, may then be taken to a celestial realm where he can enjoy the Hall of Heroes with his ancestors and have a great time, right? So the goal of doing the Vedic sacrifice is so that my father can quote unquote go to a Vedic heaven, which unlike the Abrahamic heaven, by the way, is not permanent. You're just like helping your father get like an all expense paid trip to a nice resort for a little while, which is a good thing to do if you love your father, you know. So you're performing the fire sacrifice. So then the Charvaka philosopher might say, okay, so you're telling me that when you do this sacrifice, your father will go to heaven. Got it. Now, why do you use the fire? And the answer here is, well, because like as an element, it's transformative. Whatever you put into the fire is spiritualized in the sense that its physicality is reduced and it seems to disappear. And so our conjecture from the Vedic point of view, from the Purva Mimamsaka point of view, is that it's becoming etheric. It's becoming subtler and subtler and subtler. And therefore, what otherwise was a physical material substance is now the kind of thing that ethereal beings like devas and devis can enjoy. In other words, you're essentializing a thing, you're refining a thing, transforming, transmuting a thing, spiritualizing a thing, for lack of a better word. So then the Charvaka philosopher will maybe jokingly or somewhat seriously say, okay, so if the fire is transformative, and if the fire is like a means to your father going to heaven, why do you offer ghee into the fire? Wouldn't it be better to just take your father right now and put him into the fire? Pretty logical and tight argument. Like just perform sati, sacrifice on your father. Like, why offer ghee? Like, why go through all this hassle? So this is the flavor of Charvaka, and so they're not taken seriously. But they are, in fact, now, in so many words, the dominant philosophy of most people in the world, especially in the Western world, in most Western liberal democracies. You'll find this view. Even among those who profess a religion, more or less their view is a Charvaka view, which is that this physical world is ultimately real. The world of matter and energy exists, and it exists independently and objectively apart from me. So whether or not I'm here to perceive it, it doesn't change that it will be here to be perceived. And there are issues in this world. There are political issues, social issues, and there are things that are worth having and things that I want to avoid. And so the purpose of my life is to acquire those things I want and to avoid the things I don't want and to find some meaning engaging with this external world in a way that's noble or ethical, at best. But that being said, that's in stark contrast to many of the ideas you hear in these Indic traditions. For example, in classical Buddhism, in Advaita Vedanta, of course, in the non-dual Shaiva Shakta traditions, you're going to get an idealistic, more or less, picture of the universe, where the universe is not seen as an objective something or other, but as an internal arising in consciousness, which is thrilling. And this is a total inversion to the way most people think. Most people today, I think, inadvertently opt into the Charvaka or materialist or physicalist worldviews. They all think, more or less, that the brain produces consciousness. Whether or not they've read any literature, scientific or otherwise, on that subject, the assumption is just the brain produces consciousness. And this, of course, obfuscates our conversations around AI and whether or not AI can be conscious, because nobody knows what consciousness is. We only really talk about matter. And we assume matter is prior and fundamental. So therefore, from matter comes complex beings like humans who can reason and be self-reflexively aware and all that. So that's the physicalist, materialist view. And last week, I did something that I thought was quite fun, which is to say, even if you accept that view, you could be totally spiritually liberated. You just have to be honest about it. In other words, you have to accept that view fully. And our problem is that we don't actually do materialism. We have our own kind of projection as to what we think materialism or physicalism is saying. But if we actually look at the facts as presented by the scientific means that physicalism and materialism accepts as true, then the picture that we're getting of reality is one of Advaita, actually. You'll get the same outcome. Oneness, joy, a sense of ease and flow, and just devotion. You'll get the same feeling of aesthetic fulfillment and devotion, even practicing this path. Because, like the claim, from the Srividya point of view, is that the bindu, the essence of reality, is wholly present even in the periphery. So you could take a view that you could argue is peripheral, like surface level view that, oh, only the world exists, there's nothing beyond the world. And if you go deep into that, you'll discover Lalita, the goddess, will be there too, no? Because what exists that isn't the goddess? So even if you take a philosophical view that many people in the Indic context will deny as valid or will like criticize, like even then I can try to make a case for it as a spiritual path. So I was excited to do that kind of work with you last week, and I'll pick up from where I left off and go a little deeper today, I hope. So the lecture is called, I'm very excited about this title, Spirituality for Materialists, for Atheists, for Hedonists, and for Nihilists. That's, I think, quite exciting, because I'm often accused of being a nihilist, actually. Partly because I quote Hamlet every now and then, and I wear all black or something. I can see why the like Kapalika, Aghora kind of world would evoke a sense of nihilism. I mean, of course, we talk about Shiva as Vyoma Vyapini, Vyoma Rupaya, he's void. And so this obsession with the void is not just Buddhistic. In the Buddhistic sense, even there you don't get that same flavor of like madness except in the tantric forms of Buddhism, like except in Tibet and in some places in India. You very rarely see Buddhists acting in this sort of chaotic, crazy, liminal way. You know, often Buddhism can be very sobering. So even when they talk about the void, it's with a certain level of contemplative inwardness, gravitas, sobriety, seriousness. Whereas the Kapalikas are like dancing mad with joy in the cremation ground. They see everything as having already been reduced to ash. Like their response to the idea of the world being meaningless is not like despair. It's the nuclear winter. There's no meaning. Society has no value. It's not that. It's joy. It's revelry. It's like the realization that I'm actually free and that everything that has denied me my freedom has only been a conditioned response. Whether biological or sociological, cultural, whatever it may be, it's my own projection of bondage that has binded me, and that has bound me. And now, if I just realize that those are all meaningless, if I empty all these cultural values of meaning, which the Kapalikas, early Shaivas were doing in the cremation ground, by eating those foods that were considered impure, etc., like what they realized was, it's chill, actually. Like everything is fine. Like this whole universe is God, I am God, and in each and every moment, I'm free to express myself however I want. But that's a really risky view, because the moment you espouse such a view, you're in direct conflict with most religious traditions, not just institutions, but like traditions that have views, that have norms, that have rules, that have very fixed ways of looking at the world. And here comes this Kapalika howling mad with joy in the cremation ground saying, there is no fixed way to look at the world. The world is real as God, and God is infinitely playful, and you can play here however you want. So is that the ultimate outcome then of all of this? Just frivolous fun and play? If I say yes, some people will despair. They want something more than that. They feel like that would be surface level and superficial. But often, what appears to be surface level in the beginning, that same thing will be understood to be incredibly deep in the end. So you can see, even from a Bhupura only point of view, you can articulate a very full philosophical and spiritual mood. But even coming to the Bindu, you can argue that the Bindu is very much like the Bhupura. That you find the Bhupura and the Bindu, where it's really just about engaging maximally with God in all things as all things. So that view is typically called nihilism, but I mean, like, it can come across as nihilism, but I'm going to qualify it and say there's a special kind of nihilism based on love and devotion for the void, who is a real living being, as opposed to the kind of nihilism that we encounter like when people are despairing because they're in this post-cultural 6-7 kind of environment where they can't make sense of anything, so they give up trying, you know, and just like live for pleasure and live for the moment, which can be deeply dissatisfying. For anybody who tries that, very quickly one feels an emptiness in life, which characterizes real nihilism probably. And so I want to suggest that there's a spirituality to that too. And Arjuna might be practicing it even in the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, in the Vishada Yoga chapter. That's like nihilist yoga chapter, right? The yoga of despair, the yoga of grief. So there are 4 groups, I think, that are excluded from spiritual life. Materialists, atheists, these people are just like often just pushed out of spiritual spaces. Thirdly, hedonists, who are looked down upon, although what they're practicing I think is very natural and very sensible. And finally, nihilist, who we reject carte blanche without ever really considering the validity of their claims. So I want to take up all of these views seriously and with philosophical precision, ma willing, and just point out that there's a spiritual path even for those who aspire to be materialist, atheist, hedonist, nihilist. Sri Ramakrishna is that capacious. Right? The goddess tradition is that capacious. You don't even have to stop being an atheist to realize God. Isn't that beautiful? How beautiful is God if you don't even have to like believe in her for her to like bless you? She can appear as non-existent. That's part of her beauty also. She can be the void even in the nihilist sense of nothing, and not even in our like, you know, refined sense of no thing as opposed to something. Like God is so capacious that materialist, atheist, hedonist, nihilist, they too have a seat at the table. That's the kind of tradition that Swami Vivekananda was an evangelist for. That he was the apostle of this day and age. In a postmodern relativist 6-7 kind of world, he was 6-7 incarnate. The apostle that could point to the real... I mean, you know, it's funny because these memes, they don't age very well. So if somebody's watching this a year or 2 from now, they will not probably pick up on this 6-7 thing. By then, this whole thing will be like a cultural artifact. Like, what is he talking about? Okay, so here's my time capsule message for the future. If you're all still there and if the nuclear winter hasn't yet happened, and if I'm not right now in this like final few 13 seconds of brain activity as I'm bleeding out under some rubble after the explosion. Like, if there's a world, indeed, after 2 or 3 years, I'm talking about a cultural phenomenon that is happening now in 2025 and 2026, where like a totally meaningless number, 6-7, has been circulated on the internet and made into a meme, thus proving the postmodernist in their claim that like anything can be given value. It's a powerful thing to note that even money is exactly like that, just something that has value, which inherently wouldn't have any value, but it has value because we all agree that it does. Same with 6-7. We just all consent to it being a meme. So it is. A kid at my school today gave me a very interesting exegesis on 6-7. She said it's actually a reference to a movie from way back when, where like a character brings it up with his hands up like this, and like it's just a renaissance of that, which is cool. Like nothing really goes away, it just comes back in new forms. Anyway, that's the 6-7 reference, and we live in that world, a world where like we don't really know what to believe, a world where because of globalization we're constantly encountering new ideas and new ways of living that we're not really sure what we should do with ourselves. Like we don't even know what to do with our hands in a social setting, what to say of our lives in this kind of very complex, globalized, hyper urbanized internet world. And Swamiji is uniquely coming to say that every path is a legit path because everything is God. It's not like there's God and there's this world and now you must get God through the world. The world is God. God is beyond the world and God is the world. And so if that's the case, then anything will do. Anything will lead you to God. Nothing is untrue. Everything is equally true. It's a matter of seeing it as that. I worship that God which you call man by mistake. I was like, I'm seeing God. This whole while, I'm just nothing but God. I'm seeing God, and yet I insist that it's not God because I'm seeking God. So Swamiji's claim is to stop seeking God and start seeing God, which is profound. And that's the kind of apostle that he is. So we'll talk about that. That's the main course for tonight. I think I already kind of threw my load, though. That was kind of it. Anyway, we'll go deeper into each of these things, but that was the gist of it, the talk. And then we'll have our Q&A. It's one of my favorite things, and maybe an extended Q&A today if you don't mind. We can go really deep. As you know, my favorite period in Swamiji's life, you can think of Swamiji in these periods. You can take a diachronic approach to Swamiji's life, and each period represents a different mood. And my favorite period in his life is like in the 1900s, after he's had this vision of the Divine Mother in Shir Bhavani. He's just mad, and he's outside of time. So, you know, he's showing up to lectures like 2 hours late, but it's not a big deal to him because there's no, like, he doesn't have that same mission that he had in 1895, where it was important to establish the master's work and universalist ideas. Like, he feels like he's already done that, I think. And once he set up Belramat, now he's like free to be the ecstatic, eccentric mystic that he truly is, after the example of his master, one of the most eccentric madman lovers of God that ever existed, at least as far as our hagiographies can say. So this mad priest of Kali, like that bhava was there in Swamiji, but of course it was not the bhava that he expressed while he was here. Here, for the most part, he was ambassadorial and statesmanly, and except in private lighter moments, he conducted himself with this air of dignity and poise, and when he gave lectures, it was with kind of an intellectual sobriety and precision. But in 1900s, at San Francisco especially, the man is unhinged. That's my favorite Vivekananda. The I, Saki, fill the cup. Let us drink. Ever yours in madness, Vivekananda. I would hug the devil himself if there were any. Milton's devil is the only person I ever had any respect for. You'll have more chance realizing God playing football than reading the Gita. That's Swamiji. You know, that's 1900 Swamiji. It's intoxicating. So he's just like meandering to the lecture hall, taking his time. He's 2 hours late, doesn't mind, gets his shoe shined on the way there. And people are like trying to rush him, and they're saying like, dude, like they're there. Like there's a group of people waiting to hear you speak at the church, and it's overflowing, and people are getting restless, and here you are shining your shoes. What's up? And then he would make jokes. He'd be like, oh, it's like an execution. They've all come to see an execution, and I'm the victim on the chopping block. So the show doesn't start until I get there. It's okay. It's chill. And so, you know, there are scenes where he's in a train station, he's walking to a train, and that's the last train that day, and it's about to pull out of the station. And the train conductor shouts out at Swamiji and his group of disciples, "Come, if you run, you'll catch the train." And so some of his disciples start running. He refuses. He just walks slowly. It's his protest to consumer capitalism and our commodification of time. He was outside of time in this period. This is my favorite Swamiji period. And to embody a little bit of that tonight, we can just step out of time a little. We don't have to follow any particular schedule. We'll just do things the way we want, the way you want, and we'll just have a Q&A. And hopefully we can give it some time, give it some space, so we can ask meaningful questions about the view. That's one thing that Swamiji offers us uniquely, is a way to look at ourselves and look at the world that contextualizes our spiritual practice. So that's particularly helpful in a Zoom setting like this, because when it comes to practice, that maybe requires more personal one-on-one conversation, not necessarily between you and your guru, but between you and God. Like when it comes to practice, there's very little to say about it. You just have to do it. And then from doing it, you deepen. That's why it's hard to talk about practice. You can only present the practice, prescribe the practice as you were prescribed it or presented it by your guru. And then that's it. Like then you just take that mantra and chant it and then see what happens. Like until that mantra teaches you, there's very little like a person can say about it. That being the case though, the basis for that practice is the view. The only reason why you would want to show up for that practice, arguably, is because of the view. And because of the view, that practice gains a new nobility. And so outside of your formal practice, it's living the view that becomes your practice. And so refining and clarifying the view is one of the most important things you could do. And this is the setting for it. In these conversations, we can present the view and debate the view, push back against the view. And in that way, we're practicing the view just by rehearsing the view together. And that's what we can use our Q&A time for. It is very possible, I really mean this, that by the time we get to the end of the Q&A, we are all of us in this room totally free. And we always have been. But it's just possible that in this time together, tonight, we can recognize it ecstatically. From now on, we can live in that freedom, having claimed it through recognition. That can happen in one single conversation. And because it's not a conversation between me and you, but between us and Swami Vivekananda, what is not possible for him? By one glance, one sidelong glance, a sideways glance, he can grant both bhukti and mukti. Easy, nothing to it for him. And so that's possible for us tonight. I think every time we show up in a spiritual space, whether for puja or for kirtan, whether for some kind of sankramanam or katha lecture or some storytelling or something, anytime we're in a spiritual environment, like if you're in Boulder/Denver and you're going to Kuleshwari's house on a Thursday or Saturday, like you should always be open to the possibility that this is when it's going to happen. Whatever it is. Like this is when in front of the altar, Mother will reveal herself. However you'd like to understand that term, Ishvara Darshana or Ishta Darshana, like what it means to you to be fully realized, like what you want out of all of this, you should always be open to the possibility of getting now itself. Why not? What is impossible for God? Why would grace come later and not now? It's perfectly possible then that at the end of this conversation, we all walk out of here assured of our freedom, our innate infinite power and strength, and the innate nobility and dignity of the human soul, which nobody could ever take away from us. At the end of this lecture, by Swamiji's grace, it is possible to develop a kind of resilience to life. A true sannyasin spirit, a spirit of reckless and free independence, rooted not in rebellion for its own sake, but in love. Rooted in true understanding of the ultimate oneness of all things. Like that is possible for all of us today. And hopefully it's not a promise that we can make, because it's something that happens by God's grace. We can't control for that. But it's something that I'm convinced can and will happen by the end of this evening. That we will be assured of our infinite glory and power, which is innate, which never has to be earned, and which can never be lost. And as a result, my feeling is that from this point on, our lives will never be the same. Having listened to Swamiji, having heard the words from his own lips, and having contemplated him for a few hours together tonight, my hope and my conviction is that nothing will ever be the same again. From this point on, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune will just not have its same effect on you. Like, people could say whatever they want. People can do whatever they want. The world can be whatever it wants. They can launch the nuclear, they can, push the red button or something. Like, all of that could happen. And still, you wouldn't bat an eyelash even. All of it would be fine. It would all be an arising within consciousness, and you would remain established in your inviolable nature as pure spirit. Swamiji had that power to give that direct path teaching. He pointed it out. And so his words aren't just words, they're mantras. They're living, breathing words of power. And so reading Swamiji is one of the best spiritual practices that we could recommend. And maybe I'll start with this. Like, I'll just explain a little bit what we're going to be reading together. I'll read to you from a little bit of a book. I'll read a little bit from a book, if you don't mind. And it's a special book, an important book. And in introducing that book, let me tell you about a different book. So, the first book really that I devoured and would read over and over and over and over again with regards to this lineage specifically was that biography on Vivekananda by Swami Nikhilananda. It had always been there in my grandfather's library, but it had never been particularly important to me to like connect to Swamiji beyond just knowing who he was and seeing his picture. Although my father and although his father before him both learned Hatha Yoga at the Vivekananda Institute at the like it wasn't a Bellarmine affiliated organization, it was kind of an independent Vivekananda organization. But although my father and my father's father, my grandfather, both took Hatha Yoga classes in this place, and although I would drive by it and see the statue of Vivekananda every day, it wasn't until I was like in my 20s, early 20s, 22 or 23, that it became important to me to like actually understand who he was. As is the case with many of us. He's like in our lives maybe, especially those of us who grew up in this world. He's in our lives, but in this way of like an idealized sort of great saint, National Youth Day figure, powerful, dynamic. But who was he really? That's not a question that we tend to ask. And with religion, with spirituality, we go to pujas, we even listen to lectures on the Bhagavata or something like that, but we don't really think to ask the deeper meaning of these things. In my case, I was studying text, I was studying a lot of things. Like my grandfather was exposing me to so much beautiful Shaiva Agama type stuff, like Tirumure, Tirumantiram, Tirumular, like all that stuff, really great stuff. And I was studying things on this conceptual level. Of course, there was good devotional literature too, like the Shiva Puranam by Manika Vasahar, all that stuff. I was weaned on that. But I never really read a biography of a saint. Not really. The only biography I really had access to then was probably my grandfather's life. And it's true, I think when I was 19 or 20, I might have picked up the autobiography of a yogi and loved it very much. But, except for that, there wasn't really any biographical material that really gripped me. I didn't even think it was important to study people's lives back then. It was more important to me to study the ideas and the traditions and the systems and to understand things on this level, on a conceptual and ideological level. So anyway, it was interesting to me that right before I left Malaysia in 2019, I believe, the last time I visited home and spent considerable time with my grandfather at that ashram there, that was the last time I would ever see him in the flesh. But the last thing he gave me was this Vivekananda biography. It was the last kind of book that he handed to me. It's interesting because then I devoured it almost immediately upon receiving it. And I just was hooked from that point on. Something happened. There was something that came through. And that often happens when people read Swami Vivekananda, because like I was just saying, his words aren't words. There's something very powerful about those words and about that life. So, in that book, we learn about Swamiji from how he was born all the way to when he kicked his body triumphantly in 1902 on the 4th of July, the wonderful life of like sitting at the feet of a great master, that Western trained mind which pushes back against all these traditional and religious ideas inherited by an ancient culture. It's like we really relate to him as a modern mind, struggling to believe in things like God and spirit and whatnot. And reading this, one felt a sense of kinship with him. You go on the journey with him. Like many people reading the Gita, feel themselves to be Arjuna, speaking to Shri Krishna directly. So like that, we're on this incredible journey, and I'm encountering these ideas that arguably I've always believed but never heard expressed. And that's the feeling we get actually when we're learning spirituality. It shouldn't feel like you're learning something new. Rather, we argue, spirituality should feel like you're encountering something old. In other words, you're remembering something that you always knew. Isn't that a beautiful thought? That like when you're learning, you're not actually downloading something new that you now have to struggle to assimilate. Rather, you are uncovering some deep inner conviction that you've just never heard expressed in words before. That's the way spiritual learning feels. And that's why it's different from secular forms of learning. It's almost like every other form of learning is like you're training to see the world in a particular way. And that's almost violent because you're training to see the world in the way that your institutions want you to see it. So even if you're studying art and you go to like a conservatory, you're studying art based on the understanding of that institution. And sometimes when they teach you a method, I remember to extend my visa here one time, I went to guitar school in America. It's cool. There's a thing. Like you can go and study guitar. And I thought it'd be fun to take a year or two of that. And so I did. It was interesting because I had learned to play the guitar in my own way, like intuitively, and I've been touring and playing music in rock bands for so many years now. I had kind of a fixed way of doing it. But of course, going to a conservatory, it's like now we have to question all of those habits that we have and learn new things. So they wanted to teach me a new way of approaching the fretboard. It was called the caged system. And for guitar players in the room, that's like very much in vogue to think of the fretboard in terms of these like shapes. Guitar can be very visual in that way. But I had learned the modes. So I would go up and down the fretboard with the understanding of like Ionian and Phrygian and Dorian and like all of that, like IDPL, Mal kind of thing, Mixolydian, Aeolian, Locrian. Like that's the understanding that I had. Then coming to the conservatory, like that was not the understanding that they taught. And it felt unnatural to try to learn this cage system when I had already, for so long, had been progressing in this way. And so a lot of times it can feel like that when we enter an institution. Of course, that's much more true for spiritual and religious institutions. It's like you're accepting a worldview that's like more or less there, but there are many aspects of it that feel kind of problematic. But with people like Swami Vivekananda and Ramakrishna and Holy Mother, when you hear just a few sentences from them, the flavor is different. It's almost like, yeah, that's true. And I don't know why I think that's true. I just know that that's true. And it feels natural for that to be true. So with spiritual learning, it's not a matter of imbibing some new framework that you have to now struggle to integrate. A lot of times it's about recognizing what's always been there, what you've always known. But that wasn't just the flavor of reading Swamiji. It was also like this intense call to action, which I couldn't understand at that time. Like in 2019, I'm like, 23? I couldn't understand what that call to action was. I just remembered being very inspired, very turned on by that book. I loved Vivekananda's biography. And I had already read Raja Yoga, by the way. So again, like I'd interacted with his ideas and his work, but I never really met the man until Swami Nikhilananda painted that portrait. So that, for me, that's like the book that started it all. Like that was the book that's responsible for all of this, arguably. And it was the last book my grandfather ever gave me. And it was kind of like nonchalant of him too. He just sort of handed it to me and that was it. He kicked his body shortly after. And then I was in America at that time. Flights are expensive. I had some visa things. I couldn't go back then for the funeral until like years later. I hadn't actually cremated. He'd been cremated. I hadn't been there at his cremation, but I hadn't done all the Shaiva funeral rites until years later. Until like 2024 December, I went to Manikarnika finally and finished all those rites for him. But until then, like I wasn't able to interact with his physical death in any way, shape, or form. But as you know, and I usually don't like to share things like this, but I think today it's quite helpful. On the eve of his departure of his physical body, which kind of coincided around Shivaratri time, which is wonderful. I'm talking about my paternal Shaiva Siddhanta grandfather. I of course, like I had this important dream. I'm not going to get into that. But then the next day, all my aspirations of playing guitar in a rock band, which is all I was doing at that time, it sort of faded away. It was very strange. The day before, I was literally recording music and excited about like a new release and thinking about the tour that was coming up and some of the clubs that we were going to play on the Strip. I was very excited about my music career and only really cared about that. Then the next day, before even learning about my grandfather's death, upon having that dream, it was weird. The same interest wasn't there anymore. And then, of course, I discovered that he kicked his body and then it was replaced. There was like a moment, maybe a week or so, of like this kind of underlying sense that there was something else that I was supposed to be doing. And then very quickly, within a week, it just became painfully obvious to me that I wanted to share what maybe I had heard from him and maybe what I had understood from the tradition as a whole. So then a yoga studio online, it was around the time of COVID, and so yoga studios were shutting down. But a yoga studio wanted to be exclusively online and offer things on Zoom, which was wholly new at the time. And they reached out to me to see if I wanted to do something. It's really weird that they did that though, because they reached out to me actually to maybe play music or like teach music or something like that in the capacity of being a guitar player. But then I said, actually I wouldn't mind giving some talks in the Yoga Sutra. It's a foundational text. You guys are all studying it as part of your teacher training program anyway. Let's just go over the Sanskrit together and talk about it. So it was a Monday night, just like this one. We started at 9 p.m. and it was around March 2020, like that. And we just would do these 1 hour, sometimes 2 hour talks. 2 people in the room, sometimes 1 person in the room. Often I would hop on the Zoom and it would just be me, and I would stay for like about an hour or so and meditate and like leave. It was just a very small thing. And the studio also was just a small collective of people on Instagram. It was very cute. They had dance classes and a Taoist would come and teach Taoism. Of course, a lot of Hatha yoga, postural yoga teachers. And it was called Stay Om Yoga, which is kind of like one of those corny, you have a t-shirt and it's like Buddha is my Omi kind of thing. It's like how in the West, it's like really fashionable to use the word Om in every possible pun situation. The pundits of the West and their use of Om in the commercial capitalist products, merchandise and whatnot. So like it's kind of cute, Stay Om Yoga, because I think back then there was this like sense of people not wanting to obey protocols around COVID, and there's like a politicized environment where people are rejecting that exists. It's very interesting. And so I think there was a kind of like leaning in this community. And the person who founded it was trying to invite people to stay home and give them ways to make being at home meaningful and ways that they could deepen and progress spiritually without needing to go. It was an opportunity like that COVID offered everyone to kind of go inward. She wanted to facilitate that. So that was her vision. It was really beautiful. And she brought me on to do that. And one by one, the various teachers in the community started fading away. They like just dropped out one by one. Life took them in different directions. And so it was just me. We still had the Stay Om Yoga Zoom or whatever, and so that's why it shows up as Om Yoga now, because it's still that same relic from 2020 March thereabouts in COVID. So like the thing is, what's really interesting is I started doing this thing which I'm obviously ill prepared for and kind of not traditionally supposed to do, because my father should do it. Like upon my grandfather kicking the body, it's in one sense my father's role to be the acharya and to continue the tradition. But interestingly, it wasn't really his interest. I mean, he was doing it, but in his own way. Like he was doing his karma yoga as a doctor, like serving as a surgeon, and that was his swadharma. He wasn't really interested in teaching spirituality or anything like that. His Shaivism was a lived Shaivism, and it was a Shaivism of service to Shiva in the form of his patients, which in the Vivekananda Ramakrishna tradition, is what they do on this day. They go to the hospitals, they first worship Vivekananda, and then they literally worship the patients. Because the patients aren't patients, they're God manifest, which we now have an opportunity as doctors even to serve, to worship. So they literally put garlands around the patients and wave incense and whatnot, and that itself is a kind of healing ritual. It has a very ennobling effect on the patients, because no longer are they thinking of themselves as patients with an affliction that needs to be cured by the doctors. They're now reminded that they are God incarnate, and that this whole thing is God's Leela, and that is actually a blessing for the doctors to be able to administer care, and that they're there giving the doctors a chance to purify themselves through worship. It's a wonderful thing. Anyway, my father was doing that and fully engaged in that. So it just, I don't know, kind of fell to me to talk a little bit about the Shaiva Siddhanta world. And I didn't even start with that. I started with the Yoga Sutra to stay as neutral and universal as possible. But it was that fucking book that like doomed me to all of this. Because then that became very clear. Like what I felt first reading that book back in my grandfather's ashram in 2019, I felt in a wholly new way now in America when my grandfather, just around the time when he kicked his body, then I understood the call in that book. And I was like, okay, let's fucking go. Swamiji, I'm in. Do with me what thou wilt. Let me, like the little chipmunk in the Ramayana, bring what little stone I may to add to this like bridge that you're building. I'm down. The Lord is my general. March on. Never look back to see who falls. Cold, hunger, never mind. March on. Money, don't think about it. It'll fall from the heavens if you need it. March on. The Lord is our general. That war cry, that like sounding the trumpet for the march back to infinity. I was fully on board. And so that meant that my life from that point on, I've been doing sadhana, of course, my whole life, 16 especially, but like at that time, that's when I really like actually did sadhana. Up to that point, it was sadhana in the sense of maybe an hour or two in the morning, an hour or so in the evening, like some study every now and then, but not like serious sadhana, But in 2019, 2020, like that's when sadhana really started for me. Thanks to this Swami Vivekananda book, because what it meant to answer that call was not necessarily to just start giving lectures. It meant to acquire the kind of thing worth giving. That thing that you can't convey through a concept or through an idea. It's an immersion in the tradition that comes only through dogged and devoted practice, which that book inspired me to do. So the biography of Swami Vivekananda by Swami Nikhilananda is, of course, my favorite book of all time, I think. I owe it a lot. And that was the last kind of transmission that my grandfather presented me with, and the one that will probably, very likely, sustain me for the rest of this life. The greatest gift my first guru could have ever given me. Shiva alone is the guru, but in the form of my grandfather, the greatest gift he could have given me was that book. Now, a few years later, that book, of course, I'd read it again and again and again over the course of many years, and I still continue to read it again and again and again. But then there's like another biography, which I'm particularly fond of, and I love more now because there's so much more detail in this, and it's written not by a single person, but by many different people. So I'm going to present it to you now. It's called The Life of Swami Vivekananda by his Eastern and Western disciples. It's in 2 volumes, and the first volume is everything up to the Parliament of World Religions in 1893. So that one came out first. It's a wonderful volume, and it's written by a few different authors. So they're like Eastern disciples and Western disciples, some monastic and some lay. And so what you get is this wonderful like collaborative reflection on Swami Vivekananda, which is incredibly well researched. So like there's all the citation in it, and what it ends up becoming is this wonderful historical snapshot of the world at a time when all of this was just getting started. So when you look at the world that we have now, you can trace what's here now to all of those things, those movements that were just beginning back then. So you can see the nascent American New Age with the Christian Scientist and Mary Baker Eddy and whatnot. You can see the Theosophical movement and how it was presenting its views on chakras and its more, I'm not going to say, what can I say? It's unique and novel views on Eastern traditions. Like all of that stuff you see in its inception, which is inspiring. And to think of Swami Vivekananda in the midst of all of that, suddenly everything makes sense. We sometimes ask, why do we study the Yoga Sutra in the context of a 200-hour yoga teacher training program? And people are like, well, that's not the text, right? Like, I mean, shouldn't we be studying the Hatha Yoga Pradipika? Shouldn't we be studying something like more tantric and more embodied? And yet we're studying this ascetic text that doesn't really make sense to most of us, because like, what is samadhi even? And we're only really able to quote a few verses from the second part of this 4-part text. Like, why the Yoga Sutra? It has to do with Swami Vivekananda and his translation of the Yoga Sutra and his presentation of Raja Yoga, which Gertrude Stein was very fond of and which he encouraged every American to have a copy of. So like, there's all these things that are present today in this world that when you learn the life of Swami Vivekananda, you can immediately see their source, their root. It's obvious. You can trace everything back, which is very grounding, actually. Very exciting. It reminds you that you're part of like a bigger progression of history. Like you're part of a larger cultural context. And it's uniquely important that he gave his lecture on 9/11, 1893. And that was the first time that he debuted, as it were. Like he debuted on the world stage, and from that point on, he gave his life to spreading not the message of any one religion, this is very important, but in spreading the idea of religion itself, the zeal for God, which anybody in any tradition can feel. So this awakener of souls, who is a universal preacher of all religions, who belongs to none and yet belongs to all, and most of all, who belongs to himself, this sovereign Shiva is dancing a dance, the Pratanda Tandava, as one of his foremost disciples calls it. A destructive dance, because he comes to totally upend our views about God and about the world, about ourselves and about religion. He's telling us that religion is not about dogma or belief, it's about direct personal experience. The science of religion is a unique thrust in Swami Vivekananda's work, which is wholly new. I mean, like, we always think that there are mystics and sages and saints, but we aren't them. And we're trained to think that we're not like them, and we can't have the experiences that they had. So at best, if we want to practice religion, we just have to take it on faith. And of course, this faith-based, book-based, dogma-based religion, which can be highly sectarian, is not going to do well post the age of reason. Now we want facts, and we can only get facts through experience. And so science presents us this way, this method based on experience, and not just experience. It invites corroboration, peer review. It invites skepticism. That's wonderful. Where religion sometimes shuts this down, Swami Vivekananda's life is a living testament to the role of skepticism as being spiritually edifying, actually. So he's presenting a religion which is scientific in that it's basing its facts off of experience. It's a democracy. It's a democratic religion, because he's saying that like anybody anywhere, like the sages of yore, can have this experience and should have this experience. And until they have this experience, they have no right to talk about religion, because religion is realization. That's the key message, and an inspiring message, because it's premised upon a much deeper recognition, which I think is very difficult for most people to hear, and yet very important that we hear. Given our conditioning that we are weak and small, a conditioning that has always benefited those who want to take advantage of us, given that conditioning, it's somewhat confrontational to meet someone who then doesn't only tell you, but shows you that you are innately divine, that you are God itself. Always have been, always will be. You are timelessly that reality. And that's why sometimes when you're studying spiritual practice, if you forget this, you get very serious and you're like, oh my God, I'm not doing it right, or there's going to be consequences. Like, what if Kali kills me? What if the Tantra, like, what if the Tantric sadhana goes wrong, and then because of the Tantra, like, I messed up somewhere, I'll be smited. Like, none of those fears exist anymore. All those fears and superstitions vanish like morning dew before the rising sun of this recognition that you are divine and inviolable. The opening words of the Course of Miracles are somewhat reminiscent of this idea even, because there it says, nothing real can be threatened, nothing unreal exists, herein lies the peace of God. Like, this is the opening salvo from Swami Vivekananda, that you are pure, you are inviolably pure and invulnerable. Like, nothing can happen to you, because you are not the kind of thing that can grow old, get sick, and die. This ancient message of the Upanishads, echoed throughout time in the voice of Sri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, telling us that it is that thing which water cannot wet, that air cannot dry, that weapons cannot cleave. It was something that a naked yogi sitting on a rock said to Alexander the Great, allegedly, and stopped him at the border of India. Like, the whole march of an empire was halted before this ennobling idea that you are not the kind of thing that can be cut by weapons, wetted by water, burned by fire, or dried by air. You are that spirit, eternal spirit, and always that, and inviolably and inseparably that. Right now you are that, and this world is nothing but that. So this idea of the innate divinity of the soul, that was one of the most important things that Swamiji did for us. He lived it, he showed us what it's like to live a sovereign life, and then he awakened it in us, often by a simple word or glance. there was a young boy who crossed paths with Swamiji. One day he was on a walk. Swamiji was on a walk and he crossed paths with this young boy whose shoelaces were untied. And Swamiji squatted down and tied the boy's shoelaces for him. That boy became a sage. All that was required there was Swamiji's simple transmission through tying of a shoelace. It's a remarkable thing. And when you read the life of Swami Ashokananda, like we talked about it some weeks back in the Swami Shivananda class, you saw there how he was just sitting and meditating on Kali when one day the image of Swamiji just asserted itself upon his meditation, and he had this profound transmission that he describes as like a feeling of one jar being upended on top of the other, and the contents of one jar becoming the contents of the other. And Swami Ashokananda's life was forever changed because of that direct and immediate transmission of power from Swami Vivekananda. So if anybody wants to do this work, they need to be empowered to do it. And Swamiji is that current that flows through all these wires. And we wires are interchangeable. We come and we go. March on. Don't look back to see who has fallen. Many more will come to replace them. It's not the wire that matters here. It's the power. And Swamiji's power is pouring, looking for ready channels through which it can express this ideal of universal harmony amongst religions, but more importantly, the innate divinity of the soul. And the oneness of all existence. These are the core thrusts of Swamiji's message. And notice, it's destructive. It's upsetting. It upsets institutions and it upsets religions. And people in India were upset about it. People in America were upset about it. His brother disciples were upset about it. Swamiji was nothing if not controversial and incredibly combative. He just like anytime he sensed anything was out of alignment with this foundational truth of the innate oneness and divinity of the universe. Like anytime he saw something like that, he wandered the world with a sword unsheathed. He would tear it down. And so his dance is a dance that you can describe as like Shiva's dance, the Tandava, a destructive dance, a dance that lays to waste all of our cherished ideas about fear and superstition and weakness. So if studying Vivekananda does anything for you, it should do this: give you a sense of fearlessness. I'm not afraid of God. If Kali comes herself and tries to fight me, I read Vivekananda, I'm not afraid. Do you know what I mean? Like, what can she do to me? What can Kali do to me? I mean, what can anything in this universe do to me? And that recognition comes when we sit at the feet of such a sovereign Shiva, such an incarnation of power and freedom. A Bhairava, true Bhairava, who roamed this world eyes wide open, tearing to shreds all those views that are weakening and disempowering to the human spirit. This is God's grace. Swami Vivekananda is God's grace embodied. And the simple act of reading him and contemplating his life opens you up to that grace. It's a wonderful thing that in this Kali Yuga, the only sadhana that many people will ever need is just to read a few pages of Swami Vivekananda every day. Or just once in their life, to read one passage from Vivekananda once in their life. That's enough. My guru, he became a monk because one day he was just in Bellarmat as part of a school field trip or something, and he saw a picture of Swamiji. It was 1963, Maharaj said to me. It was like the centenary celebration for Swamiji's birthday. So on this day, probably, January 12th, or around this time, in 1963, my guru, he was in the Bellarmat, the temple, and he just looked at a picture of Swamiji, and under that picture in Bengali, it said, have faith. Faith in yourself, by the way. Swamiji would say, you can have faith in 33 million gods, but you can't have faith in yourself. That's atheism. Atheism is not a disbelief in God. Atheism is a disbelief in yourself, because you are God. That infinite power resides within you is the central claim of Swami Vivekananda. And like, to not believe in yourself is to ignore that reality. That's atheism. So have faith, of course, in God, but in yourself mainly. Have faith in yourself, which is the Buddha's message too. Atma Dipo Bhavati. Be self-sufficient, be a light unto yourself. Fuck God. You're you. And that's what you have to go off of. And that's God, actually. So that message, have faith, be strong, and realize the self. That's it. My guru saw those three words in Bengali, like Shuddhaman and was Atma Gyan Labkar. Like in Bengali, it said, have faith, be strong, realize the self. My guru saw that, and from that point on, he had committed to being in this tradition in this way. Like his whole life changed because of a few words, less than 10 words from Swami Vivekananda. So some of us will benefit just from reading him daily, studying his works. Some will benefit even more from studying his life, and so Swami Nikhilananda's biography is particularly good for that. The life of Vivekananda. And of course, this book is particularly good because it's 2 volumes, and the first volume alone is profound. It's called The Life of Vivekananda, The Life of Swami Vivekananda by his Eastern and Western disciples. Anyway, the second volume is more important to me. I love the second volume. because it starts with 1895 and what I think is Swamiji's real work in America. Because, okay, let me just sketch this out for you. When he gets here in America, there's this wonderful Lemony Snicket series of unfortunate events that he somehow manages to surmount in order to be able to get to the Parliament of World Religion. So in 1893, in Chicago, he spoke to the public for the first time and overnight became a sensation. He became famous overnight. And as you know, the famous story is that within like 2 words of his speech, people were already standing up and giving him a standing ovation. Who does that? Like, who gets up and claps for someone because they said sisters and brothers of America? Something else is being transmitted here, way beyond just the ideas and the concepts, which are themselves really powerful. Like, those concepts will change your life. But what really changes your life, arguably, is that thing which the audience in Chicago in 1893 felt immediately upon this guy showing up on the stage and just saying, sisters and brothers of America. That's the spiritual transmission, arguably, that we get through Swami Vivekananda's work all throughout his life. But his life is dynamic. He changes his views a lot. And that's important because it shows you that he's not like dogmatically preaching any one religion. He is a living, breathing philosopher wrestling with his own spirituality and struggling to integrate what he had learned at the feet of his master in quiet, peaceful Dakshineshwar in the midst of the world stage, both in America and in London. He's a living, breathing human who cries and who weeps and who struggles. And that's uniquely important. Well, especially when we talk about an avatara. It doesn't make sense to make them blue and to idolize them and to abstract them away from humanity, because the whole point of an avatara is to demonstrate that God can be human and that therefore humans can be God. Humans are God. What is humanity? What is anything but God? So the avatara in the form of Swami Vivekananda is human, and it's these books that show you that side of him. So there's the man, there's the message, and the two are somewhat related. You know, because when you look at his life, you see why he spoke in certain ways at certain times. It gives context for those speeches that you read in the complete works or in Raja Yoga or like Jnana Yoga or the other texts which we study as part of our lineage. So my grandfather giving me Nikhilananda's book is very important, and my discovery of these books is very important, The Life of Swami Vivekananda, and here's volume 2. So in 1893, he gives this rousing speech, and then from that point on, he's just got lecture tour after lecture tour. He's like part of this tour group or organization where they're booking him in halls all around the country and they're just like profiting off of him. He doesn't mind at first because he's able to spread his message, but he's starting to realize that it's all quite superficial. Although he's very famous, like at this point his name is blazoned in major newspapers all around America and the major cities, and he's filling up halls. Thousands of people would come to hear him speak. And without a microphone, he would just stand there and speak. He would project his voice to a large audience. For an hour or two, he would give a talk. Sometimes he would take questions. Back then, the talks were maybe a little shorter. But often, he would have to do them twice or thrice because so many people wanted to come. The room was too full. They would have an overflow room. So he would give a talk in a big hall. And then he would go to this other room where all the other overflow people would be sitting, and he would give the same talk often. Never could ever be the same talk, but more or less on the same topic he would talk. And he would do this in big halls, right? But then he felt like speaking in big halls was not where it was at. He has that, as the book will say, sannyasin sense for sounding the reality behind all things. And he knew that this kind of fame would come and go. It's like a Keshab Chandra Sen fame. You know, like we don't talk about Keshab Chandra Sen anymore. But back then, my God, he was like the Lana Del Rey of the intellectual world. Everybody knew him and everybody was a fan of his work. He was dining with the Queen. Everybody in India knew his name. His name was a household name. But look, we don't really even talk about him now anymore. And Sri Ramakrishna predicted that. There was a weird time, when Sri Ramakrishna, with Keshab and Narayan both in the room, pointed to future Swami Vivekananda and said, what Keshab has is only 1/18 of what Narayan has. He will shake the world. And Narayan was so upset by that claim. First of all, no pressure, right? But he was upset because Keshab was at that time world famous. And his oratory would awaken the national consciousness of India. Like how can you compare a scruffy 19-year-old boy who's struggling with his college examinations and messy family life to Keshab Chandra Sen, a fully established, world famous spiritual leader and social reformer? And Sri Ramakrishna's words, the prophecy turned out to be true. Swami Vivekananda attained a certain fame that speaking to big audiences in lecture halls will never give you. He knew from the very start that work was not really what he had come to America to do. He didn't want to address audiences that were merely there for curiosity's sake. Many of them came because they wanted to see this impressive and handsome man in a turban talk about things that they'd never heard of before. They weren't necessarily spiritually inclined, but they were curious. And that's fine. That's certainly fine. But that wasn't the audience that Swamiji had in mind. He didn't feel like his ideas would really take root in these kinds of people. His message was not for the public. It was for the public good, and that required a few souls to really understand it. Like a few people to really understand what he was saying and to devote themselves to mastering what he had learned from his master and what he had come to present them. So he wanted a closer-knit community, a more sincere, a more earnest community, a genuine spiritual community. He wanted a genuine Sangha, and he didn't feel like he was getting that from the lecture barrel. So, somewhat controversially, he like split from the group, and it was a whole contractual issue, and he was being obviously exploited by them and whatnot. And he just put up with all of this and broke with the committee. And now he moves to New York. This is my favorite time. Like next to 1900s, I love this early 1895 period. Oh, I should mention, between 1893 and 1895, he's doing these lecture tours. Obviously now, the opposition to Swamiji is at an all-time high. So in 1894, we find him in a really dark period of his life. And it's beautiful to read about because we find him like looking at newspapers and like weeping to see the kind of reviews that people are saying about him. Like all kinds of character assassination on all like levels and from people that he loved and trusted. This was his reality for his whole life. But it wasn't until 1894 that he really felt what it was, you know, to be the target of all of this. Because that's when he broke the international scene. And so 1894 was like a dark period for him. And I love reading about it because it's so grounding and we can resonate with it. And anybody anywhere in this world who does any kind of work will be met with so much opposition that reading about Swamiji's opposition and seeing his humanness in the face of all of it is deeply comforting and ennobling to see his response to it, which is complete dependence in God. And so in the first volume of this 2-volume set, you get everything up to that point. Everything up to 1894, everything up to his like break with the lecture barrow, his disillusionment with the fame that came from his Chicago days. He was upset because all of his audiences, they tended to be like richer, upper middle class, academics and like elite intelligentsia type people, which is fine, obviously. But he felt like his message wasn't getting to people, like to people that have jobs and who live lives, like people who would never have come across his message because he only really moved in these upper crust circles. So he wanted to get out of all of that and he just wanted to give his message to the public. So this meant that he broke with the lecture bureau, and after a very disillusioning and dark period, he moves to New York. And so that's when volume 2 starts. It starts with 1895, the beginning of the American work. He's in New York. So the scene is he rents an apartment, 54 West 33rd Street. It's a bar now, I heard. Which is very fitting. But I haven't been. But I think Vivekananda Vijay and I were standing outside the post service kind of place and outside Grand Central Station, I think, maybe. And we're like there on the corner of the street and we see 33rd Street. I'm like, we're on Yatra. The first time I came to this country and I visited New York, I was so excited to be in New York because of what it meant to Swami Vivekananda. Like everything had special meaning for me because Swamiji was in this place. And so he stayed in this apartment, 1-bedroom apartment, like just small, cheap apartment, with his a Jewish roommate, Leon Landsberg, who was an ex-newspaper journalist and later turned Swami Kripananda. By the way, one time, Swami Vivekananda went on a trip and took an invitation to give a lecture somewhere. When he came back, Kripananda was nowhere to be found. And that like kind of hurt him. It's kind of sweet to see Swamiji write a letter to his close friend Mary Hale. And he's like, just kind of sad that Kripananda, who would later be Swami Kripananda, at that time Leon Landsberg, just upped and left and didn't say anything about it. He felt kind of hurt that his friend, his roommate, just like Audi 5000. That's a cute scene. And they would just like cook barley and beans and eat a very simple college kid diet and spend their days reading and writing. Intense intellectual work came from this period. No, Vivekananda, not yet. But I do want to come soon. And Swamiji, like when he was there in Manhattan, West 33rd Street, he just had this apartment and like he was inspired to teach out of it. That's the interesting thing. He didn't need a big lecture hall now filled with 2,000 people. He was just happy to give classes from his living room, from the apartment. And he would just kind of through word of mouth invite anybody and everybody and anybody to come. And lots of people came. And all kinds of people came. And very soon the place was filled to overflowing, as you'll soon see in the reading. And this was, according to Swami Vivekananda, like a really important time because this is when he was mainly most inspired. Second only to Thousand Islands Park, I will say. But like at this period, he's sitting cross-legged on the floor. He's meditating. He's not like at a podium at a big lecture hall with a huge audience and applause and newspaper journalists and all that. He was in the living room, sitting cross-legged with a group of very sincere and earnest people who are there totally for free. No one's paying any money. There's like all of it is just like literally like a Patreon type system where his like close students would subscribe in order to pay the rent for the apartment and for simple food. But that was it. They weren't charging for the lectures. Everyone was free to come and sit for as long as they wanted. And there wasn't this feeling of commerce or like this is an event, it starts at this time, ends at that time, nothing like that. It was all very informal, which is where the Indian teacher shines. Indian spirituality is that kind of spirituality that you can learn only really under a tree when you have infinite time and infinite patience. Like, it's not the kind of spirituality that you can buy and sell in your busy Western marketplaces. That's what you want it to be. You want it to be a nice, clean 1-hour workshop. But it's not like that. It doesn't work like that because you're learning about something that's outside of time. You can't then confine it to time. And you cannot confine the Swami to giving a talk on a certain topic. He would, by the way. He would do his job. He had great self-control and great discipline. And when it was time to give a secular lecture on like the state of women in India, he would do it. He would go and give that talk often to raise money to pay the rent. So he was not above giving secular talks at secular events in order to like as a kind of side hustle to generate the money to be able to do this work. But what was this work? He was allowing himself to speak from his heart and present the most ennobling and, like I said earlier, universally applicable ideas to anyone, anywhere. Which meant in the beginning of the class he would sit and meditate. And sometimes he would go so deep into meditation that instead of having a class that day, he would just be meditating. He didn't like when this happened. He often felt like he had let everybody down, or he felt like he wanted to be more the teacher than the yogi. So like Sri Ramakrishna praying to Mother to like keep him embodied, Swamiji also prayed to stay embodied, to stay present, and not just check out into samadhi every time. No, not necessarily samadhi, but into a deep meditation every time they sat down. So they would sit and meditate for a little while. He would give instructions on meditation. A lot of those things that you see in the Raja Yoga book came from this period. I mean, like the kind of preliminary steps and whatnot. The Raja Yoga, the translation of Patanjali Yoga Sutra would come later and would be published in New York, actually, from the Vedanta Society of New York. But at this period, he was giving general lectures on yoga, which, by the way, is perhaps the first time that Americans are receiving systematic instructions on sadhana, the finer points of sadhana, the inner work that comes with spiritual life. So he's giving these lectures on Raja Yoga, broad, sweeping, conceptual lectures, and very minute, detail-oriented practice instructions. But importantly, I think this is the main thing, he's giving talks on Jnana Yoga. So many things that you find in the Jnana Yoga book, those ideas were all percolating in this living room with this 170 pounds of gentlemanly yogi sitting cross-legged, just at ease, talking to a group of very earnest friends and family. So this is Jnana Yoga, Raja Yoga sort of ground. He's giving some of the most exciting ideas in our tradition at this time. Anyway, he's doing this strenuously. This is 1895, and he's giving talks not just in his apartment, but in other places. Soon the place overflows, so they have to like rent a room to host bigger audiences. And he wears himself out. That's also nice to see Swamiji getting tired, getting exhausted, because the work is so strenuous. He's giving lectures 4 or 5 times a week and hosting an extra Q&A session. And on top of that, it's the personal correspondence that's really eating away at him. He's writing letters to everyone in India, organizing work there, deflecting his critics and whatnot, writing responses to them, which was important to do to maintain credibility in his work. But also, he had many private one-on-one type situations where people would come and he would literally sit with them for 2-3 hours sometimes and just like have private conversations with them. So his days from beginning to end were pretty much non-stop, constant reading, writing, corresponding, teaching. And yet he found time in the morning and the evening, sometimes all throughout the night, to sit and meditate. And so his mysticism, his spirituality was the dynamo, the source for all that work. But that work was what his life was mainly about. And that was the work that he was really excited about. It wasn't the lecturing with the lecture bearer in front of big audiences in fancy halls. It was this, sitting in the living room in a 1-bedroom apartment, which he shared with, I actually don't know that it's a 1-bedroom apartment. It might have been a 2-bedroom apartment, but it's a small apartment. A small, cute, artistic, like college sort of vibe. And he's there in a metropolitan environment where he gets to interact with people from all sorts of different parts of the economic spectrum, from all different races and creeds and religious and philosophical dispositions. That's what he liked. And that's when he was most fired up. And you could see it. Like in the work that we get from this period, he is not dignified ambassador of India presenting these ideas from an ancient civilization to a receptive and warm audience. He is, in fact, a guru, a spiritual teacher, inspired. And from that inspiration, giving living spirituality to those people who were ready to receive it. And because he felt that sort of inspiration, he worked really hard and pretty much broke his back in labor. And so they decided that he would go and spend some time at Camp Percy with some of his friends. He went to like nature retreat, vacation kind of thing. And there he had a very important experience of Nirvikalpa Samadhi. A few times in his life, he's had these very big meditative experiences, like breakthroughs, and he had a particularly big breakthrough at Camp Percy, actually upstate New York. That's important, that there's a place in upstate New York, Camp Percy, where Swamiji attained one of the highest and most refined states of meditation. The vibration of that can still be felt in this place. Anyway, he then decides that he wants to go deeper. This is interesting. New York is great and all, but it's not deep enough. He decides that he wants just like 12 or so people. Like New York, it was better than the lecture bureau and the like 2,000 people in the hall, but it was still kind of busy. It was like maybe 50 or 60 people in the room. And he wouldn't really know all of them. They would come and go. There were some journalists and curiosity seekers and whatnot. And that's all fun and games, and it's all good. And he still felt good about that work, but it wasn't enough for him. He wanted to go deeper. He felt like he wanted to train a small group of people, a small band of disciples, as it were. And so that ushers in his Thousand Islands Park period, which, according to him, is his best work, his most inspired work. And there, he's at his most free, as it were. 7 weeks, 12 students in all, no more than 12, and not all 12 of them were there at the same time. It's kind of touching, actually. There are 12 of them. And so he's there, and morning and evening he would have classes, but it wasn't just the classes. It would be the evening, like picnic strolls. The afternoons, after lunch, they would have a stroll. It would be doing chores together to manage the household, having dinner together. It was in these times that spirituality was really transmitted. And so being able to live with Swami Vivekananda for 7 straight weeks in this like idyllic retreat, which, by the way, the Ramakrishna Mission now owns, Thousand Islands Park. You can go there, I think. I haven't been. But there, Swamiji, by his own admission, was at his best. And he was at his best because he was giving something that finally the people in front of him were able to actually take and do something with it. You know, like he was inspired by that above all. So he gave himself to that work like a madman. Like just every moment of his life was totally devoted to pouring out the spiritual treasures of India for any who were sincerely coming to get it. And so we have these beautiful like reminiscences from people who were there describing what that atmosphere was like, that charged spiritual atmosphere. And what they say is like you can never understand what that was like unless you were there. You had to be in that atmosphere, that spiritual atmosphere, to understand that joy and that divinity and nobility and perfection. So what we're going to do now, if you don't mind, it's already 7:30, I know. Like I should right now be in my nihilism lecture, but like as you know, and as I already warned you, it's probably not the way that things are going to go. So instead, I'm going to start my reading now. And what you're going to see is like the Eastern and Western disciples who are writing the book, they're going to be reflecting on a few things, but mainly, I'm just going to find the computer charger. I thought the computer could be charged on Swamiji's words alone, but unfortunately it's not a fit. Not to offend you, computer, but you have to do a little bit of work, I think, before you can run on just Swamiji. Now you'll need a little bit of fuel. Let me see. Let me just get a little... There we go. Hopefully this will work. Earlier, I don't know, like earlier tonight or like this morning or whenever, for whatever reason, I don't know what happened. The computer charger was like just in my tea, as if it was like a tea bag. And I like pulled it out. I just like pulled it out of my tea. I was like, huh. I wonder how that got there. I guess it too needed to drink some tea in the small hours to stay up for sadhana. I don't know, but hopefully it'll work. The lights are coming on, but is anybody home? Anyway, so what you're going to see is the Eastern and Western disciples reflecting a little bit, but what they're reflecting on mainly are reminiscences from people who were actually there, which I think is the most exciting thing. But my favorite thing, like that's my second favorite thing. My favorite thing is Swamiji's own words, which we're going to encounter, because he wrote a lot of letters during this period describing what this period was like for him, which I love. I love seeing like the behind the scenes stuff. We've heard the lectures, we've read the material, we know what he was teaching, but we don't necessarily know what he was feeling, where he was psychologically, emotionally, and spiritually during those talks, which many of us are familiar with. So like these letters that he's writing to close, intimate friends like Mary Hill, not disciples, friends. These are letters that like show a side to Swamiji that is incredibly precious to me. So if you don't mind, it's just, I'm going to be so excited. If you'll indulge me, I'll just read to you from this Life of Swami Vivekananda by his Eastern and Western disciples. And we'll just read a few pages from it, and then I'll make some closing remarks about where we all fit in all of this, and hopefully give us a jolt to feel ourselves in the context of a wider tradition, to understand that this is important in the way that things in the world can never be. And by saying that, I don't mean grave or serious or heavy. It's important in that playful clowns tumbling in a circus kind of way. It's the only way to really, arguably, I shouldn't say only way. You can't say only way with any of these people. They're capacious to all ways. But it's a good way. It's a good way to be alive. And so if you don't mind, here we go. The beginning of the American work, chapter 26, from the Life of Swami Vivekananda by his Eastern and Western Disciples, volume 2. So let's have at it. Before I do that though, everybody hanging in there? Everyone okay? Just checking in on everybody. Joy Ma. Yes. You know what I might call this thing? Like if I end up uploading it in a public way? Good. I might good Virupakshi. I might call it something like why you should always be yourself no matter what the cost is. Because you'll see a lot of what Swamiji is saying is like fuck you guys. I'm gonna do it the way that I feel inspired to do it. Because not only is he doing it and getting criticism for doing it, he's being told how to do it. And he's a sannyasin. Sannyasin bold. He wanders the world in a spirit of complete sovereignty and autonomy. The only reason why we would do things a different way than how we feel like doing them is because we have something to gain or something to lose. What happens when you meet someone who has nothing to gain or nothing to lose, who depends only on the Lord and not on any human being? You get an individualist, a fierce and maybe even some would say stubborn individual. And that's what you're going to meet. You're going to meet that Swamiji who in many letters is writing scathing reviews about those who would try to reform him or make him compromise his vision or his conduct so that his work would be quote unquote more successful. You're also going to learn, I think, hopefully in these letters, something very subtle about the work. We're not organizing. This is not an organization. We're not interested in success or in work in the worldly sense of those terms. There's something deeper here. And the word lila or play or worship or puja or expression, these are better words. But again, words can't really go to this place that we're going to hopefully feel into as a result of this reading. So with all of that said, here we go. The beginning of American work. In the last days of January 1895, Swami Vivekananda established himself in lodgings at 54 West 33rd Street in the city of New York. Wait, one second. Love you. Okay. So, sorry. 54 West 33rd Street in the city of New York. It was a poor and unfashionable neighborhood, but he was tired and disgusted with the fame he had acquired until he felt that the interest he had awakened was not what he... And he felt that the interest that he awakened was not what he wanted. To his mind, it was too superficial. Thank you, John. Durga. It was too superficial. He desired earnest-minded followers whom he could teach freely while living in a place of his own. Thus, he announced that he would hold classes free of charge in his own quarters. Many came, some from curiosity, others in earnest sincerity, to learn the ancient teachings of India and the all-embracing character of its philosophy, and above all, to hear the constant lessons of the Swami on worldwide universal toleration. Miss Sarah Ellen Waldo Emerson, she's an important figure actually, because Sarah Ellen Waldo, she's related to Emerson. Sorry, not Emerson, but, Emerson. Yeah, Ralph Waldo Emerson. Yeah, I don't know why. I just had a Henry Thoreau kind of glitch there. I was like, which transcendentalist? It's almost like a game of Jeopardy. I was like, the question is, which transcendentalist is Sarah Ellen Waldo related to? Emerson. She's one of Emerson's relatives and a close disciple and friend of Swami Vivekananda's. And she was the only one who at Thousand Islands Park kept notes. That's important because everyone else was swept up in the fervor of that religious and spiritual atmosphere. They weren't able to take notes. And we would have never known what Swamiji said at Thousand Islands Park if not for Sarah. So Sarah, she dutifully took notes and Swamiji himself approved of those notes. He read them and he was impressed. He said, it's crazy how well you recorded it. More or less he said that. And he said, I feel like I'm hearing myself speak. And he himself approved of those notes and that's what's been published as the Inspired Talks volume, which is what Swamiji spoke about when he was at Thousand Islands Park. Great stuff. I love Inspired Talks. There's stuff on Kali there that we never hear anywhere. There's a place where he says, let us be God. Make thy heart like an ocean and go beyond all the trifles of the world. Be mad with joy even at evil. Step back, see the whole thing as a beautiful painting and knowing that nothing can affect you, enjoy its beauty. Be mad with joy, enjoy even evil, seeing all as God's play. Stuff like this. Profound things. He would say Krishna and Buddha are like drops in the ocean that I am. But by that I am, he meant something, of course, vast. He would say the worship of even one spark of Divine Mother in one's human mother brings eternal blessedness. Stuff like that. Like he would talk about Kali in a special way too. Because it was a small group, intimate group. And he started with the Book of John, as you'll see soon. Anyway, coming back to this. So Miss Sarah Waldo Emerson of Brooklyn, who became one of Swami's foremost disciples, writes as follows, taking up the thread of her narrative from the time of his lectures before the Brooklyn Ethical Association. A few of those who had heard him in Brooklyn now began to go to the place where he lived in New York. It was just an ordinary room on the second floor of a lodging house. The classes grew with astonishing rapidity, and as the little room filled to overflowing, it became very picturesque. And this is a good scene to meditate on. So those of you who like meditate on Shamakrishna, Holy Mother, Swamiji, like these are the things that you meditate on. So you can imagine this room and visualize the scene that's about to be depicted. The Swami himself sat on the floor, and most of his audience likewise. The marble-topped dresser, the arms of the sofa, and even the corner washstand helped to furnish seats for the constantly increasing numbers. The door was left open, and the overflow filled the hall and sat on the stairs. And those first classes, how she writes, and those first classes, exclamation mark. Can you feel her enthusiasm? She says, and those first classes, how intensely interesting they were, another exclamation mark. This is like the 1890s. Like, you know, when people wrote this way, it really meant something. Now I'll like put 5 exclamation marks on hello. But like this time, it's like, this is something that, you know, people wrote with much more like gravitas back then, with more formality. So she's breaking that formality to express her joy, her delight. Those first classes, how intensely interesting they were. Who that was privileged to attend them can ever forget them? Another exclamation mark. The Swami, so dignified, yet so simple, so gravely earnest, so eloquent, and the close ranks of students, forgetting all inconveniences, hanging breathless on his every word. See, when we have the Dakshinamurti Stotram, we have this Sanskrit hymn describing what it was like to learn from Dakshinamurti, the incarnation of Shiva as Guru. So you can imagine the students, you can see the tree, he's a young teacher at the foot of the tree, and he's giving instruction with a mudra and in silence. Like this scene is depicted. And today, many people all over India and all over the world meditate on it. Wouldn't it be fun? I'm just going to throw this out there. I'm not sure I'll have time for this. But it's a wonderful project. Why don't you render this into a dhyana shlokam? It could be a beautiful Sanskrit dhyana shlokam of what it was like to sit at the feet of Vivekananda circa 1895 in the beginning of this profound spiritual renaissance. And so it'd be nice to have this in Sanskrit. Anybody who's in the room who composes in Sanskrit, this would be a nice thing to have. But it doesn't need to be composed in Sanskrit because it's here in English for people who can speak English, and this book has been translated in every language pretty much. You have access to this beautiful vision of Swamiji teaching, and you can, in your mind, attend those lectures, as it were. By the way, once I did a particular yatra, particular pilgrimage, and I asked my guru, how can I benefit most from the pilgrimage? He said, you'll benefit most not while you're on the pilgrimage, but when you get back, because then you will revisit the places in your meditation. And if ever you need some inspiration, you just go to Kashi Vishwanath and take your darshan. Having been there, the vision is much more concrete in your mind. And it's very real in spiritual life. Just thinking about a place is almost the same as going to that place. As anybody with traumatic memories will tell you, the experience of reliving something can happen here and now, far removed from that situation, just by thinking about it. And so similarly, the opposite effect is true. If you think about a holy place, it's as good as visiting it. So here we are in the room, in this poor and unfashionable neighborhood, in the probably Lower East End of Manhattan, and here we are, like huddled in with all these sincere and earnest disciples, or not yet disciples, just the general public, those who are interested in these ideas. And there's a Swami, so dignified yet so simple, sitting cross-legged on the floor, just teaching freely. So continuing, it was a fit beginning for a movement that has since grown to such grand proportions. In this unpretentious way did Swami Vivekananda inaugurate the work of teaching Vedanta philosophy in New York. And is anything great ever formed through anything but an unpretentious start? Like, that's the thing. In this unpretentious way, he inaugurated the world. I inaugurated the work. I love that. No cutting of a ribbon, nothing like that. How beautiful. The Swami gave his services free as air. The rent was paid by voluntary subscriptions, and when they were found insufficient, the Swami hired a hall and gave secular lectures on India. And devoted the proceeds to the maintenance of the classes. He said that Hindu teachers of religion felt it to be their duty to support their classes, and their students too, if they were unable to care for themselves. And the teachers would willingly make any sacrifice they possibly could to assist a needy disciple. The classes began in February. There's a footnote, and in the footnote, we're told that Jojo told us that she attended the first class on January 29th in 1895, so like the technicalities, late January, early February 1895, we don't, anyway. So here's February 1895, and lasted until June, 6-month period. But long before that time, they had outgrown their small beginnings and had removed downstairs to occupy an entire parlor floor and extension. The classes were held nearly every morning from 11 to 1 o'clock and on several evenings in every week. Some Sunday lectures were also given, and there were question classes to help those to whom the teaching was so new and strange, and that they were and those who were desirous to have an opportunity for more extended explanation. It's interesting. So it is touching to find the Swami teaching Americans in the fashion of the ancient gurus. Though many who attended his classes had ample money, he would charge no fees for teaching. Religion, to his mind, should be given free, for it is something not to be bartered, but realized. In addition to his regular classes, visitors flocked to him constantly, some treating him with great personal reverence, others scrutinizing his character and his theories. Still others were newspaper reporters and editors of magazines, interested in his name and teachings. The Swami now felt that he was carrying on his message slowly, perhaps, but surely, and on right footing. As we have seen in an earlier chapter, he had grown tired of moving here and there, spreading his message over a wide area. He had wanted for many months to teach and give intensive training to a select few. Now at last he was able to do so. Formerly, he had stood in the limelight of public attention, and to a superficially minded person, that might have spelled success. But the Swami knew better, for he had, and I love this phrase, he had the sannyasi's instinct for sounding the reality and true worth of things. Others in his position might never have ventured to break with the lecture bureau and thereby incur financial loss, nor would they have readily abandoned the surroundings and invitations of persons of wealth and social position for the simple and yet intense life that he deemed necessary for giving his message. Indeed, he far preferred his simple fare to the most sumptuous of meals, though seldom did he lack the opportunity to dine out. "I am doing well," he wrote to Mrs. Hale on February 18th. This is Mother Church, the mother of Mary Hale, who is very close to. "Only some of these big dinners kept me late, and I returned home at 2 o'clock in the morning several days. Tonight, I'm going to one of these. This will be the last of its kind. So much keeping up in the night is not good for me. Between the Swells and the Delmonicos, by the way, these are Epicurean restaurants in New York, and Waldorf hotel dinners, my health is going to be injured. So I quickly turned a thorough vegetarian to avoid all invitations." Isn't that cute? He's like eating meat, of course, but like it's funny. He's joking about it. He's like, "And now I'm a vegetarian, so I'm not going to be able to come out to dinner with you guys." So I love this line. "I turned a thorough vegetarian to avoid all these invitations." Bean soup, barley, and rice cooked in his poor quarters was by choice the Swami's general diet. "I am very happy now," he had written to Mrs. Bull a few days earlier. "Between Mr. Landsberg, later Swami Kripananda, and me, we cook some rice and lentils or barley and quietly eat it. And write something, or read something, or receive visitors from poor people who want to learn something. And thus I feel I am more a sannyasin now than I ever was in America." In volume 1, there's this like period of time when Swamiji is wandering about India, and like he sets up shop sometimes under a tree, sometimes in an apartment, and this would happen. People would just come, and all day long he would be giving these lectures. So this is very much like that, where it wasn't persons of wealth or position, just people would come. I love this idea of just quietly eating and reading something or writing something. So you can see that the effort was not just lecturing, it was also in learning. He's imbibing some of the most cutting-edge secular theories of the time. He's reading physics, he's reading psychology. Of course, William James would be a personal friend and a deep admirer. But he was also reading like anatomy and physiology, and those would inform some of his ideas in Raja Yoga and presenting the theory of chakras and nadis and whatnot. It was informed, in some sense, by modern physical anatomy, which he was trying to integrate and bring back into the spiritual fold. It's remarkable. So he's reading. Trusting in truth and in God, knowing that he was being guided, he now worked strenuously on. He gave his whole time to teaching by means of talks and lectures, and regularly every day he trained some chosen followers to quiet the mind in the silence of meditation. Teaching the students how to meditate, he would himself drift into the meditative state. often so deeply that he could not readily be brought back to normal consciousness, and one by one his students would steal quietly away. When the Swami emerged from such states, he would feel impatient with himself, for he desired that the teacher should be uppermost in him, rather than the yogi. He tried hard, therefore, to avoid such incidents, so reminiscent of his master. While meditating privately with one or two, he would instruct them how to bring him back by uttering a mantra or a divine name, should he be carried by the force of meditation into samadhi. Often he would be found singing Sanskrit hymns in gentle tones, or murmuring to himself some of the great verses of the Vedas and the Upanishads. He literally radiated spirituality. Indeed, the same atmosphere of ecstasy and insight that hovered about the master, Sri Ramakrishna, at Dakshineshwar, now hovered about the Swami in these strange surroundings in a far-off land. An atmosphere of benediction, of peace, of power, and of inexpressible luminosity was felt by all who came to his classes. And it's true, if you are involved in spiritual life in any real way, it's probably because you felt something like this. So just yesterday, we were all at the Hollywood Vedanta temple, and if there's any way that we could describe how we felt, from 5 a.m, serving his bacon and cigarettes at the morning puja, like to the end of the day when we're doing the relics touching and we're sitting at the feet of our guru in the room, like as the guests all leave and things start to wind down, like the whole day from beginning to end, and long after it ended, we felt this. If anything could describe how we felt, it's this: an atmosphere of benediction, of peace, and of power, of inexpressible luminosity. That's the feeling. It's hard to put your finger on it. You can call it sattva, I don't know, like there's no real word for it. It's just an atmosphere. Wordless and profound. It is interesting to read the description of the Swami written by an Edgar C. Beale, MD, for the Phenomenological Journal of New York. I'm going to skip this. It was actually published in the Indian Mirror in 1895, October 1895, and just describes Swamiji from the basically phrenology. His forehead is this big, so therefore he's good at music or something. Like, I'm just going to skip that. But we do learn that he was 170 pounds. And how tall was he? Like, if you want, for the sake of your meditation, he was 5 feet 8.5 inches in height. And if it matters to you, his head measured 21 3/4 inches. So I don't want to read this stuff because, like, dude, like, that's not what this is too, like, culty, man, and back to the message. So the Swami's New York classes, held during the first part of 1895, dealt largely with Raja Yoga and Jnana Yoga. And I think that's an important point. Like, he didn't open with Bhakti Yoga. This idea of God and faith and all of that, it requires a certain level of dogma, and he wanted to teach universal principles, meaning if you were to talk about God right off the bat, like, I think it wouldn't be very inclusive to those who maybe didn't have theistic inclinations, as we'll talk about later. So it's important now that he opens his salvo. He can do whatever he wants, right? And he chooses to open his salvo, his teaching, with ideas from Jnana Yoga and Raja Yoga. So notice, in designing the syllabus, I tried to reflect that a little bit. On the syllabus, there are books that we invite you to read as part of participating in this tradition. And the first one is Raja Yoga, arguably. And the second one is Jnana Yoga, right? Like, Karma Yoga and Bhakti Yoga, arguably, although they're beautiful, they're beautiful lectures there. It's not for everyone. It's I think, better that everyone start with some non-theistic grounding ideas, like the kind that we get in Raja Yoga and also in Jnana Yoga. Okay, continuing. I shouldn't say non-theistic, just theistic in a different way. But that's the theist in me speaking, so discount that. So through Raja Yoga, he taught the students the path of practical spirituality, how to acquire inner control of the senses, how to still the mind, how to subordinate sense impulses to reason. In short, how to spiritualize the whole personality. He held regular classes in which he taught the students to concentrate the mind. For meditation, he held was the key to spirituality. The Swami himself spent long hours in meditation, sitting cross-legged on the floor in yogi fashion. He was indeed preeminently fitted to teach the practices of meditation. Having lived in a constant atmosphere of spiritual austerity with his master, having practiced many forms of meditation under his guidance, his life a roaring fire of spirituality, and his mind informed with all the details and intricacies of the different states of meditation, he was qualified to know the tendency of each disciple and to develop each according to his special tendencies, giving each a special ideal and a special form of meditation. This is a basic form of Diksha, giving a particular mantra for a particular ishta for a particular student. So he was doing this at this time presumably. They learnt how to overcome physical consciousness. Thus, under his systematic and always inspired guidance, the students undertook physical and spiritual exercises by which equilibrium of body and mind could be established. They learnt how to overcome physical consciousness and to discover divinity within. They learnt that religion was not a question of belief, but of practice and realization. In order that they might achieve success and avoid physical and mental disorders, even insanity, in the practice of Raja Yoga, the Swami enjoined his students to live simple lives and eat simple foods. Thus, his classes took on the aspect of monastic gatherings, permitting the highest flights of philosophy and of spiritual recollectedness. I love that. His classes had the atmosphere of an ashram, and you could have the highest flights of spiritual philosophy and the atmosphere of spiritual recollectedness. What beautiful phrases. He warned his students against the occult, pointing out that psychic powers were impediments to real spiritual progress and only diverted one from the right path. Okay, no, this is what Patanjali says. Later, in Thousand Islands Park, Swamiji will ask people if he can use his occult powers in order to figure out whether they'll be good disciples or not. It's interesting. He didn't want to give real, arguably like mantra diksha. When you give mantra diksha, there's a kind of karmic connection there. Although anybody was welcome, he was careful because he knew that, if somebody in the long run wasn't able to handle that, maybe they shouldn't get mantra diksha. But then he would do this thing where he would predict their whole lives and predict their future and then give them mantra diksha, as it were. It's a kind of interesting thing. And he himself taught people how to do it. So it's weird. Like, where he is on the Siddhis question is up for debate. Right? Like, obviously, I'm going to push back on any narrative that's like anti-Siddhi because it's not necessarily the only reading that you could have from this. Okay, so anyway, as Patanjali says, these are impediments in spiritual life. He taught that. Indeed, he was vehement in his denunciation of sects or persons who subordinated spirituality to the acquirement of such powers. And by the way, at that time, if you could float or something, or pick up a heavy object with your penis, or stop your heart, that was considered spirituality. Like, people would flock to see a yogi who could do something like this. And this was important that Swamiji pointed out that while that was true and real and good, look at his wonderful lecture called The Powers of the Mind, where he explains these phenomena, and he explains that they're actually quite natural. In the same way that learning to train a particular muscle in your body will allow you to do something no one else can do, in that same way learning to train a particular part of your mind will allow you to do things like make things materialize out of nothing, etc. But that's not it. That's not what will ultimately satisfy you, because that's no different than everything else that the world offers you. So he's vehemently denouncing that idea that somehow if you can lift an object with your mind, that automatically makes you spiritual. So he knew that a man becomes divine if he strives to be so. For this reason, he said, following the manner of his own master, seek only after one thing, and that God. But inspired teacher though he was, a prophet whose utterances were themselves scriptures, as the passage of time was amply to prove, he yet did not forsake the age-old Indian tradition in which all valid preaching is firmly laid on the foundation of the authentic Sanskrit scriptures. Thus, as he settled down in New York for a season of intensive teaching, he felt the need of books unavailable in America. Earlier, he had sent to India for the necessary volumes and expected them to arrive by mid-February of 1895. And he writes in a letter, Sister Isabel has sent me the French books, and the Kolkata pamphlets have arrived. Presumably, he knew to read French books, which is interesting. He wrote to Mrs. Hale on February 18th, but the big Sanskrit books ought to come. I want them badly. And in the same letter, kindly tell baby, one of the endearing terms he used for one of his friends, kindly tell baby to send me a little Sanskrit book, which came from India. I forgot to bring it over. The Swami waited impatiently, but it was not until May that almost all the scriptures he needed for his classes, as well for his own pleasure, arrived in New York. I have plenty of books now to read from India, he wrote to Mrs. Hale on May 16th, and I will be quite engaged this summer. A large package of books also I expect soon, the original Upanishads. There is no duty on them. This is important. He's teaching, but he's still in the midst of intensive learning. And not only that, to teach, he needs access to the scripture, which most of it he's able to chant from memory, but he needs to see it and be able to cite it. And this shows you what Indian spiritual instruction has always been. It's not just a charismatic person who's had some experience giving idiosyncratic instruction. It's a person who's had experience, but is grounding that experience in not just a lineage, but in that peer-reviewed, corroborated scriptural tradition. So Swamiji would teach, and as we see in his work, he would cite passages from various scriptures across various different sects and religious dispositions, sometimes quoting Ramanuja, sometimes quoting Shankara, sometimes Madhava. And it was very important to him that he read the Upanishads not with any commentaries, but in the original Sanskrit, in like to be able to come to his own conclusions about what they were saying, and not accept the text-tortured like interpretations of the great masters. However great they may be, they almost all of them spoke from the position of their own sect. And Swamiji wanted to come to his own conclusions. And so he wanted these books, and many of them were just like originals. Not even commentaries, but just the Upanishads, original Upanishads. And he's excited about them because now he's saying like, oh, that's what I'm gonna do all summer. Like I'm just gonna read these books. I'm gonna be engaged all summer studying books. And the fact that this is a person who in his like early 30s, this person is like excited about learning and reading and is supplementing his spiritual teaching with his spiritual study. That's inspiring. So what we get is a person who is not just lecturing incessantly, but also practicing extraordinary amounts of sadhana. He's always making time for sadhana, meditating long hours and whatnot, and he's making time for study. So it's this study, sadhana, service kind of formula. His whole life is that. And this is an intense period of study, sadhana, and service, all kind of like balanced. So apart from, I shouldn't use the word service, I just liked it because the 3 S's. I just went for the alliteration of it. But we don't really like the word service. Who will you serve? It's God. Worship is better than service. Apart from the purely academic and psychological character of his teachings of both Jnana and Raja Yoga, the Swami was a man who put into practice what he preached. He was a scientist and a mystic in one. As a mystic, his mind constantly concerned itself with super mundane realities. He was always solving problems of thought in relation to the vision of the soul. And here in the West, as the teacher, he spoke as he did because he felt and had realized what his voice gave forth so eloquently. Whatever he taught, he said that he himself had seen. And his scientific turn of mind gave him a deep insight into the psychology and rationale of yoga exercises. He was therefore a careful analyzer of his own exercises as well as those of his disciples. His counsel was to test everything by reason. Many people get very frustrated with me because they ask me for instruction and stuff, and they're like, can I do it this way? And I'm like, you should probably do it this way and tell me. How'd it go? Okay, say I tell you to meditate in a certain way. And then you get this idea one day that you'd like to try it a different way. And then you come to me and you're like, can I do it this way? I'm like, I don't know, can you? Because it's you. And shouldn't you try? And so people get very upset about this because it's almost like we're inviting a certain kind of flippancy. No, we're inviting analysis. We're inviting inquiry. We're inviting a scientific approach to spiritual practices. Just because it's in an ancient holy book doesn't mean it's true, right? It's important that it's in the book because at least it's a thing, it's corroborated. But should you just accept it because somebody told you? Like, okay, my guru told me, now I just have to accept it. I mean, there's something to that. But I think Swamiji is teaching a different approach, a more modern approach, where it's like, no, let me think about it. Do I really want to do this practice? And if I don't understand why it would be valuable to do a practice, I should question my guru about it. And that guru, according to the example of Swami Vivekananda, should be able to give the psychological and scientific basis for why that practice would be good for you. Again, don't accept practices that you cannot reason out, that you cannot justify in the light of your own logic and scientific inquiry. This is a wonderful approach to spirituality. And it's unfortunately quite frustrating because when people come to spirituality, they want to come and get religion. They want their teachers to just tell them what to do. No, you cannot do that. For spirituality, it must be realization. Not dogma, not belief. And for realization, there must be sadhana. And when it comes to sadhana, we're talking about the body and the mind, which is the domain of science, the domain of physical science, the domain of psychological science. Why not be scientific in our approach and ground our understanding in something deeper than just arguably blind deference, which is really avoiding responsibility for our own spiritual practice, Just try and see. I don't know, you might die. Are you scared? Scared? Like you're going to try something, you'll die? Be like Marie Curie, right? Like the greatest scientists of our time were not afraid of death. They would go to the volcano to study a rock if that's what they cared about. They cared about truth. They didn't mind dying. And so I think some people feel this is a somewhat flippant approach. I think it's bold, and I think it's modern. And I think it brings power back to the student to be their own teacher. You have the practices. Now decide whether or not you want to do them, and decide which ones you want to do and which ones you don't yet feel like you should do. That's up to you. It's your spiritual life and your sadhana. And it's only between you and God. You don't owe anybody an explanation. And Swamiji is demonstrating that by analyzing his own practices. And he's like, does this work? Well, let me reason it out. Let me read a bunch of physiology books and let me read a bunch of psychology books and let me see if there's a basis for why this practice works. That being said, of course, there are some things in spiritual life that are beyond the ken of the worldly intellect. So, of course, a subtle intellect is required, and that subtlety is developed through sadhana. So it's a positive feedback loop. You're using your mind to the best of your ability to understand things rationally, with the disclaimer that some of these things go beyond the rational logical mind. But that's okay, because you're also doing sadhana that connects you to your intuitive understanding, and then your ability to analyze these things is much deeper. You're doing a kind of ida nadi sort of analysis, as opposed to a merely pingala nadi analysis, to use that language. Okay. So test everything by reason. While his more intimate disciples were concerned with the spiritual rather than the academic side of religious study, his descriptions of the anatomy of the nervous system and of its relation to the brain, his statements about the relation between the states of mind and nervous changes, drew the attention of a number of noted American physicians and physiologists, several of whom championed his theories, avowing that though his statements were bold, they contained ideas concerning the functions of the body which were worthy of careful investigation. He predicted fiber optics and the internet, things like that. It was kind of interesting. Based on yogic principles, he was advocating for a transfer of information without any wires, which we can now do, and that's what we're doing right now. A transfer of information without wires through the internet. And he was talking about that already in the 1890s. And that, of course, excited a lot of people for whom that wasn't even yet an idea. It's possible that Swamiji's yogic realization of transference of information through the ether, that being communicated in this one-bedroom apartment in New York. I don't actually know that it's a one-bedroom apartment. I'm just going to keep saying that because it's romantic and cool. But this idea that he was conveying in this one-bedroom crowded apartment, this idea, I don't know, might have had something to do with the internet. And the internet might just be a democratization of what used to be a very private yogic realization, that you can transfer information through the ether, no wires are needed. That's what it feels like to be in a sangha, to be in guru-shishya relationship. We've always had the internet. It's just now available for more people with less sadhana. You don't even need so much sadhana to have the internet now. Arguably anybody, and hopefully everybody, will be able to have access to the internet. Swamiji was already predicting these things, and so he was attracting all these psychologists like William James, and of course Tesla would come later and whatnot. Anyway, continuing. But I think this is important, though. The reason why this is important is because it shows you that spiritual life is not divorced from the rest of life. It's what you learn in meditation, what you learn about God, is actually there to be discovered in physics also, in art. So it's not there's religion and there's spirituality and that's good and worth doing and all the other stuff is worldly. No, even in the apara-vidya, in the so-called secular knowledge of the world, that same para-vidya is present. Why? Because there's no distinction between apara and para. There's no distinction, as his foremost disciple, Sister Nivedita, is kind of main, what he was to Ramakrishna, Nivedita arguably was to him. And Nivedita said his contribution, and Nivedita I think is the most qualified person to tell us what Swami Vivekananda's contribution was, given how close she was to him and how much he trusted her to carry on the work. She said that his greatest contribution to humanity is to blur the lines between the sacred and the secular. In her words, the workshop was as fitting a place to meet God as the temple. There's no God in world. There's only God. And therefore, wherever, whoever is God. And therefore, you can't say spiritual realization is only a spiritual realization. No, if it is indeed a spiritual realization, it can be worked out in the physical plane too. Hence this evening's lecture and last week's lecture. It's it's all connected. You could just be a scientist and you would realize God. You could be a musician or an artist and you would realize God. Because there's no difference between spiritual and secular. So that's what's coming out here. Secular people are coming to talk to him, which is important. Okay. So his claim that meditation brought about the extension and development of human faculties and produced supernormal experiences, hitherto classified as miraculous phenomena, interested the foremost American psychologist, particularly Professor William James of Harvard University. Now, the thing about William James that's important is he's espousing a kind of psychology that is very Eastern. It's very Indian, and maybe partly he's inspired by Swami Vivekananda. Remember, Ralph Waldo Emerson, whose relative is now keeping close notes of Swami Vivekananda, which is such beautiful poetry, because we know Emerson's connection to India and his love for the Upanishads and whatnot. Ralph Waldo Emerson, he was one of the first people, I think, in this country to champion an Eastern or Indian way of approaching things, which is through one's own personal experience and one's own subjectivity, as opposed to projecting this idea of an objective world that can be studied and dissected and put under a microscope. So with Emerson, he's a transcendentalist, and he's introducing into the American cultural mainstream things like the Bhagavad Gita. He has a poem about the Bhagavad Gita. And of course, this is inspiring people like Thoreau. And so when he's at Walden Pond, Thoreau is reading the Gita and he's writing about how great the Gita is. And a lot of their ideas are inspired by their studies in what they used to call Oriental philosophy. Now, when Whitman was publishing poems. Nobody thought he was like anything worth listening to. Emerson actually wrote Whitman a letter and said Emerson was a big fan of Whitman. It's not clear whether or not Whitman studied Indian philosophy in any capacity, but he definitely had the realization of the rishis of the Upanishad. That Whitman, who was friend to every blade of grass, a great American transcendentalist. That whole tradition, by the way, Emerson, Thoreau, Whitman, they were the like founding voices in American like spiritual, arguably spirituality, I would say. Like, and they never met necessarily Swami Vivekananda or like interacted with any Swamis or like Indian yogis or anything like that. Just like had books that they would have sent to them from India and whatnot. So I think it's nice that Emerson's relative is close personal friends and a disciple of Swami Vivekananda. That's really sweet. But William James is important because Emerson gave a speech, I think at Harvard, at one of the graduations or something, for which he was kicked out, right? Was it Whitman or Emerson? One of them, one of those transcendentalists. He gave a speech, and although he was like a lecturer at Harvard at the time, that speech was so edgy because it talked about the innate divinity of the soul. It was like so Vivekananda coded because it was based on the Upanishadic ideals that like Emerson got kicked out of Harvard. And now that hall, which Emerson used to teach in, is named William James Hall, I think, in Harvard. Right? It's still called that, I think, last I checked. And so anyway, the thing about William James is he's continuing to some extent this transcendentalist tradition, but in a way that's way more accepted by the American psychological standards of the time. So what he was proposing was this introspective study of the mind, not the objective study of like rats in a maze or something, which is valuable and cool, but he's suggesting something else, a more, dare I say, intimate experiment, like almost like Marie Curie, self-testing. And so it's on the borders of psychology, accepted medical practice, and of course like philosophy and maybe spirituality. And so William James was very, very fond of Swami Vivekananda. He used to attend these lectures. So aside from holding daily classes at his quarters on 33rd Street, the Swami occasionally spoke to small gatherings elsewhere. In February of 1895, for instance, he was invited to hold classes at the home of a Miss Corbin, the daughter of a Mr. Austin Corbin, a wealthy and socially prominent railway magnate. And so this is cute. He writes a very cute letter. Here is a very rich railway gentleman called Mr. Corbin, he wrote to Mrs. Hale on February 18th. His only daughter, Miss Corbin, is very much interested in me. And although she is one of the leaders of the 400, that group of intellectuals, she's very intellectual and spiritual too, in a way. And I love that this is a juxtaposition for Swamiji. Like she's politically involved, and yet, here's a woman who thinks, like almost as if to say that if you're like involved in politics, it's because you don't have much of an intellectual or spiritual life. I don't know, like it's just funny to me. I don't know, I'm just conjecturing why you would say that, but it's funny to me that like although she's one of the 400, like involved in social reform, whatever, she's still intellectual and spiritual too in a way. Behind her parlor, she has a long arbor with all sorts of palms and seats and electric light. There, I will have a little class next week, with a score of long pockets. Now, you can almost hear Swamiji cringing about this because that's the exact thing that he's running away from. He's running away from all these like rich people and like upper like intelligentsia academic circles because he wants to teach to the classes, as he would say. He wants to just teach to people. But he's accepting the invitation, and now look, this is interesting. But these classes, which the Swami held on Sundays in Miss Corbin's conservatory, lasted less than a month. He cared nothing for rich or poor. He cared only for earnestness in those who attended his classes. And this quality he found perhaps more prominent in those who came to his own poor quarters than in the long pockets who came to Miss Corbin. So in this case, he was often seen as a curio for the rich intellectuals of America. Like it was nice to know Swamiji because he was famous. His name was in all the papers at that time. And he was something new. You know, his ideas were something different. And so it's fashionable. It's fashionable to talk about Thoreau and Emerson without ever being interested in realizing that grand vision of the oneness of all reality. So many people read Whitman. How many people are out in the grass making love to like the wind? Do you know how many people are Whitman? Whitman is an American sannyasi. He's like one of the greatest American sannyasis ever. And maybe Chris McCandless of Into the Wild fame might have been in that tradition of Americans who like just realized that, you know, maybe I should think for myself and opt out of all the societal things that I was born into. How many read Whitman? How few are sitting in the grass now, staring at the sky, recognizing their infinitude, making love to all reality. So like that's what Swamiji, I think, was encountering. People who could talk the talk but weren't interested in walking the walk. Often because they were so fashionable and so elite and so rich, and they had all these like railway concerns about their business and this and that. And I think the whole thing is not about rich or poor. He's not against rich people. By no, most of his friends were very wealthy. He himself grew up very wealthy. I mean, it's not that he's against wealth. He just wants earnestness. And he doesn't find it often in things like this. So these classes lasted less than a month. How interesting. In any case, the Swami wrote to Mrs. Bull on March 21st, I went to Miss Corbin's last Saturday and told her that I would not be able to come to hold classes anymore. Was it ever in the history of the world that any great work was done by the rich? It is the heart and brain that do it ever, and not the purse. It is probable that Swami held other classes outside his rooms. On April 10th, he wrote to Miss Frances Leggett, regretting an invitation for the following day. Tomorrow, I have a class at Miss Andrews at 40 West 9th Street. Miss Andrews came to tell me that she cannot by any means stop the class tomorrow, or even give notice to the members who are about 50 or 60 in number. This little soundbite is interesting because it probably means Swamiji was going to give a class. Maybe he got ill or something, or like didn't want to, and then he tried to cancel it, and then he couldn't cancel it because they couldn't tell all the 50 or 60 people that he was. And so it's interesting. You see him kind of regretting an invitation. He's like accepting the lecture, and then he's like, wait, maybe I don't really want to do it. It's kind of cute. And this whole idea is that he's giving talks the way he wants in his room, free of charge to anybody who's interested in hearing these ideas. And they would come and sit for hours and just do it at his pace, his schedule. And he was also accepting these invitations. But notice the tension here. He's doing that, and sometimes he has to do that to support the house. You know, the classes were free, so he would have to do these talks because they would maybe pay him something, a ticket price, and then he would use that to maintain the community. So he would have to do this sometimes. And he wanted to do this sometimes. Maybe it was even momentum from 1893 and 1894, but notice his hesitation. Anyway, you can already see he wants to do things his way. He wants to do things after his own fashion. He doesn't like to do events that other people are hosting or organizing because that would mean compromising to some extent to their vision. And you can already see that he doesn't want to do that. He is. In fact, he's a pure Marxist when it comes to spiritual ideas. He thinks that there's no private property in spirituality, like these ideas of the common property. He says in his literal own words, this is the common property of every man, woman, and child. And he talks about the unlettered escaping the tyranny of the lettered, or the poor escaping the tyranny of the rich. Like his claim is that superstition, fear-mongering, religious elitism, these are all things that allow certain groups of people to control other groups of people, when in fact we are all innately the same divine reality. There's like a oneness in all existence that means there's a total equality amongst all individuals, premised not on the body, which are of course different in different cases, not even on the mind, but in the spirit. There's a Marxism of spirit and a mass redistribution of knowledge and spiritual tools that Swamiji brings into this world. So you can read Swamiji in an intensely Marxist lens, but not in the way that you would read Lenin or Mao, because Swamiji was not at all interested in social reform, because he felt like those things were, again, superficial, unless there was deep spiritual reform, unless you became a sannyasin. If you're not willing to renounce your own private property, why would you subscribe to a philosophy where there's no such thing as private property? Because what will happen is you will use that philosophy to collect private property, which is exactly what happens in almost every case when Marxism is applied in an actual context. Like people are intellectually interested because there's spirituality to it. There's a deep, almost Christian ethos in Marxism, a simplicity of life, a community, the idea of like equality and oneness. But that idea is very hard to practice unless there is a corresponding spiritual maturity. You must actually be renounced to be able to renounce your private property. And of course, not to, on the Jewish question, when Marx and Engels are talking about religion, obviously, that's not the part of Marx that's going to be valid here, because religion is the heart of Swamiji's message. So coming back to this, in addition to his classes, the Swamiji, as has been seen, sometimes gave public lectures in New York. At first, these were given, as he wrote to Mrs. Bull, in large downstairs rooms of lodging houses. In February and March, he lectured twice on the Vedanta philosophy at the home of Mrs. A.L. Barber at 871 Fifth Avenue. These two lectures, to which Swami referred in a letter as the Barber House Lectures, constituted parts of a heterogeneous lecture series given under the auspices of Mrs. Ole Bull, and were more or less private and invitational, which is where he was at his best, arguably. He spoke also before public gatherings, notably before the People's Church in New York, known also as the Dixon Society, whose progressive leader, Reverend Thomas Dixon, had recently resigned from an Orthodox Baptist pastorate to establish his own independent church on a broad and popular platform. A very early, Alan Watts figure who was involved with the church, was a preacher, was a public, proponent of a particular religion, who then had a more universal and broader approach, and was therefore a proponent of Eastern spirituality. So what Alan Watts does for Eastern spirituality is very important, because unless Alan Watts supports Zen teachings and Advaita Vedanta teachings, as like somebody who grew up in a Christian environment, it's hard for other people who grew up in Christian environments to feel those ideas are valid. So these are important figures, like this Reverend Thomas Dixon of the Dixon Society. These are very important figures who we often don't talk about. These are Americans who understood the value and meaning in Eastern ideas, which is true for many of you, and then championed them. And as Americans championing these ideas, it had particular value. It's not appropriation. It's the actual way to support these traditions, to live according to the ideals that you yourself resonate with in a way that other people can then verify for themselves, like, oh, well, this is somebody like me. And if those ideas are working for them, maybe there's something to them. And so it's not just Krishnamacharya teaching yoga. It's like Indira Devi, a California Caucasian woman, starting her own yoga studio and teaching what Krishnamacharya taught her that makes yoga, postural yoga, something that's possible for Westerners. It's not until BKS Iyengar's 80-year-old Denmark queen is standing on her head that the world starts to take postural yoga seriously. You know, it's important. These figures who are worth, I think, mentioning, these helpers, these agents of God who are part of this journey, which I'm going to claim is all of us also. Anyway, continuing. The Swami was also invited to lecture before the Metaphysical Society at Hartford, Connecticut. These are all the beginnings of the American New Age. He accepted and spoke on soul and God on March 8th. Of his lectures, the Hartford Daily Times wrote, his lectures are more in consonance with those of Christ than those of many so-called Christians. His broad charity takes in all religions and all nations. The simplicity of his talk last night was charming. In May, and perhaps also in April, the Swami lectured in the Mott's Memorial Building, a small hall at 64 Madison Avenue, New York. Only 2 titles of these talks are presently known: The Science of Religion and The Rationale of Yoga. This tells you a lot, doesn't it? The Science of Religion. How many people speak that way? The Rationale of Yoga. Oh my God. He's inviting us to think. And in religious world, it's the very opposite thing that we're told to do, right? How thrilling. The Swami, no doubt, gave other public lectures during the first part of 1895. Now look what he says. I have a good many lectures planned ahead in New York, which I hope to deliver by and by. He wrote to Mrs. Hale on February 18th. But unfortunately, we have at present no records of or notes of any of his talks, private or public, delivered during this period. Yet his lectures and classes lived vividly in the memories of those who heard them. Miss Laura Glenn, who in later years was to be known as Sister Deva Mata, recalled in her article Memories of India and Indians her first hearing of Swami Vivekananda. The time was probably the spring of 1895. Okay, so I haven't even started this evening's lecture. I do mean to actually do a lecture, but I hope those of you who are very earnest about spiritual life, and especially those of you in the lineage, will see the opportunity that's being presented by reminiscences and reflections like this. That's why I'm taking my time. Because now I'm going to read to you a reflection of Sister Deva Mata, who's a very important figure in our tradition. She spent a lot of time with Swami Brahmananda, Swami Ramakrishnananda especially, and she lived in Madras at the Madras Mutt. And there's a beautiful book she put out called Days in an Indian Monastery. The reflections of an American woman who turned sannyasini and lived in India at the feet of Swami Ramakrishnananda ji and whatnot. Her guru was Swami Paramananda, by the way. Paramananda is one of Vivekananda's disciples. Anyway, she wrote a beautiful book called Sri Ramakrishna and His Disciples. And so you might be familiar with the more popular title, Ramakrishna and His Disciples, by Christopher Isherwood, published by our Vedanta Society, Hollywood, or Southern California. But actually that book came after a previous book by this woman, Sister Deva Mata. So often female voices get erased in the march of history. It's very important to me to remind everyone of Gauri Mata and of Sister Deva Mata. There are powerful and authoritative female voices in our tradition. They should not be erased. And this voice is an important one, Sister Deva Mata. So this person, Deva Mata, would contribute so much to the lineage, not just in terms of literature, but in terms of spirituality. And I, unfortunately, regrettably, have not yet been to the La Crescenta temple, but people tell me the air there is so charged. And probably this is because Deva Mata is having these ecstatic visions. So don't think her contribution is limited to what she said. It's who she was, who she became as a result of studying this stuff. This was her introduction. This was the first time that she came into the presence of this tradition, which would change her life. So let's see what she has to say. So again, if you're earnest about spiritual life and you're practicing meditation, you're meditating on people like Swamiji, these are the things that we can meditate on. These are dhyana shlokas. So I again offer this invitation to anyone in the room and anybody listening to this. If you're so inclined, I would love to see these formally put to verse. It would be wonderful to have these in Sanskrit. The scene we got earlier from Swamiji's lecture in the room, and this one. These would be tools to meditate upon. Just like the Dakshinamurti Sutram and Kali Kalikashtakam offer these things. Okay, let's go. Deva Mata tells us, one day, as I was walking up Madison Avenue, I saw in the window of the Hall of the Universal Brotherhood a modest sign saying, next Sunday at 3 p.m. Swami Vivekananda will speak here on what is Vedanta, and the following Sunday on what is yoga. So it's like seeing an Instagram story or something, or like a poster at your Whole Foods, at your local like health store, like just a poster telling you to come to a place for a talk. So she sees that and answers the call of curiosity. I reached the hall 20 minutes before the hour. It was already over half full. It was not large, however, a long, narrow room with a single aisle and benches reaching from it to the wall, a low platform holding reading desk and chair at the far end, and a flight of stairs at the back. The hall was on the second story, and these stairs gave the only way of access to it. Audience and speaker both had to make use of them. By the time 3 o'clock had arrived, hall, stairs, windowsills, and railings all were so crowded to their utmost capacity. Many even were standing below, hoping to catch the faint echo of the words spoken in the hall above. A sudden hush, a quiet step on the stairs, and Swami Vivekananda passed in stately erectness up the aisle to the platform. He began to speak, and memory, time, place, people, all melted away. Nothing was left but a voice ringing through the void. It was as if a gate had swung open, and I had passed out on a road leading to limitless attainment. The end of it was not visible, but the promise of what would be shone through the thought and flashed through the personality of one who gave it. He stood there, prophet of infinitude. Wow, what a moniker. What an epithet. He stood there, a prophet of infinitude. Sister Nivedita, Swamiji's foremost disciple, offers this beautiful portrait of Swami Vivekananda at the Chicago Parliament of World Religions lecture. So it's 1893. Swamiji is about to give a lecture at the Parliament of World Religions, and behind him, says Sister Nivedita, is a nation for whom the Buddha is relatively modern. The Buddha happened yesterday for us Indians. We're an ancient nation, but a nation asleep. And she describes India having forgotten its own spiritual glory, kind of confused by the Mughals, 700 years of that, and then the British, and like, it's just kind of asleep, as it were, asleep to its own divinity and cultural heritage, as you see today. And interestingly, there's like, she puts it in such poetic terms, I don't want to do it a disservice, but it's like the dust, the dusty roads trod upon by many saintly figures, like that. She describes India as this ancient place. One might even accuse her of Orientalism here, but I don't think you can, because she like lived her whole life in India, supporting India. So it's so unfair when people accuse these people of Orientalism. They're just loving on India, you guys, chill. They're not fetishizing India or appropriating India. They love India, and not India. They don't love India. They love spirituality, and they see in India so much spiritual heritage, so much richness. And she's celebrating that. And then she says, and before him was this new nation full of the energy of like a young nation. Like America is unique as a national experiment. It's like a bunch of people from a bunch of different places escaping religious oppression and political and financial oppression and coming to start fresh. And like there's something about that creates this melting pot, this metropolitan, cosmopolitan, like kind of liminal environment, a wonderful environment, like Kolkata almost. And she says, like, beautifully again, she puts it like the Chicago is the where she's like slumbering on the lake with the light of the north in her eyes or something. Like, beautiful way she puts it. And what she says is, now Swamiji is standing there at the confluence of two spatial realities and two temporal realities. The past, ancient India, and the future, modern America, which will shape the course of history in the years to come. But he's also standing at the confluence of east and west, of the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain, although that language is somewhat dated, I think, in neuroscience. I don't know. Maybe Sage can tell me. Anybody who's a specialist, I'm sure like this language of left brain, analytical, logical, right brain, like, you know, artistic, creative, that's probably quite prefrontal cortex, like you know, whatever. But Swamiji is there representing the both things, Ida and Pingala, we would say in our more classical sense. Good. It still works, right? I like the alpha waves, beta waves thing, gamma waves thing, that's a little bit dated also. But anyway, I have some friends in the industry who are like, they wince every time I bring up stuff like that. I know, right? But I don't know. I can't, I'm not a neuroscientist. I've never, like, again, that's not my field, so I want to be careful here. When it comes to non-duality, party time. I can go all night, but I want to be careful not to make claims based on like science. I've never studied science or something. I don't know. But anyway, so she's pointing this out, like he's standing there, a prophet of infinitude. That's what Sister Nivedita says about Swamiji. He's impersonal and yet filled with the personality of India, which is perfectly suited because of his upbringing, for the modern world, for the scientific age of reason and direct experience. Yes. Okay, wonderful. Anyway, we don't need to, like, again, we don't need to get into a debate about like how the, like, that's not, my point is, Swamiji is a liminal figure bridging realities and worlds. Right? Be careful not to let the mind drag you off into stay with Swamiji. The silence of an empty hall was recalled me to myself. So I mean, like, this is important. She's there. She just attended the lecture out of curiosity. Everything melts away. She hears the voice in the void, and she feels the possibility of a new life opening up to her. A spiritual vision that seems vast. And because of its Catholicity, its inclusivity. Like, usually when we come to a spiritual tradition, it maxes out very quickly. We find its limits very quickly. But with Swamiji, the vision that he was presenting seemed to be without edges. It was really edgy in that it had no edges. It was limitless. And the idea of the soul opening out to infinitude, and he's a prophet of infinitude, these ideas were very powerful because it meant that she forgot herself. She forgot time and space, forgot her own body. Very likely she had a meditative experience here. Like, some people have this through the use of psychedelics. Like, it happens sometimes just listening to a lecture, like the world vanishes and something happens. Kundalini is awakened. So her Kundalini arguably is awakened, and she's had this experience. And so she says, the silence of an empty hall recalled me to myself. Everyone was gone, except the Swami and two others standing near the platform. I learned later that they were Mr. and Mrs. Goodyear, ardent disciples of the Swami. Mr. Goodyear made the announcements at the meeting. She goes on to talk about some stuff. But I mean, like, how beautiful to suddenly come to and realize, oh, everyone's gone. And there he is, in a simple way, just talking to his two associates about the lecture, maybe. I don't know. How beautiful. This I love. This is so beautiful. This is from a woman named Ella Wheeler Wilcox. She's actually a well-known author and poet, though I've never read any of her works. Back then, she was pretty famous, I guess. Referring to her meeting with the Swami in an early month of 1895, she wrote as follows in the New York American of May 26, 1907. So a few years after the fact, she's reflecting. I love this. Absolutely love this reminiscence because it tells us what is valuable about what we're talking about. See? 12 years ago, I chanced one evening to hear that a certain teacher of philosophy from India, a man named Vivekananda, was to lecture a block from my home in New York. We went out of curiosity, the man whose name I bear and I, and before we had been 10 minutes in the audience, we felt ourselves lifted up into an atmosphere so rarefied, so vital, so wonderful, that we sat spellbound and almost breathless to the end of the lecture. Different accounts are all giving the same testimony, that it wasn't just about the content, which was of course broad and infinite and edgeless and wonderful. It was about the atmosphere. There was something about his lectures that created this bhava, this mood, and that's what people were responding to. That was the undeniable purity and spirituality of his presence. So they're all reporting this, that there was this atmosphere so rarefied. When it was over, we went out with a new courage, new hope, new strength, new faith to meet life's daily vicissitudes. This is the philosophy. This is the idea of God, the religion which I have been seeking, said the man. I love this. It's so cute. She's a modern woman in the 1890s. Like, she's talking about her husband as the man whose name I bear. And even in this, like, reminiscence, said the man. The man meaning her husband, the old man. It's like, look what he's saying. This husband, he's like excited. He's like, and for months afterwards, he went with me to hear Swami Vivekananda explain the old religion, and to gather from his wonderful mind jewels of truth and thoughts of helpfulness and strength. It was that terrible winter of financial disasters, when banks failed and stocks went down like broken balloons, and businessmen walked through the dark valleys of despair, and the whole world seems topsy-turvy. Just such an era as we are again approaching. Does this sound familiar? That's like pretty much your tarot card astrology reading for every time in history. Like, arguably there's never been a time in history that's not been this. Today I was talking to some middle schoolers. We were talking about like nuclear war and things like that. And one of the kids, like 9, he looks at me and he's like, the world is kind of scary. And I was like, you're scarier, but you're right. I mean, there's so much uncertainty, and that's always going to be the case. In the march of history, there's always going to be political instability. There's always going to be financial ruin. Like, these things are realities that we face. So what's happening is now the man, the husband, is in this time of like economic meltdown. Sometimes, after sleepless nights of worry and anxiety, the man would go with me to hear the Swami's lecture, and then he would come out into the winter gloom and walk down the street smiling and say, "It is all right. There is nothing to worry about." And I would go back to my own duties and pleasures with the same uplifted sense of soul and enlarged vision. When any philosophy, oh my God, like I cried when I first read this. This is like this line. when any philosophy, any religion can do this for human beings in this age of stress and strain, and when, added to that, it intensifies their faith in God and increases their sympathies for their kind and gives them confidence and joy in the thought of their lives to come, it is a good and great religion. I mean, that's stunning. That the test for truth here is this. Does it strengthen you? Does it nourish you? Does it inspire you? Does it increase faith, not necessarily in any particular God, but in your own understanding of God? Which is an idea that in Alcoholics Anonymous would become very important, which was, of course, learned. I mean, you know, the Alcoholics Anonymous guy was a regular at the Tribuco Monastery Ramakrishna Mission. Like, these ideas are there behind many American movements. So, like, notice, if the idea brings joy, if it brings confident joy in life, and if it increases your fellow feeling, not just among humans, but with animals, and of course in sentient objects too. If you feel love, if you feel joy, if you feel strength, and most of all, if you're inspired, that's the test of a philosophy. Not how old it is, or what book it's in, or how credible the teacher is, or whatever. I mean, like it's just about this. And she immediately understood. Like in this financial ruinous period, and in the winter, she says, into the winter gloom, her man went singing, ultimately transformed. Like I mean, even if he goes back to worrying and stressing, at least for that hour, having heard these ideas, he's lifted to a more rarefied atmosphere. How wonderful if we could stay there. That's why I tend to give long lectures. I don't mind speaking for 5-6 hours. If we can just stay in this atmosphere for 5-6 hours, that to me does more than trying to sit and meditate for an hour or two and thinking about all sorts of things. It's about this atmosphere. And wherever two or more are gathered, there I am also. For 5-6 hours, we're in this atmosphere. If it's just that, sometimes 9-10 hours, whatever, if it's just an hour even, that's at least 1 hour in which we breathed scarcer air. It's like in the Matrix movie, the third Matrix movie, I think Neo is about to go in a Christ-like way sacrifice himself for the good of humanity, and they're in the ship or something, and Trinity I think dies in this scene, but they go above the clouds, and for the first time in her whole life Trinity sees the sky, because in the Matrix movie of course it's all polluted and it's like a post-apocalyptic scene, and so you've never seen the sky your whole life, and then now here you are, there's the sky. Oh, Red. I remember how when it was 4 or 5 of us in the room, you don't know this, but Red is day one, OG. She's in Paris. Are you still in Paris? I know you were also in other places, but it would be a Parisian sunrise, and we'd be in the midst of a lecture, and then we'd go out to the balcony in France. We'd go out to the balcony with Red, and we would see the sunrise. It was wonderful. But you've been here for years, since we started in 2020, maybe even before the TikTok ban. But I remember back then it would be 4 or 5 of us in the room, and we'd just go till 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning. We'd get many sunrises. I'd get your sunrise early in the night, and then we'd get our sunrise later. And it's this whole thing is a motherfucking sunrise. This Vivekananda is a sunrise upon the horizon of our spirituality. And it's this light, just to feel it. It's being Trinity, seeing the sky. And that makes her life worthwhile, arguably, because she's dying, and she's happy to die, because she's seen the sky. She's seen the light, as it were, thanks to Neo as her consort. And so this effect that Swamiji's speeches, the way that it's helping people, I think comes through in this wonderful 1907 May 26 New York American editorial, a reminiscence from this Ella Wheeler Wilcox. And truly she's a poet, the way she described all of this. How poetic. Anyway, the flow of life in the Western world interested the Swami when his hours were not employed in meditation, in private or in class teachings, in lecturing, or in replying to various correspondence. They were consumed in the pursuit of secular knowledge, which he absorbed and turned into spiritual accounts. So we were talking about this earlier, how there's no difference between the sacred and the secular. Right? We have to keep the dhuni lit. And I was saying in my post earlier this morning, it's the dhuni has never gone out. The fire has never gone out, because fucking Kuleshwari is hosting on Thursday and Saturday. You know what I mean? It's the dhuni stays lit. Somehow or other, God just makes sure that there are people who are picked up, and they just keep the fire going. Because anytime, anywhere, a person who needs some warmth and light can come to it. It's a wonderful thing, this roaring, blazing fire that contains within it all religions. And what could be a vaster, grander vision than this? And so this is its effect. And I think it's important to note that Swamiji, he's not like the other girls, in the sense that he's not like many spiritual teachers who are confined to spirituality only, the world is full. He's deeply interested in the world, and he's studying secular knowledge. In the final few days of Swamiji's life, he's reading encyclopedias. That's crazy to me. That like we think, oh, only certain things are holy and certain things are spiritual and everything else must be tossed aside. If you are a non-dualist, worth your salt, then children's movies are cheap to say because they're of course really deep. But I don't know, like you can go to the movie theater right now. What's showing? Again, if you watch this lecture a year from now, this will be a very dated reference. There's some films, right? There's Parama Marty. Loved it. Saw it the other day. Timothée Chalamet. Loved him. Great character. Okay, that's probably, some people will be like, that's the thing to see. Or they'll go see the Avatar film or something, right? But then there's like some sillier films. Like there's a SpongeBob film showing right now. Or the Anaconda film. So after the temple the other day, my Guru Bhagini and I, we were sitting at the feet of our guru, and then we're like, fuck, let's go see a film. It's like 10:30, and we're like at the AMC at our local place, and like we're like, what do we see? And I'm just like suggesting the dumbest things, and we're like having a laugh about the films that are available. I was thinking like yeah, there's some films that you would just, why would you see them, as it were? But then if you're a true non-dualist, why not? Is God not in the, what do you call it, the Paul Rudd Jack Black Anaconda movie? Is God not there in the Anaconda movie? Maybe it's a movie about Kundalini. I don't know. Maybe it's got themes that are deeply relevant for your spiritual journey. Is he only there in the Parama Marty Supreme, right? Parama Marty Supreme. I'm proud of that. Is he only there in the Parama Marty movie? Like, no. I mean, like everything and anything. Children movies. I mean, like literally any book would be spiritually inspiring to you. So therefore, as a part of the being a part of this tradition, you probably will be invited and be interested in and be inspired to just learn for its own sake. And that's a rare thing. Usually in religious life, when we start learning religion, we stop learning everything else. But here Swamiji is demonstrating in his own life that what it means to get deeper and deeper into religion is to find the world more and more appealing. You notice from the Bindu you move to the Bhupura, like atheism, materialism. It's no longer like the purpose of tonight's lecture, which I'm going to still give, by the way. I'm ready if you are. I'm going to be here. What can you do? Like, you can leave when you want, but I'm going to be here, and so too will many of you, keeping the Duni lit, but by no pressure from anyone. Just like again, it's never any pressure, because even if I weren't to do this, somebody will. You know what I mean? It's like we're all going to be here or not, and it's okay. And there's no pressure, and everything is fine because everything is God. You see, there's no wrong. Anyway, I don't need to get into it. My point is that Swamiji is demonstrating in his life now, in his own life, that secular knowledge is spiritually edifying, and that anything you read and anything you study will be good for you. Any music you listen to will be good for you. Good. I'm glad you get it. I don't yet. I'm glad you do. Do we? It got me. She got me, but I don't get her. But moving on. Thus, day after day, living in the midst of the turbulent metropolis of New York, he was in a constant atmosphere of intense recollectedness and deep intellectual work. That he maintained the meditative habit throughout his Western life was remarkable, for disturbances were innumerable. Yet one sees him in his New York retreat, in the morning or in the evening quiet, or at the dead of night meditating. And apart from his meditation practices and meditative states, he was often lost to the outer world. His face often took on that far-off look, showing his mind withdrawn from all mortal concerns, and merged in the thought of the Absolute. Yes, truly. While those about him would be talking vivaciously, it would be noticed that his eyes would grow fixed, his breath would come slower and slower, till there would be a pause and then a gradual return to consciousness of his environment. It is said of him, his friends knew these things and provided for them. If he walked into the house, if he walked into the house to pay a call and forgot to speak, or if he was found in a room in silence, no one disturbed him, though he would sometimes rise and render assistance to an intruder without breaking the train of thought. Thus his interest lay within and not without. To the scale and range of his thoughts, his conversation was, of course, our only clue. So this is interesting. This passage is appearing right after we learn about his involvement in the secular world. Like, it's interesting because if you get involved in the Bhupura, there's a feeling that you lose the Bindu. And if you get drawn into the Bindu, that's wonderful, but you're like excluding the Bhupura. What you're seeing here is that Swamiji's establishment is in the Bindu, actually. Like, he's indrawn, he's contemplative by nature. And because of that Shanta Bhava, that ability to be spacious and peaceful through meditation practice and through meditative states, which he maintained throughout the day, this is the best Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, like, application story ever, right? Like, in the middle of a conversation, he just breathes into the heart or like exhales out through the crown of the head or something. He's applying his meditative state to every moment, and never does he lose his inwardness. This is important. He's a mystic first, and premised upon that spirituality, that mystic insight, that inwardness, that contemplative, peaceful, quiescent like absorption, premised upon that comes all this activity. Shiva's dancing the Tandava, but look at his face. Right? Like Shiva dancing the Tandava, Ma killing demons in the Chandi. At no point do they furrow their brow necessarily. They're absolutely calm, indrawn. And it's from that state of fullness and bliss, not the empty and lacking and hurried state that we tend to be in when we engage with the world. It's from the state of fullness and inwardness and bliss. It's from that state that he is reading the encyclopedia and finding God in all things, because of this inwardness. At this point, there's no external world anymore. That's why, if you're so indrawn like this, anytime you open your eyes, you see around you only what's there within. You know the world is an appearance within consciousness, and therefore study it. Engage with it. Love it. Worship it even. So as time went on, the Swami found himself winning, to a greater and still greater extent, the confidence, the respect, and even the reverence of large numbers of people in America. Many of these devoted themselves heart and soul to his work and became his followers in a definite sense, while a number of liberal-minded Christian clergymen greatly admired him and stood behind his cause. Yet, in spite of the appreciation of the beauty of his character and of the grandeur of his mission and teachings, the path before the Swami was never a smooth one. With his great veneration for Jesus the Christ, with all who knew him, who were aware of him, it is almost unbelievable that he was continuously persecuted by sectarian and bigoted Christians who, not satisfied with criticizing his work and philosophy, made attacks upon his character. In the last chapter, we have seen how virulent were the Swami's detractors and how they were subdued only by the public recognition of India of his Western work. But though his critics became powerless to harm him, they never entirely abandoned their effort to do so. For instance, we have seen that in the early part of 1895, the Brooklyn followers of Ramabai, the Christianized Hindu social reformer, publicly denounced the Swami because of his denial that the Hindus regularly mistreated their child widows. And it's interesting, it's over a political point, right? Like this faction, this Christianized kind of Brahmo Samaj coded faction, they're preaching on a public platform that this is happening in India. Swamiji is saying that's a misreading. It's not actually what India is like. You're making a claim about the entire India. I mean, he's not actually engaging with them, but he's giving a different account. It's just a small political point as to like what life is actually like for the child widow in India. It's a very contentious topic at this time. But based on this, of course, there was a tension between these two groups, and the Ramabai people didn't like that Swamiji was presenting Indian politics in this way. But if the Swami was never without his detractors, he was also never without his defenders. Those who recognize his intellectual and spiritual genius, his impeccable purity. It had been, for example, Dr. Louis G. Janes, president of the Brooklyn Ethical Association, who championed him against the ladies of the Ramabai circle, using his pen and his lance in strong and telling letters to the editors of the leading Brooklyn newspapers. And what we're getting here is this media storm of controversy around Swami Vivekananda, defenders, detractors like that. In the midst of all of this, he's inwardly absorbed. Anyway, the next thing that I'm going to read to you, maybe the closing thing, is the next thing I want to highlight is this. We're going to see that because of this, a lot of people are now giving the Swami constructive criticism or feedback. And many of these people he trusted, a part of his inner circle, they felt like he could do things better if maybe he worked on his accent. He could speak flawless English, but arguably with an Irish accent, because he learned from an Irishman how to speak English. And so maybe he had to go to like a finishing school, learn some manners. And some even said that he had to dress differently. They would tell him that, like, if he's dressed like an Indian with a turban and with everything, that might limit the audiences that he had access to. So wouldn't it be better if he dressed like, I don't know, a gentleman of high society as per the standards of that day and age? And so they would give him suggestions like this, all well-meaning, right? But notice what you're going to see next, and this is the part I actually really wanted to highlight. You're going to see the sannyasin's instinct for independence and the sannyasin's ability to depend on God and therefore not have any anxiety about things like this, because these are things that happen in the world of men. But far beyond this world of name and form is Atman ever free. Know thou art that, sannyasin bold. Say Om Tat Sat Om. Swamiji lived on that plane. And you can see his help came from on high. And he only relied on God. And that's the only faith that, like, the only way you can have that kind of faith is if you've realized God. You have to know for a fact that God exists, is real, is existence itself, and is providence. You have to know that you're being protected. Otherwise, you'll look to people. But again, it's God only working through these people. When people give you any money or any help, again, it's always God alone who's giving you that help. So depend on God, not on people. And as a result, why then would we compromise? If we had dependence on God and we felt that we were guided from within and we had a way that we wanted to do our work, and then people come along and say we shouldn't do it that way, we would only ever really compromise if we needed them, if we needed their help. But if they were to help us, then God would make them. God will help us through them. So again, if we depend on God, we'll never compromise. We'll do things in the way that we're inspired to do them. And so this struggle, any teacher, any leader, any institution is going to have to face sooner or later. The demands of the congregation versus the call within to do it after a particular fashion. And again, it's those people who do things the way that they shouldn't do it that often really make a difference. I like to say, you cannot possibly know what you're supposed to do with your life, because what you're here to do has not yet been done before. There's no redundancy in Ma's expression, arguably. Not that there can't be, there just often isn't. So in that case, why would you ever base your life off of someone else's? Why would you judge your life based on the standards of those lives who came before you, when in fact there's no model for what you're here to do? Isn't that interesting? And so when it comes in your heart, when the desire to do what you're here to do comes in your heart, naturally other people are going to have something to say about it. They're going to be like, well, you can't do it that way. That's not the way we do it. Okay, good for you. Sounds more like a you problem. But it's still a struggle, though. It's still a struggle when people you know and trust and love have very clear ideas about what you should do and why you should do it. So Swamiji, I think that was his real struggle. Not just that people were detracting and writing these articles, smear campaign things. It was not that. It was that he felt like he had a thing, a mission, a kind of work, but that only he really understood what it was supposed to be. If that even, maybe he didn't even understand it. He just knew what he felt, and he responded to that. That inspiration was what moved him. And now check this out. This is my favorite part of the reading, by the way. And hopefully this will leave everyone with a sense of independence and sovereignty. This is, if you can learn anything from sadhus, this is what you learn. Right? This is the lesson of standing on your own 2 feet and doing things your way with God alone as your witness. So here we go. Even before settling in New York, the Swami had, of course, made ardent admirers and disciples of many distinguished persons. It was his earnest desire to initiate a few sannyasins and to train them so that they would be fitted to carry on his American work in his absence. 2 already had become his proclaimed disciples, though they had not yet received actual initiation into sannyasa. They were Madame Marie Louise, whose last name is not known, and Leon Landsberg, so Swamini Abhayananda and Swami Kripananda, the first 2 monastic disciples in the Shankara Darshanami in America. Whitman was the first informal one, as far as we know, and many others whose names we don't know. But these were the first formal sannyasins in America, which is interesting. And I'd like that we all become sannyasins today, at the end of once we learn the spirit, with the true spirit of sannyas. It's not about taking orange, or it's not about vows. I mean, those are important in the Shankara Darshanami. It's about freedom. It's about sovereignty. It's about giving your life entirely to the ideal, and everyone is free to think of that ideal however they want. A sannyasin is someone who says, I will not compromise. Why? Because I'll die? It's okay. I'll take liberty over death. Anybody who can say, I'll take my liberty over life. Anybody who can say, I prefer freedom to life, I prefer to die than to live a life of tyranny, is already a sannyasin. And if you're willing to live that to its logical conclusion, you're a sannyasin. The world has no power over you anymore. The sky thy roof, the grass have thee no home, friend. By the way, that doesn't mean you can't have a bed and live in a house. Just don't think of it as your home. In fact, what will happen when you don't have a home? Have thee no home, friend. The sky thy roof, the grass thy bed, and food whatever chance may bring, well cooked or ill, judge not. For no food can taint that soul which knows itself. Know thou art that, sannyasin bold. Say, Om Tat Sat Om. Heed then no more how this body lives or goes. Let one put garlands on, let another kick this frame, say naught. Let karma's river float it down, its job is done. This is a sannyasin. A person who literally is so free that even the demands of the body and mind cannot force them to do what they don't want to do. They'll do what they want to do, meaning they will worship God in the way that God moves through them. And nothing in the world, no matter how much money or no matter whatever painful torture strategy you have to scare them away from doing what they're going to do, no matter what the world offers or withdraws, the sannyasin will stay their course. That's what it means to be a renunciant. You renounce fear, you renounce desire, and that's the only way to do inspired work. So I think all great artists are sannyasins in the sense that they're willing to die for their work because the love that they feel from their work is more real to them. Margareta Peretta will be crucified 100 times before she gives up her life of loving God. She's a sannyasini, but she doesn't need a particular ritual to make her a sannyasini. You're a sannyasini today, this very moment, the moment you recognize that this world has no power over you. In fact, it's a beautiful painting that you're stepping back to enjoy. You can do whatever you want. What can they threaten you with? What, they won't give you money? You don't need money to live. You'll make do. You'll survive. What can they threaten you with? You'll have to sleep under a bridge every now and then. Easier for male-bodied practitioners maybe to do that than others. Obviously, there are many, there's so many considerations here. But God exists. You're resourceful. You'll survive. There's nothing that the world can either offer or withhold that necessarily needs to change what you're going to do. And that recognition is at the heart of Indian renunciation. From the very beginning, from Yagna Valkya all the way through the Kapalikas and Aghoris of the cremation ground to the modern day Shankara Dashnami Swamis, like any real Swami worth your salt, Swamini. And it's not the color of cloth. Kabir says, oh Swami, your cloth is colored orange, but what color is your heart dyed in? It's not about that. Cloth is important. I wear black as part of my sect. That helps, actually. It's helpful. It's an external tool, but it's only external. What's the point of wearing black if you don't live in a cremation ground? What's the point of visiting a cremation ground if you don't already see the world as one? Like, to be a Kapalika, to be an Aghori, you have to really, really die to yourself, to the world. And only then can you live as one of Lord Shiva's ghosts. To be a Gana, to be a Bhuta is no easy thing. But it's the easiest thing. You have to retire, as it were. Like, retire from this vanity of vanities, as it says in the Bible, right? This like vain project of like acquisition. And again, it's all this hamster wheel being turned in samsara like a rotisserie chicken. Oh fuck. Like those poems, damn. I will tell you about some poetry in a little bit, but like, yeah, like just not doing that anymore. Just being like, you can keep your rules. I'm going to the forest. That's what Shiva does. I'm going to the cremation ground. And you know, we are never without friends because God is our eternal companion. And often she comes in the form of these people, our Sangha. But even if Sangha were to come and go overnight, your eternal companion will always be there. God in the form of a mantra even. How much more intimate is that? Not just the concept or abstract idea of God, but the actual sound that you repeat in order to feel God's living presence. Manatraite iti mantraha. So the moment we get a mantra, we are sannyasins. Because the moment we get a mantra, we get all the treasure in the universe. Everything else becomes trinkets and baubles. We walk out of Diksha having inherited the cosmos, and so we walk out in a loincloth. That's the ideal of India. Like when we think of Shiva, we think of the greatest person in the universe. He's a beggar, absolutely free. And that's why he's a beggar, because he's not part of the societal, like, or I would say social contract in which he ever has to compromise. If you compromise, it's because you want to belong to a group and you're signing a social contract, and that's important to navigate boundaries and things like that. But if you're willing to step away from that group, and if you're willing to step into eccentricity, knowing full well that it could kill you, in an epigenetic kind of way, there's something in you that prevents you from making the step away from the tribe, lest you lose out on resources. Like if you're willing to do that, how wonderful. And Diksha should arguably have that effect on us, at least in the Shaiva sense of realizing that you're Shiva. And I think of Christ, the greatest and most important king that the Western civilization has ever known, never once wore a crown except a crown of thorns. Like he's never once sat on a throne except he sat in the lap of the Divine Mother every day. Like he was somebody who felt like the raiment of the lily was fancier than what King Solomon had to wear. Like he was content with very little things. And yet no one was wealthier than the Christ because he was free, he was happy. It's wonderful. And so Swamiji, he made these two renunciants, Abhayananda and Kripananda. I think that's what's supposed to happen. If you listen to Swamiji, like if you really listen to him, you can't help it. You become a sannyasin. But by sannyasin is not meant world renouncer. It's meant something different, deeper. One who's deeply engaged with the world, actually, and in the way that only Swamiji can articulate, so I won't say more here. But anyway, they give a portrait of these two, and it's, again, important that Americans are taking up these ideals, making it accessible for other people who might want to also. Okay, so all this is happening, right? We have some stuff from like Ridgely Manor. Okay, so maybe I'll read from here. Yeah, this is perfect. This is perfect. So this is where we get the stuff that I was talking about earlier, where his sannyasin sense of sovereignty is about to get like threatened a little bit. And notice how powerfully he protects that boundary. Above all, that's the one thing he won't give up, his freedom. So watch this. With the exception of this vacation in April, so we talked about Ridgely Manor, we'll just skip over that. Sorry, Geeta Pranamataji. I leave it to you to talk about that. Like that's your thing. So with the exception of this vacation in April, his classes continued steadily from the end of January through the month of May. These classes are going on with a boom, he wrote to Mrs. Hale on April 26th. Almost every day I have one, and they are packed full. But from a financial point of view, The work was not at all successful. Indeed, it hardly could have been, for, as was said earlier, the Swami charged nothing for the classes in his rooms. And although some of his followers were wealthy, most were poor and could make only few and small contributions, barely enough to maintain the classes themselves. The money earned from his public lectures, moreover, was meager, for the lectures had to go through so many hands, in his own words. The rent of a hall, for instance, took a large toll. Financially, the winter's work was no success at all, he wrote to Mrs. Hale on May 16th, towards the close of the season. I could barely keep myself up, but spiritually, it was very great. And the Swami's students, poor though they were, came forward to keep the classes going. My pupils have come around to help, he wrote to Mrs. Bull in May, and the classes will go on nicely now, no doubt. And he was happy that it was so. I was so glad at it because teaching has become a part of my life, as necessary to my life as eating or breathing. So we see an inspired artist who's like living for something more than just finances. And notice how willing he is to sacrifice financial success for artistic, I would even argue artistic, if not spiritual, at least artistic success. The spiritual aspect of his work was, of course, the Swami's main concern. He could readily have commanded a large following had he wanted, but his greatest endeavor during this period was the training of those deeply earnest souls on whom he could count to carry on his work. This was the year of his hardest work and highest hopes in this direction. He went to the very heart of things in his effort to make at least a few people see his vision and become free. He did not believe in external success. He was truly ready to wait for centuries. Isn't that beautiful? His immediate hope, however, was to break down religious sectarianism and superstition, to do away with spiritual dependence, and to place before men the truths of Advaita Vedanta, truths which make one stand on one's own feet. So, I think Advaita Vedanta, that's wonderful. It's one of many things. But I think his message here, notice, is to make us free. Like, that's the success. If any one of us becomes free as a result of his message, that would be his overarching concern. That's like why he's here, the awakener of souls, to free us. So if you see his vision and you become free, done. That's what he wants. And he's willing to wait centuries. But his immediate concern, as an apostle of Sri Ramakrishna, as Shiva in this era, dancing the Prachanda Tandava, his immediate concern is to break down sectarianism, superstition, and dependence. These are all ideas that spiritual life is full of. The idea that you are not sovereign, that your guru has power over you, or should have power over you. The idea that you could do your practices wrong, and you'll come to harm as a result of doing these practices wrong. That God could be angry at you. Don't worship such a God who gets upset if you offer the wrong puja item at the wrong time. Fuck that God. I'll go to war with that God. I'll sign up for Lucifer's army and like get thrown into hell if it meant I had to choose between that and worshipping this God. I'll take hell 1,000 times over. No, it's not proper that in spiritual life we seek strength through things that weaken us. How can we seek freedom through things that bind us? Like even the word discipline I've become very upset about. The word discipline implies making yourself do something you don't want to do. Right? Like arguably you're here because you want to be. You want God. So it's the easiest thing in the world. You'll just sit there and think about God. Why should you have to routinize or systematize or have discipline around your spiritual practice? It should be natural and beautiful and joyful and all of these things we heard earlier. Like we learned that, yeah, like diligence is beautiful instead of like discipline. Annapurna Devi, it's good to have you, Jaima. Ananda Bhairavi, Annapurna Devi. Yes, and these things are very important because when we think of our lineage names, right? When we took our Diksha, we get lineage names. And formally, it would be like Ananda Bhairava or Ananda Bhairavi. When you think of yourself as that, you remind yourself, I'm blissful and I'm fierce, fiercely free, established in my own bliss, in my own fullness, not like a kind of rebellion out of like reaction. Not like, fuck you all, you wouldn't accept me, so I'm leaving. Not like that. It's like, I'm full. I'm so full that there's nothing that anything could offer me in this world that would add to or could possibly subtract from my fullness. And therefore I'm fierce. I'm fierce and feral and free, for I need nothing from nobody. And to think of yourself as Swami this or Swamini that, or in our case as Ananda Bhairava this or Ananda Bhairava that, immediately it brings a kind of nobility, a kind of atmosphere of recollectiveness. Right? Earlier we heard that phrase. How wonderful. So here we see the Swami is like immediately his role in the Prachanda Tandava is to like break down fear and superstition, to remind everyone that like they can stand on their own 2 feet, that like the powers that they're seeking outside is within. Last year to this date, I was giving a talk on Tantra at the Vedanta Society in Hollywood, and it's funny because I was dressed in my sectarian kind of not sectarian, my sect's clothes, and then a woman comes up to me and she's like, you're the tantric. You're going to give a talk later. Can you help me? And it was so sweet. Like she sat with me and she told me her financial problems and her health problems and she was hoping I would have a puja for her. Of course we do, but I was like, no ma, come to my talk and then you'll see why I don't need to do a puja for you. And my whole talk was Any power anywhere that you've attributed to a god or to a spirit that you're using puja to acquire is actually within you. And don't take my word for it. Abhinavagupta in verses 160 onwards, in the first book of Tantra Loka, he says like all the reason puja works is because power is inherent in consciousness. And the job of puja is to bring it out. The purpose of puja is to bring out your own power, not to contact an external power and cajole that power into helping you. There are no external powers. All the gods and goddesses are within you. That's why I keep saying fuck God, fuck God, fuck. The God I'm fucking is nothing compared to the God I'm fucking. Do you know what I mean? Things like this that are bad for our PR and get me in trouble. But like, it's the God of concept, the God of religion. This God we dethrone. What have we done? We've killed God. Nietzsche thinks he did it. Painted his nails black after and posted about it on MySpace or Tumblr or some shit. But like, no, it takes more than that to kill God. You have to really kill God within, which is the idea that there's anything outside of you that can help you. Be your own support. And that doesn't mean we don't pray. We don't like take refuge in God, but we have to recognize we are praying to ourselves. We're taking refuge in our own essence nature, which we personify as Kali or whatever. Kali is you. Why then are you afraid of Kali? She's your very nature. And your nature is unconditional love. Given that, fuck superstition and fear. And that's why I will not teach Tantra the way people want Tantra to be taught. Because that is a Tantra of superstition, of rules and regulations. A Tantra where gurus have way too much authority, where students opt out of responsibility for their own spiritual practices because of the need to have a spiritual father or something. There is no father, there is no mother. You are that. And within that, all infinite powers are at your disposal. What fear? So then, can any harm come to you from doing a tantric ritual poorly? Maybe, but only if you are deluded by the fears and superstitions of thinking yourself small. You are not this body that breaks, nor are you this mind that breaks. It's not desirable for the body or mind to break. But then again, what's it to you? I think the fear of the body and mind breaking is what ultimately breaks the mind. We go insane trying to stay sane. We become sick trying to stay healthy, all because we're clinging to this limited notion of the self. And we don't even start teaching Tantra. You won't even get a mantra. You won't even get a puja or a sadhana until you first hear this from me. Not from me, but from Swamiji, whose mouthpiece alone we are. You are already free. You are already God. And then you do your spiritual practice. The problem is, I'm giving these lectures for 5 years, and I suggest this or that spiritual practice, and then people go off and do the practice, and they totally forget the first thing that they heard, the most important thing that they heard, that they are beyond all harm. Nothing can happen to you. You know, if I'm being flippant, it's because I know what you are. I know what I am. And I know that nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. And what does the peace of God feel like? It feels like play. Sorry it's not serious enough for you. Sorry it's not scary enough for you. There aren't enough rules. Sorry there aren't enough religious authorities brandishing sticks to get you to do the right thing and brandishing carrots to like get you to avoid the wrong thing. That exists. It's kinky too. There's like that can happen. There's a basement somewhere where someone is doing that. Anyway, so but no love lost. All compassion and love. Just like never forget our own strength. And again, this is very important. No one is exiled from mother's house. Like, it's easy to be exiled from religion because those are institutions with rules and regulations. No one can do any wrong in the eyes of the Divine Mother. The only thing we can do is forget our own infinite strength. And the moment we forget our strength, that is when, unfortunately, like, what comes up when we forget our strength is not our fault because it's not us. When we act from a place of weakness, we're not authentic. And therefore, why would Mother hold that against us? We say God is that being who recognizes, even though we've done 1,000 wrong things, even one thing, God only focuses on that. And a human is a being who forgets all the 1,000 good things and only focuses on the one bad thing. Like, the thing about God is she's unconditionally loving. You can't do any wrong in the eyes of God. So it's very important to remember that no matter who we are or what we have or haven't done, said or haven't said, like nobody can be exiled from this space, this Mother space. And that being said, it's important to remember that this is an open space under the open sky. If you forget your sovereignty in this space, it becomes very dangerous actually. Because then there's like, if you come in without your own sovereignty and you seek structure and support, it'll be dangerous because there are no walls here. This is important. The walls can be comforting, but in the way that a prison cell or a crypt can be comforting. If you want the open sky under the stars, it might get a little chilly. And in Atlanta, didn't it drop below 0 degrees? It was cold, I was told. But we were warmed. All of us were on fire. But it's possible to be cold if we don't sit near the fire. Metaphorically speaking, sit near the fire. And the fire is the blazing, roaring idea that I am that. Okay, actually, before I go on, I want to make sure that while we're all here, I just saw Tara Ma is in the chat. I'm like excited. I'm like really, really excited because there's Tara. Okay, good. So let me take a pause for a moment. And I want Tara to introduce something. And before I get into this stuff about like the fierce sovereignty of the Swami, let me make a side point. One day, Swami Vivekananda realized that his sister had committed suicide. Horrible thing, because he really, really felt that. Like the grief from that was like really, really destabilizing for Swamiji. And what did he do about that? For the rest of his life, he doubled down on his efforts to champion a woman's spirituality. It was very important to him that the female monastic order founded in Sri Ramakrishna's name would not be governed by any men. Not because genitals or like gender and social constructs. Like it's not about men or women. It's just about history and our socialized ideas of who we think we are based on our body and based on our mind, which are all totally mutable, by the way, as Sri Ramakrishna literally demonstrated. But if there's a spiritual organization and there are men in charge, even if you set up a convent and that convent is like for women, ultimately the men will come to make decisions for the women, which is weird. Why would men make decisions on behalf of women if we accept the gender dichotomy? It's like, wouldn't it be better for women to make decisions for women? So Swami Vivekananda stayed away from politics, but he made a statement that I think is very politically relevant. He's very political in the way that Christ is political by not ever engaging in politics. His very being is a political statement. So one time they approached him about this child-widow remarriage kind of thing, which was all in vogue at that time. And they asked him, what do you think should happen? Do you think women should be able to remarry after their husbands die? Because in India at that time, that was strictly forbidden. If your husband died, tough luck. If you were a child and you were involved in like a child marriage, of course it was a betrothal. Most of the time, it's like not until after puberty and well after that you would actually consummate the marriage. But until then, you were promised to somebody. What if that fucker died? And people are dropping like flies in this time, malaria, cholera, typhoid, all sorts of things. Then what? You're like 9 and you'll never ever have a husband, and that's terrible because it means that you'll be economically disenfranchised. That's a very horrible reality for many women in India. But again, it's groups of women who are actually arguing against widow remarriage because like preserving orthodox ideals of like sati and whatnot. So like it's a confusing issue. Somebody asked Swamiji what he thought about it, given that he was such an advocate for women and feminine spirituality and whatnot. And he said, why are you asking me? Go ask the women, and what they tell you to do, you do. That's remarkable. Like when it comes to pro-life, pro-choice conversations, it's a conversation that's specific to a particular group. And therefore, it's a conversation that should be had by that group. What obvious logic. But it's the kind of logic, the only kind of logic I would argue that could come from the Ramakrishna Vivekananda realization of God. Not exclusively, but if you realize that all religions are equally true, you're also realizing that everyone is entitled to their individual experience. And our experience is true and valid, but in no way can we impose that upon someone else. So even if I have views about something, it's not really my place to make that your problem. Like your views about something are maybe equally valid. And that can only come from realizing that God has room for all views. And therefore we finish once and for all with the idea that we should make decisions based on somebody else. Like we can't say like what would be good for you. So you should be able to say what's good for you. So then who should make the decision, politically speaking, about pro-life, pro-choice? Who should make the decision about widow remarriage? Well, those people for whom that reality is being experienced, not anyone else. And so Swamiji was like just his claim. Now, in spirituality, we have a big problem. And I think this is the problem. Unless Kuleshwari is very important because there she is, a female spiritual teacher in a space dominated by mostly male teachers. In our space, as you know, it's a it's oriented around Kali, Shakti, the goddess. And of course, we understand the goddess beyond all biological or sociological conditioning to be dynamism itself. But that being said, this idea percolates. And historically speaking, we have to ask this question, why are the teachers of Kali mostly men? I'm going to argue they aren't. Obviously, you have to be a Dakini to understand the Dakini. So Ramakrishna is arguably not a man. He menstruated, etc. The idea of man and women is very fluid. But that being said, I'm still a boy though, You know what I mean? Like I'm socialized in a different way. Historically, I've been exposed to different ideas. I've been encouraged in different ways. I've been arguably culturally traumatized in different ways. We all have our own historical, sociological baggage, given the sociological moment that we're in. And it's a pretty expansive moment, it seems like, because for a long time, we have women voices, we just don't hear them. Like Sister Deva Mata, like Gauri Mata, to point to some examples within our own tradition. But then we also, yes, my sociology arc. Sorry, welcome to my gender studies class. This is my liberal arts pitch. So I get a lecture position at liberal arts university. We can talk these things. Good luck getting employed. Kidding. We've already gone over why that's not important. That should be liberal arts like 101. It's like, here's why employment isn't important. Now let's talk about these things. give up, renounce, and then we can do liberal arts. Because you have to be liberal. You have to be liberated to do liberal arts, right? Like, you can't be bound to like the desire for employment and then you want to do liberal arts. That's not liberal arts. That's conservative arts. I'm kidding. Anyway, no liberal or conservative politics. And like, I'm not talking about any of that. I'm just saying that like Swamiji, it was really important to him that women make decisions on behalf of women, that people make decisions on behalf of themselves. But as communities, as far as communities go, we have to be careful that the historical and sociological moment don't make it so that your sovereignty is hijacked in any way, shape, or form. And I think it's a fact that if you are female, if you are in any way, shape, or form a woman, and if you identify as woman, if you biologically, culturally, like however you want to define that, historically, sociologically, if you are an LGBTQIA member, a trans person, a woman, if you are a racial minority, it's like it's very likely that agency and sovereignty will be in many ways mitigated, right? And that's we're not like, it's a historical moment, a statement of facts. Like, what do we do about it? And Swamiji's solution was really simple: to make sure that the convent for the women was called Sarada Convent, and it was like distinct in its leadership from Bellarmine. Simple and obvious solution. To preserve autonomy, when we collectivize, it's sometimes important to collectivize with those who maybe share the same historical, sociological not predicament, but experience to some extent. That's possible. And then to like just have a space for that. And it's unfortunate. And recent events like make me realize how unfortunate it is that in spiritual communities such as ours, which are very oriented along the empowerment of the divine feminine, why is it that there's only like male voices, as it were, you know? Even if those male voices are empowering to women, what's the point if the women then aren't empowered to lead, to host, to do puja, to like to do it their way, you know, whatever they want. And maybe that means not doing it like not leading, not giving lectures, not doing puja, maybe doing something else. Maybe there are different ways to sit in a circle that only people with wombs will understand. Maybe there's a way in which roommates in a household tune to each other. Like maybe like there's a way we understand that who needs a womb? It's not about a womb, it's about a heart. Like I don't know, like there's so many conversations that can be had, but not by me, as it were, because it's not my experience and therefore not my place. That's why I don't want to talk about science really, because I didn't study science. I should be careful about that, right? Like we often in this world, especially in positions of like on a public platform or something, we can make claims sometimes rather glibly as if we know, but we don't. And so I want to make sure I'm carefully sensitive around this. Like I have to acknowledge my humility in things like science and politics. It's not my thing. Similarly, what if, you know, like the way Swamiji sets up the convent, Sarada Mat, and naming it after Sarada too, and not Ramakrishna, and that was their choice. Like, what if we had something like that in our space too? Like, I have been thinking about it for a while also. And it was brought up before, the suggestion was brought up some time ago, and then it was like, no, we want, in the interest of all being in the same room. But then again, there are many hours in the day and there are many rooms, and my father's house has many mansions, something like that. So like I was very excited because when we got back from Atlanta, we were sitting around the fire and there were many different permutations of that and many different leaders around the fire. You know, so I'm doing Homa and I'm leading a particular discussion and then I check out and then somebody else maybe takes it in a different direction and that's like some place I never would have thought to go. And this idea of just like passing the baton, a kind of more love, who are partial to none, we are equal before thy sight, like a kind of baton passing thing is what we've always endeavored for in this space, like making sure that every teacher has their own thread and that like every teacher has, by the way, like every teacher should have their own Patreon maybe and be patronized by their like fans in their own way, and like there's no collectivization of money here. Each is free to teach and do whatever they like. So then after getting back from Atlanta, having this wonderful varied experience at the Dhuni, Tarama reaches out and of course she's uniquely going to like sense this. She's like, I would like to do this is wonderful. The Itcha is coming up and I'm going to let her like just for a moment, like I'm just going to say this for just a moment and Tarama, please take it away. But she's going to tell you what she wants to do. And I think it's really cool. And I just wanted to put it out there now while we're all here, just like announce it. And then she'll drop a WhatsApp link or something. And whatever it ends up being is awesome. And I'm just like happy that Tarama wanted to do it. So Tara, please, if you don't mind, you can tell them about what we were talking about, like whatever. Or not, I don't know. But if you're in the room, if you wanted to, I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine. It's as unformed as we could possibly make it, but I think that's part of the beauty of the community. So, yeah, as we were sitting around the fire, which I think actually was probably in some ways an inspiration, because when we sit in a fire, we sit in a circle. And it invites more of a collective discussion. So it seemed to come up quite often that people were feeling like they might want a social space to share. And one of the things that, has come up at least for me, being a relatively new part of the community, was that there's a lot of people in this community that have enormous skill sets, just amazing individuals that I've met. Here, I can turn on my camera. Sorry, I didn't realize to do that. But yeah, there's just amazing individuals in this community. So each with their own skill set. And, in Buddhism, they say we have wisdom and we have skillful means. And a lot of ritual falls into the skillful means category, but wisdom is very personal in nature. And I think everyone probably in this group has come to Ma from their own specific set of unique experiences and ways that they knew that she was the one that they were being called to. And each of us probably has skills that we've developed along the way, like tarot or like runes or even medicinal therapies, things that have caused us to walk that path towards her. And I think it would be great to have a skill sharing space where we might learn from each other. And then we'd have more of an opportunity to get to know each other as a kula as well. So that was the basic unformed idea. But we'd love to have just a space where maybe like a monthly meeting. And if you all have skills that you would like to share, if anyone's really particularly great at tarot or at, anything, right? Like we'd be really excited to have other voices amplified in that space. And then it would just be an opportunity for us all to get together and chat too. So learn a little and chat a little. Very feminine in nature.
And you know what's crazy? Like what I love about this is there's like this, the way you described it is so beautiful. Pragya, like as wisdom being this like unformed personal experience, and upaya. Because what a Bhairava can do is teach upaya. They can teach structure and puja and present texts, and all that stuff is like mainly what we do, right? Because Bhairava only ever speaks. But then actually in these tantric communities, there are all these like moments when Dakinis alone sit around the fire. I saw this in Tarapet. It was beautiful. Like a group of all of them dressed purely in red, and there was some like 30 of them, and I was like, oh fuck, like there's nothing more terrifying than 30 tantric like practitioners all together, like female, like they're Dakinis. I was like, I've never seen so many Dakinis, just pure, all women around a fire. And I was like, huh. And then somebody else asked me in Varanasi, they were like, okay, I'm having a difficult time being a woman sannyasini. What do I do? And I'm like, girl, get a band of Dakinis together. Like you gotta pussy riot this shit up. Like, and it's different. It's like the pragya space, the space of wisdom and the holding that comes from that can only come from like a Tarama, from like a Kuleshwari, like that. So the work that's going on in Denver, like those of you who are doing things, like it's really inspiring. And you suggested something cool too about how when we do our in-person retreats, it doesn't have to just be a Zoom or a Discord space. And initially the idea was floated as that, like just a place on Discord, which is kind of like myopic. It's like, so what, we have a chat room, it's great, it's better than nothing. Space on Zoom, even better. But I think your real, like the thing that really excited me was your idea that when we're all together in person, as we tend to be a lot these days, just like make time for that, like in the schedule,
Yeah.
as it were. And it happened, in Atlanta. I mean, I came back from visiting all those households, so I had to do this like devotee house hopping, right? And it was wonderful. I'm eating a lot. And I'm like away. I'm like, oh, I miss everyone, but I'm doing this. And then when I get back, you're sitting on your corpse in where will the Duni will eventually be, blessing it. And there's Jessica Jaleshwari shooting arrows and teaching people to shoot arrows. Like I was like, whoa, like this. There's a satsang here. Thankfully, somebody's leading the satsang. Like it's happening, and Ma's leading it through. So I'm so fucking excited. But
Yeah, I think it would be great to have it, have a Zoom call maybe every month, but where maybe one person could volunteer a skill set. But then, yeah, in person is really ideal. So we'd have an opportunity to share in circle as well.
yes,
So
you have the link.
I'd like a chance to get to know everybody.
She's luring you into her like balcony lair, and she's gonna eat you. She's harvesting skulls. I mean, let's just call it spades. She's harvesting skulls for Dakini rituals. So this is that. You're being lured. I would voluntarily be lured. It's okay.
I need to make money somehow, Nish.
Yeah. Anyway, here's a WhatsApp group. If you want to like maybe start there, I thought that'd be cool. I won't be in it, and I would just be like purely and it reminds me of like the Chuma Sanketa Prakasha. There's like text, Chuma Sanketa Prakasha. It's like in Kashmiri, so like I can't read it in its original language, but I've heard Sanskritized versions and people comment on it. But it's allegedly the case that these are all teachings from just yoginis. although there's a commentator, Nishkriyananda, like actually all this teaching is a tradition of just pure yogini lineage. Like there are communities like that, of course, erased in the march of history, that just are purely pragya oriented, and the material that comes out of that space is unique. So when you read this Chuma Sanketa Prakasha, and of course now I'm speaking from a more Bhairava point of view or comparing texts, it's a different, like, flavor is different. And I just wanted to, for a long time, I'm not sure how that flavor can emerge in our space, except conceptually. And Tharama's suggestion today, I was like, yeah, Swamiji's day. Like, to read your text today, I know you sent it some time ago, but to read your text today, like on Swamiji's day, it's like, sun is rising in the morning, I'm hissing at the sun after like the second night of sadhana, I'm looking at your phone, like see the text, I'm like, yeah, I was immediately awake again. I was like starting to flag a little bit. I saw your text, I was like, let's do it. Let's try to get more spaces for this kind of thing. So thank you for leading that. Yogeshwari was mentioning something along those lines, and she had a place up in Seattle, but it's something that's fallen through there. Like that, the community is not meeting anymore, and she's like hungry for something like this. So she was talking about it, but I think this suggestion is really set things in motion. So thank you. Go for it.
Well, yeah, connect anyone that wants to connect. I'll send you the link for the WhatsApp group. And then first things first, if anyone has any skills they'd like to share, and feel comfortable talking, I don't think you have to do a presentation, in other words, but maybe more of a conversation starter.
Yeah, well, thank you for hopping on, Dharma. At your Dhuni, sorry to disturb you, but thank you for coming. Yes, I was gonna mention it, but I wanted to hear it from you instead. Jaima. So, again, this is really interesting because what Swamiji is trying to do is he's organizing, but organizing along the lines of like this spiritual revelation. So the organization does try its best logistically to reflect its spiritual ideal, which in our case is a sort of deconstructed, like this is why I resist having a physical space, because everyone's home should feel as like legit a temple as everyone else's home. Do you know what I mean? If there was a physical space, you might get the sense that like that's the holy place and I'll go there for a pilgrimage. I'll go there for retreats. But like if we flip the script on that, what if we just like showed up in people's living rooms and there we did our puja and there we did our talk and we just go from place to place and we're not, that would be more in keeping with my smashana like inspiration than to have a fixed building or a place. Like it should be minstrels or troubadours, like a caravanserai coming and going. Like that ideal is something we really articulated in Denver, like this wonderful feeling of just like, we're free. Each is free to teach in their own way, to organize in their own way. Ma is in the living room. What else do you need? Like, and that I think takes power away from any place or person or institutions and back into the living room. And that means back into one's own heart. To gather together in this way is very difficult because it requires complete faith in one's own sovereignty. And then to worship Ma is also difficult because Ma, as you know, requires this fearless kind of worship, which I characterize as love, which is antithetical to any kind of book, sanctified shopkeeping or book thumping or anything like that, Anyway, there's a freedom, and when that freedom filters into the mind and body, it can be fettered, as you know. The freedom of the sky, when put in a jar, appears to be limited. But in truth, it's the sky through and through. So the goal is to have a transparent cup. And that's what we're doing. We're finding ways to organize that are perfectly organic, no rule book anywhere, it's all free. There's not it's just the freest thing we can imagine. And yet there's still going to be moments when these things are going to be fettered by virtue of trying to filter these meta ideals into what seems to be very imminent. But I think the way Swamiji is demonstrating, it's possible. It's possible to circumvent or what do you call it? Like anticipate ways in which the untrammeled freedom and sovereignty of the soul can get entangled in things like organization, society, whatnot. So insofar as we're going to get together, insofar as there's going to be some society, let there be these ideals somewhat percolating through them. Okay, cool. But sometimes it's also just important to remember that you're an Ananda Bhairava, an Ananda Bhairavi. Who can order you around? Who can scare you? You're free, absolutely free. Do whatever you want. Drink blood, eat flesh. Okay, so in the second week of April, we learned... Oh, wait, where are we? Okay. Okay, so here it is. The Swami was also... His immediate hope, however, was to break down religious sectarianism and superstition, to do away with spiritual dependence and to place before men the truths of Advaita Vedanta, truths which make one stand on one's own feet. Afraid of nothing, desirous of nothing, indifferent to the blows of fate, he wanted each individual to realize the one reality, both within as the immeasurable self and without as the divine oneness of all life. The Swami was also eager to spread the ideals underlying the highest spiritual realizations of all religions, making of each savior and world teacher a refulgent torchlight of truth. He himself would worship at all altars, seeing the same light within the forms of every religious belief. His personality was literally saturated with all great ideals, and his spirituality was of unlimited richness, the treasures of which he freely distributed. He deplored the narrowness of creedal religions. My master used to say that those names as Hindu, Christian, etc. stand as great bars to all brotherly feeling between man and man. He wrote to Mrs. Bull in a letter dated March 21st, 1895. He further wrote, and this is where the Are We Even Hindus lecture is coming from, which a lot of people were upset about. I got a lot of messages after that lecture, and they were like, why would you shit on us? Like, this is not, like, Ramakrishna would not have said this, etc. Ramakrishna would not have said this, but Swamiji would have. And he regretted saying it, but I'm a child of Swamiji. I'm sorry, I'm not at Ramakrishna level yet. This is something I'm still very passionate about, and like, see why. Like, here's Swamiji saying this. We must try to break them down first. He's meaning Hinduism, Christianity, like that. This is Shiva in his Tandava aspect, you know. That's what I'm turned on by. I want to destroy, I don't want to build. And there are things that I really want to destroy. And this is one thing. We have to break them down first. Hindu, Christian, like that, see. They have lost all their good powers and now only stand as baneful influences under whose black magic even the best of us behave like demons. Well, we have to work hard and we will succeed. That is why I desire so much to have a center. Organization has its faults, no doubt, but without that nothing can be done. And here I'm afraid I will have to differ from you, that no one ever succeeded in keeping society in good humor and at the same time did great works. One must work as the dictate comes from within. And then if it is right and good, society is bound to veer around, perhaps centuries after one is dead and gone. We must plunge heart and soul and body into the work. And until we be ready to sacrifice everything else to one idea and to one alone, we will never, never see the light. And so he's getting very impassioned in the end of this letter, as you can see. And what is that one ideal? Your ideal. That's Swadharma. And of course, it's all included in the capacious one, in the absolute nature of reality. But notice, he now is formally expressing the desire to collectivize. And like I said, the group at this point is literally a WhatsApp group. Like, it's not, of course, not a WhatsApp group, but it's a committee. There's no center, there's no building yet. But he wants one. And it might not even need a building, but he seems to be inspired to like get together and to do something. And he feels like if he were to compromise and if he were to take seriously the fads and movements of his time, he would compromise that vision. And the biggest problem he felt was with this idea of Hindu, Christian, etc. sects. So like in our community, one way we're trying to do this is to have like in our community teachers from different traditions, like Kavindra representing Tibetan Buddhism, for instance, or like Yogamaya Devi Dasi representing the Vaishnava traditions and things like that. So if everybody represents their own tradition in this space, then you'll see that this isn't just a Shaiva Shakta space, although that tends to be like what people get the impression, oh, this space is like Nish's space, or it's like the Shaiva Shakta space. First of all, Nish doesn't have a monopoly on Shaivism and Shaktism. It's just him being crazy on the internet. But also, there are other voices in this space. And because there are other voices, you realize that this space is not a space. Ramakrishna's space is not a space for the preaching of any one pet idea. It's the preaching of something deeper that contains within it atheism, materialism, hedonism, which don't be afraid of. That's coming. I'll take some questions first, though. We'll hang up for a bit before I do that lecture. I'm gonna fucking do the lecture. Don't even think. I'm gonna back away from it. It's happening. It's happening. Whether I like it or not, whether you like it or not, like he likes it, it's happening. But for now, it's like here we're doing something. We're trying to do something. We're not really. But how do we do it based on this ideal? That we don't want Hindu, we don't want Christian. So that's why I've actively resisted calling myself a Hindu. And partly now, it's more important for me to do so. Lest this stuff gets co-opted by a kind of emergent Hindutva, sort of Indian youth trying to reassert its idea of national pride, which is fine. I have no problem with that. It's not my thing and it's not happening in this space, as it were. So I don't identify as Hindu. Although a lot of people would like for me to be a Hindu youth pastor. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, look, here's a young guy. He's kind of cute. His speeches are kind of like electrifying. Like, wouldn't he be a great addition to our like Hindutva campaign of like showing the world our greatness? No. India's greatness has not been in... This is something arguably that India has learned from its colonizers to, with anger and hatred and force, impose its greatness upon others. India's greatness is one of welcoming, acceptance. It just assimilates. How many waves have broken upon the rocks of India, and still it's remained perfectly content, absorbed in its own spiritual glory, which is always indrawn and peaceful. So, and loving and welcoming. Anyway, not to get into that, it's just like it's so easy for these ideas to be co-opted by Hinduism. But these very traditions that we represent were rejected by the Brahmanas and Hindus of that day. Like before there was even a word Hinduism, these were traditions that were already liminal and marginalized and like ostracized. It's to the credit of quote-unquote Hinduism that they can even be somewhat assimilated. You know, like the dietary things are different, the kind of... theological understandings are different almost. It's like the texts aren't necessarily even the same. They're the Tantras and Agamas as opposed to the Vedas and Upanishads. Like there are all these things that you could debate about what makes something Hindu. And we're like liminal already. Like Shiva, how is Shiva Hindu? The guy destroys yagyas. Like one of the epithets of Shiva is Daksha Yagya Vinasha. Like he's the one who destroys a Vedic yagya. That doesn't sound like religion to me. That sounds like a counterforce, which our religion is capacious enough to accept. So if you're saying Vedas are what makes a Hindu, I'll push back with Veda Bhavati. Our very Vedas tell us to go beyond them. By Vedas, no books are meant. That being said, I should be as much a Christian as I am a Muslim as I am a Hindu. In fact, the only way to be all of those things is to be none of those things. How about I just be Nishant? How about that? And how about you just be Kuleshwari and Viranata? And if any one of us starts to like feel as if we're all like parodying or mimicking an ideal, then we should check ourselves and be like, where have we stepped away from our own inspiration, our own life? And so our goal is not to become Swamiji. Our goal is for Swamiji to inspire us to become ourselves. And our true selves will always be unique. And that uniqueness, that sovereignty is what we're now going to really champion and defend. And that's what Swamiji is feeling like he's going to maybe have to compromise, and he's unwilling to compromise that. He has his own vision for how things should be. Yeah, and you know, there is some evidence to suggest that Sri Chaitanya might have used it in one context with a Muslim magistrate, but like it's true, Raja Ram Mohan Roy was, historically speaking, maybe the first one to popularize the term Hindu. But notice, Raja Ram Mohan Roy's use of the word Hindu is very different from like the Parsi understanding. The Parsis will say, okay, on that side of the river, there are Hindus. Okay, that's like, okay, fine. And then there's the British understanding. Again, that comes, the first time an Indian says the word, he's part of a apologetics Christianized movement, right? Like this is important. Like the first Indian, if you put the Chaitanya claim aside, to use the word Hindu. Like British are using it, the Parsis are using it, whatever. Let them use it how they want. That's their way of understanding our tradition. But the first time someone within the tradition uses it, he uses it to appease like almost a colonial, like it's apologetic. Anyway, I don't need to get into it. It was a great man and a great reformer and all that. But the word Hindu, it's not something I like to like really represent because it's exclusionary and it gets people to like sacrifice their own individuality for some collective ideal, which we don't even, like, at least in the Catholic Church, there's like a guy in a special hat that tells you what's what, right? Hinduism doesn't really have that. I mean, there are plenty of guys in plenty of special hats, but nobody has the seat that determines what's what. Like, everybody says whatever the fuck they want. And so if you go to the Smashan, like, come to Manikarnika, we'll talk to 4 or 5 different Babas, and you learn about 8 different kinds of Tantra. Like the Jewish rabbi jokes. Like, if you have one question, you go to 3 rabbis, you'll get like 4 answers. And that's good. It's good that happens. But given that, you should like not take anybody seriously. What can your priest or Brahmins tell you? Like, there's no authority in Hinduism. Hinduism is the tradition that gives you the authority to approach God your way. If any definition will do, it's that. Hinduism is that religion that says all religions are true. No, I can go further. Hinduism is that religion that says your path to God is your path to God and the best path to God for you. That's it. Like, and that's what we're here to do. And so given that, Swamiji needs to destroy this idea of Hindu and Christian. When he talks about Christianity, Christians hate it. Right? When he talks about Christianity, Hindus hate it. And he's angering both sides of the fence. The Americans on this side, the Indians on that side, the East and the West, both have a problem with Swamiji. And he doesn't have a problem with that. But other people want him to temper his message. They want him to like present in a way that's better. So let's see what happens. As we have seen in the preceding chapter, the Swami already had a center, but the Vedanta Society that he had founded in New York in November of 1894 was still a bare nucleus, a committee of his friends who attempted to help him in various ways. He evidently hoped it would grow into a full-fledged, though loosely organized, society to represent his universal and unifying teachings. And later on, it was indeed so. But in the meanwhile, however, the Swami, living and working in the freedom of the true sannyasi, ready to sacrifice everything, even his life for his cause, did not easily suffer any attempt to restrict his independence of action. How beautiful. He didn't suffer any attempt to restrict his independence of action. He found that some of his helpers, devoted and well-meaning as they may be, interfered in his method of carrying out his work. Perhaps some stilted Boston lady would ask him, he who had shaken the very soul of the Parliament of World Religions and was a born teacher of men, to take elocution lessons. Another would worry him about how to organize. Another would say, Swami, you must do so and so. You must live in better surroundings. You must be fashionable in order to reach and influence society people. Or another, you must pacify the Christian ministers. At all of this, the Swami would become fierce with indignation and exclaim, why should I be bound down by all this nonsense? He would come out with words of power, revealing the stuff he was made of. In a letter dated February 1st, 1895, he wrote to Mary Hale. Now, this is a scathing letter, one of the famous letters. And these next few things I'm going to read to you are kind of scathing, like really fierce, because that's the Bhairava or Bhairavi part of the Ananda Bhairava. The Ananda comes from freedom. Anytime you feel like you're going to betray that freedom by becoming a slave to a good word, slave to a bad, by becoming ensnared in the idea that there's something outside of your own fullness, like anytime that happens, the fierceness comes to protect. And not protect, but to destroy, as it were. Like anything that would bind you. And so now Swamiji is going to enter his Bhairava state, and he's just going to like reject all such attempts to curtail his expression. Dream no more, oh dream no more, my soul. In one word I have a message to give, and I have no time to be sweet to the world. And every attempt at sweetness makes me a hypocrite. I will die 1,000 deaths rather than lead a jellyfish existence and yield to every requirement of this foolish world, no matter whether it be my own country or a foreign country. You are mistaken, utterly mistaken, if you think I have a work. That line is important. You are mistaken if you think I have a work. As Mrs. Bull thinks, I have no work under or beyond the sun. I have a message, and I will give it after my own fashion. I will neither Hinduize my message, nor Christianize it, nor make it any eyes in the world. I will only my-eyes it, and that is all. Liberty, mukti is all my religion, and everything that tries to curb it, I will avoid by fight or flight. Pooh! Pooh! I try to pacify the priest. Sister, do not take this amiss, but you are babies, and babies must submit to be taught. You have not yet drunk of the fountain which makes reason unreason, mortal immortal, this world a zero, and of man a god. Come out if you can of this network of foolishness they call this world. Then I will call you indeed brave and free. If you cannot, cheer those that dare dash this false god society to the ground and trample on its unmitigated hypocrisy. If you cannot cheer them, pray be silent, but do not try to drag down again into the mire with such false nonsense as compromise and becoming nice and sweet. I hate this world, this dream, this horrible nightmare with its churches and chicaneries, its books and blackguardism, its fair faces and false hearts, its howling righteousness on the surface and utter hollowness beneath, and above all, its sanctified shopkeeping. What? Measure my soul according to what the bondslaves of the world say? Pooh, sister, you do not know the sannyasin. He stands on the head of the Vedas, says the Vedas, Veda Bhavati, because he is free from all churches and sects and religions and prophets and books and all of that ilk. Right? Wow, he's free from churches and books and prophets and all of that ilk. This is the Bhairava Baba. This is the Swamiji. This is the Pratandandava Swamiji. Like, fuck yeah, like that's what we realize. The honesty to say, what is society but hypocrisy? Right? What is society but... Today, just today, I can't tell you how many messages I've received on Instagram. I get all the time different things. But today, people are especially upset about my Swami Vivekananda post because I'm swearing a lot. And I'm not going to compromise on that. Like, I'm swearing specifically because when I swear, when I say fuck, you're like... And that's what I want. I want you to feel that way. Because I want you to see the churches and chicaneries, books and blackguardisms. I am not a part of your society. And you don't need to be either. Right? That's the thing. Like, if I can live in the smashan, so can you. And that's like the invitation of the Bhairava, to say, fuck your world, fuck your society. Look what Swamiji says. He tramples the false god society. I mean, look at that. That's Shiva. If ever there is a Shiva destroying a yagya, this is it. Look what he says. If you cannot, cheer those that dare dash this false god society to the ground and trample on its unmitigated hypocrisy. So nice, sweet, polite, fuck all that. And women, I think especially, should hear this message. That's important. Because they're conditioned to be polite and sweet and nice. Why? Because of the infinite power that is there in the woman's body and mind. Like, that's scary to the world. To control a woman is to control nature. And to worship Kali is to allow nature and a woman to be free. Which could mean death. Hell hath no fury. Okay, we'll take it. As long as there's freedom. Everyone should be free. Everyone should be free to say whatever they want, whenever they want. At least everyone has that like freedom and right. And so this ideal that Swamiji is like deploring, here he says, he deplores the narrowness of creedal religions, right? And it's not just the creedal religions. It's like these, like, okay, so this is what happens often. People reach out to me and they're traumatized by Hinduism. It's very interesting. A lot of them are Indians, maybe, who grew up in Bharata, or many of them are maybe naturalized Americans or something, or like grew up here and trying to engage with the community, maybe retrace their roots or something like that. I don't know. And a lot of them are, and this is what hurts me the most, people who aren't born in Bharata or who aren't of Indian descent and who want to engage with Indic spiritual traditions, right? Now, what's going to happen is sooner or later, they will meet a Pandit type or like a conservative type. And then they will be taught things that are fundamentally, I think, repressive. But they're willing to put up with it because of the rich spiritual heritage that they can sense is there. So often they have to deal with men telling them that they're unclean, that they shouldn't eat this kind of food or drink that kind of drink. And all the while they have to like just take it because they really like the meditation. They love the kirtan so much. The kirtan is so good that they're willing to allow these like horny celibates to tell them that they are impure and that they need to cover up their shoulders or something like that. And it's like terrible. Like I have dakinis, you know, like dakinis, like sex workers, like drug addict, like bloodthirsty, like fierce people who have that bhava, my God, who want God, but who haven't understood about Kali or Bhairava or anything, and who feel like God, the only God that they can get is the God that the churches offer them, or that, like, you know, like there's a God for everyone. I'm not knocking those other things, like no onions, no garlic, no meat. That's good for some people. It's not good for all people. And it's sad when those people for whom it's not good have to take that. That's not the only thing that's there. So like in my inboxes all the time, there are people reaching out to me and they're like, this is what happened. This person said this to me and I feel so unclean. I feel so guilty. I'm like a sex worker and I've come to this tradition, but then now I feel like I gotta, you know, like it's like everyone's like freaking out about things that like are fine and chill. So one person, many people like I've spoken to over the years, and one person is particularly fierce and oh my God, like she's a real fierce Dakini. And she said like, you need to just like compile these responses and make it into like a letter or something and just like have it ready to go, because this is probably something that many people are going to feel. I'm just like, for fun, I'll just read it to you. It's what I said to a few different people, and I patched it together. And it's like my open letter to the Dakinis of the world, especially the Dakinis of the world, who want to like realize God and who feel like the only God that they can realize is this anemic God that just doesn't fit their bhava. So it's touchy point for me, because I feel like, so I have to apologize on behalf of the most liberal tradition in the world for these orthodox conservative presentations of the West, which are fine, but unfortunately, which maybe give the rest of us a bad name. So here we go. Dakini Devi, you are Ma herself. What could you ever mourn or fear, you who are bliss, freedom, and power incarnate? Your joy is her joy, and whatever you choose to do or not do is only ever her spontaneous and playful will expressing itself through you as you. You are Ma's self-expression. So any art that you make, any words that you speak, all that is as spiritual as it's ever going to get from a non-dual point of view, because she is the very words that arise, and also the one from whom those words flow, and the one to whom they are addressed in every act of creativity and in every transition she plays. All words are her mantra, every step a circumambulation of her temple. Laying down anywhere is a prostration at her feet. Everything we eat or drink is her homa, purified by her name. After all, life is just a series of unceasing oblations to Ma, the void fire within, using the mind as the ladle and every arising cognition as the samagri. Nothing is withheld, everything is offered, swaha. Because how can there be any duality in God? To say that anyone or anything is separate from God is to limit God's all-pervasive nature. To say she's everything and everywhere, but she can't be me right here, right now, would negate her glory. For God to be God, she must be you. She must be everything. How can onions and garlic or meat or whatever, or even any thought ever negate her or upset her when she herself has become onions and garlic and meat and anger and fear and all the rest? And there can be no question of purity when everything is equally Ma, because everything is just arising in consciousness, internally within you. And so like objects shining in a mirror appearing distinct and in fact being all just glass, like that, the entire world shines non-differently in the mirror of consciousness. The reflection of Ganga water and wine are both just glass, shining through and through. It's all just consciousness suffused with bliss. All of it is you appearing to you in so many forms. The universe arises as a moment-to-moment experience within you as you. So how could you fear, reject, or covet ourselves? How could we fear, reject, or covet ourselves? We only ever love ourselves with the certainty of always having it, of always being it. And there certainly can be no question of you ever falling away from the path or from her. She's inseparably you. Spirituality is never what we do. It is instead what we fundamentally, irrevocably are. There is no question of losing that, or losing her who is only unconditional love. I think that's the fundamental difference, the different approach between the Shakta schools and maybe the more right-hand path orthodox Vedic ones. While the father's love might be conditional and earned through adherence to some externally enforced structure or abstract system of rules and disciplines, the love of the mother is always unconditional. Ma loves us as we are. She is us. And, by the way, in a more patriarchal structure, I'll just say as an aside, maybe your expectation is you will get more structure. Do you know what I mean? Like you're going to get more instruction from the guru. It's hard to get that in a matriarchal kind of world. And in the world of the Divine Mother, great example here is when Holy Mother gave mantra diksha, she almost never gave much instruction. She just gave the mantra and that's that, right? And then what's funny is that Swami Saradananda would give these copious instructions, so many details. So there was one Swami Shantananda who took diksha from Holy Mother who felt kind of gypped. She was like, I didn't get any, she didn't tell me any of this stuff. And he approached Saradananda and he said, can you give me mantra diksha now? Because I kind of want all this instruction and stuff. Saradananda exploded. He's like, are you an idiot? You got a mantra from the Divine Mother herself and you want these structures? Saradananda was giving it after his own fashion, of course. Each is free to teach as he likes. But we crave this structure and it's there. Those exist. This is just not the place for it. Because look, the fundamental difference is this. It's not something you earn through adherence to some externally enforced structure or abstract system. You can't do anything for it. When you come here and you get mantra diksha, you're done. You're absolutely done. Because from that point on, you're in Mother's lap. What could I possibly say to you that could help you? And why do you think I have anything to say to you that can help you? You're with Mother now. You never come to this space again. You can be here all the time if you want, but you're absolutely done. Why? Because it is what you are, not what you do. That's the fundamental difference. This is unconditional love. Unconditional love also means what you might call negligent parenting. Because I trust that you're with Ma, you're safe. I don't have to check in on you every now and then as if there's anything that could harm you. If you're going to be deranged, nothing I could say or do will prevent that. This is my subjugation to Ma, which many of you will see as irresponsibility, as if me opting out of my role. Yes, I'm opting out of my role. Of course I'm opting out of my role, because I am not a patriarch. I am not an institution in which I am here to give you rules. In fact, I'm a Shaiva, by tradition, if you want to impose a rule upon our sect, by tradition, I'm here to take away rules. Right? That's my whole function, is to destroy Daksha's yagya. You've had rules enough. Anyway, so Ma loves us as we are. She's just us. She just is us. We could never do wrong by her. She's so blissful anyway, dancing in her smashan. She's in too good a mood to take anything personally. Even when she throws her tantrums, it is only ever for the plot, out of love and out of the desire to help us surrender more and more to the unconditionality of that love. And I even have this theory that the naughtier I am as her child, the more she loves me. Speaking now from a more dualistic and devotional approach. Doesn't the mother always reserve special attention for the problematic child anyway? It is the ultimate Shakta paradox. The wilder and freer we are, the more we are outcast by orthodox spiritual traditions that fear our fearless self-expression. And yet, the nearer and nearer Ma comes to us. Let them have their rules and judgments. They live inside their stone houses they call temples and sanctify their shopkeeping by calling it religion. Leave them to it. Judge them not. We'll take the open air of the cremation ground instead. It's just a matter of preference, no right or wrong. With our ghosts and jackals, where we are free to love Ma however we want, with the kind of intimacy that does away with all forms and notions of right and wrong, pure or impure, etc. And this is so it was such a good suggestion of her to put this all in one place. I'm like, yeah, it's good. I'm just sending this out now. Because I keep typing these same things again and again and again. I'm like, oh my God, every day, every woman on the internet, whatever culture she belongs to, the moment she starts worshiping Kali in any public way, a bajillion people will get into her DMs, probably actually also trying to seduce her, but most of the time trying to make her feel really bad for anything and everything. For the way she wears her sari, for the way she pronounces a particular mantra. Dude, let them have their judgments. Just don't even open the message. I love my friend how he says, my favorite part of the Bhagavad Gita is when Krishna says to put an Om in your Instagram bio and go out and be mean to people. A true Bhairava said that. Dear friend of mine, is a real Bhairava. But it's hard to be a real Bhairava. Hard to be a real Bhairavi. Because you got to be hard. And so look at Swamiji being hard. This is the hill that we die on. Freedom above all. So I think it's so important to me. It's so important to me that when you reach out and ask, you first ask yourself, what are you asking for? Are you asking for permission? I'm not going to give it to you, because I'm not anybody who can give or take away permission. You can do whatever you want. So if you're going to reach out, like, can I do this instead? I'm going to ask you, can you? And have you? And how is it? Teach me. Like, whatever, like, do whatever you want, because you're already free. So when you reach out for help, ask yourself, what is it that you're looking for? Like, what help is needed? Because you'll find that you have it. It's within you. And that's why it's important that we don't reify this construct of, there's a person who can tell me what I need to hear at the time when I need to hear it to save me. It's like... But that exists. That exists also. And okay, I'll send it, no problem. And you are not... you're sexy Dakini, and you're powerful and absolutely liberated. You don't need this letter, but I will send it to you anyway. You already know all these things. Yes. So anyway, this should be refreshing and relieving, but it's not for everybody, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Anyway, such words show the Swami's spirit, bent on giving his message, bent on working for the world, not according to its terms, but in his own light. In a letter to Mrs. Bull, he wrote on April 11th, 1895, Miss Hamlin wants me to be introduced to the right kind of people. He puts this in bunny ears. This is the second edition of the, again in bunny ears, hold yourself steady business, I'm afraid. So presumably somebody told him to hold himself steady. I don't know, maybe reacting to an eccentric mood or some kind of outburst or something. The only right sort of people are those whom the Lord sends. That is what I understand in my life's experience. They alone can and will help me. As for the rest, Lord bless them in a mass and save me from them. He went on to say that even though he lived in poor quarters, the right kind of people did come to him, even she who had criticized him. Then he launched into an eloquent appeal to Lord Shiva. It's important that it's Shiva, of course, he represents exactly this. He launched into an eloquent appeal to Lord Shiva, in which he dedicated himself entirely to the will of the Lord, writing in anguish and burning love, Lord, since a child I have taken refuge in thee. Thou wilt be with me in the tropics or at the poles, on the tops of mountains or in the depths of oceans. Thou wilt never leave me, never. And may I never, never seek help from any being but thee. This is the vow. Seek no help from no one but God. And all help will come through people, but from God. See, that's the important thing. You never do business. Look, Amazing Grace hits the fucking spot, right? Like, anybody who hears Amazing Grace, you get chills. And then any version. But notice that song is coming from the experience of having God there and no one else is there. Like, you're out in the ocean, you're lost. Just imagine that nothing could be more terrifying for this human body. I've never myself been out in the middle of the sea, but sometimes I like to swim at night. Deepa Leela is here. I'm top dog. I like to swim in the dark. But like, there's the experience of like being in the ocean at night, and if you swim far enough, you get the sense of like, this is fucking terrifying. There's nothing scarier than this. Like, what's in the water, first of all, that's scary. And the waves are like different, and like, it's scarier. Like, swimming at night is scarier. And I wonder, like, what must that person have felt who was all alone in the middle of the ocean? In the Greek culture, the ocean is Poseidon's place. He doesn't like Odysseus. He doesn't like Athena and stuff. He's like juxtaposed to urban, civilized society. He's wild. And so nothing could be wilder than the ocean. You're literally out of your depth there. Like, you can't even walk. You can't, like, everything in the ocean is much better at being in the ocean than you. And some of them want to eat you, maybe. And it's like scary. Like, the vast unknown, a representative of the subconscious mind. My first ambition as a child was to be a marine biologist. What I didn't understand was that meant mystic. But, the subconscious mind is an ocean. And the ocean is scary. All sorts of things there. So imagine that person's experience in the middle of the ocean, in the middle of like the wildness and the uncertainty and the dark night, when there's literally not a single soul to help them. They realize something, that even there, God is, and God is everywhere, at the poles, in the tropics. So Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a soul like me. Like, the reason that hits is because it's coming from, I think, the deepest religious experience that any human being can have. To be in the midst of pure terror and realize that you're in mother's lap all along. That you can be horrified and afraid and realize that you have no cause to be. So isn't your mother there holding your hand the whole time? Fearlessness is the true test of religion. And fearlessness comes from faith, but faith is a matter of realization, not dogma. So it's only in the ocean, surrounded by like waves and darkness, that this kind of faith can come. Had ye but faith, right? Like this faith. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound. Once was blind. Blind to what? To providence. But now I see. I'm perfectly safe. And here he's saying, Lord, I have taken refuge in thee. You will be with me in the tropics or at the poles, at the top of mountains or in the depths of the oceans. Thou will never leave me. Never. And you know what? A sannyasin's life will teach you this. That's a wonderful thing. It's like scary at first. And having grown up relatively comfortable, it's like, maybe that helped me actually in my wandering days. But like Swamiji's wandering days were not just like a few days at a time, like in my case. Like for years at a time he was out. I sometimes see like that's the case. But now I have rent and I have a house, and like it's different from what it was like to sleep here and there. And like that was so good for me, because even the short time that I did it, and again I have to recognize maybe there's a privileged position here. I know I'm a man, it's like different, but like it's dangerous out there. But is it? Because it is, but also God exists. And like this question of maybe you don't know that until you see that for yourself. And I'm not now saying, okay, like go out and sleep under the bridge unless you want to, and that should come from you, not from me. Nobody on the internet should make you do or not do anything. It's up to you. You can do whatever you want. You know how they say don't try this at home? Do whatever you want. But again, recognize like no one can get you to do it. So it's very important that like, Swamiji did this. Like he really did this. He went to Holy Mother. You know what he said to her? He said, Ma, I'll come back a man or not at all. Very interesting. He's like, I just have to go test myself. He's like, I'm going to go and just like leave it to God. That's why we're sannyasins, as it were. You just go out and you just trust God. And you don't even necessarily have to have pockets. You just do what Christ taught us to do, like an experiment. And you know what? Like I asked a sadhu this. We were out and I was like, should I just take my clothes off and be in? It was cold. We were like in the kind of cold environment. I was like, maybe I should just like take off all my clothes. Like for a while, I wanted to practice the Digambara ideal. I would have probably gotten hypothermia and died, but I was in a mood. And I was like, let me test it. And the Swami was like, what do you mean? I'm like, let me see what I have. Let me just like do the Naga Baba thing just for a little while we're here. And he said, Baba, he laughed at me and he said, why are you seeking suffering? You don't need to do that. It will come and find you. Just wait. Keep your clothes, be warm, and just wait. There'll be another way to test whether you have what you think you have. And it was a beautiful piece of advice. I don't have to go chasing suffering. It'll come. But a lot of sannyasins do this. Oh, no, here's the thing. Yeah, that's for the OnlyFans later. Like that's on a different tier of Patreon. Like it's shit like this. If I had a PR team, they'd be like right now, just be like that's what Bhairavananda is with me every day. Like my PR is so shit. Like he's like texting me. He's like, why did you fucking text that? He's like, don't do that. Like and I'm just like joking and he's like, it's hard to be Bhairavananda. Let's just acknowledge that. Like Jai Bhairavananda Devaki Jai. Like it's hard to be Bhairavananda. Anyway, so this experience of wandering about India, Swamiji he felt like he needed to do it, and so he said to Holy Mother, I'll see what I have, and if I have something, I'll come back or I won't. He's willing to die, and he went out into India, just wandered the length and breadth of India, like every great sannyasin has done before him, like the Buddha did before him. But what do you learn from all of that? I mean, you get a real complex from it and think you're greater and better than everybody else. That's not the point. The point of doing this, and again, like what I learned from that sadhu, you don't have to like actually literally do this, because life itself will do this if you're open and susceptible to the lesson, which is like you're always going to be fine. And notice, haven't you always been? If we're in this room right now, like you've survived it, whatever the fuck it was, however hard it was, here we are. We survived it somehow or other. Did we do that? If we look back, we see that there was some providence somehow. The same thing that brought that suffering also brought the relief, the release. And therefore we trust that. We're like, we're okay, actually. And we always will be. And therefore, we don't need to worry about what people think of us, because we don't need their help. You know, we need God's help, and it's always there. And it will come through people maybe, or not. Once, and this is so great, once Swamiji had to test this idea for himself, but like really, really. See, these are all scientists, right? Like they're scientists. You're saying that there's God, and God will always take care of me. Okay, let's try. I kid you not. They would test God in this way. And so, you know what happened? You know the story about the three boats kind of thing like that, right? It's like, no, if like, you can still test God there. If you reject all three boats and you die, and God's like, I sent three boats, you should be like, why didn't you send a motherfucking fourth, bro? Like, you're God. I should be testing you, not you testing me. You love me unconditionally. What, you let me die? Like, three boats went by and like, I'm supposed to recognize you in those boats? Well, I didn't, and that's your problem, not mine. That's a true devotee. The devotee would have talked back to God and said, it was your problem, not mine, that I wasn't able to recognize you in those three boats. I need something that I can recognize. Why not ask God for it? Like, say, fuck you. Your signs are like too subtle for me. Talk to me in a way that I get, because I want to get you, and it's your problem that I don't. So make yourself known, ma. Fuck you. Make yourself known. That kind of thing. That bhava Sri Ramakrishna taught us. So coming back to this, when Swamiji was in Vrindavan, he wanted to test providence. So he decided not to take any food for a while through begging. He said whatever he would eat would come to him. The Python method, we call it. Anyway, so what happened was, this guy came to Swamiji and offered a meal. You know what Swamiji did? This is so great. This is crazy. Swamiji fucking ran away. He was starving. He was starving and tired and footsore. But to test God, he ran away from this guy offering him food. Like, he was in a part of the forest where it's very rare to meet people. So it's like the possibility of another encounter with someone who would feed him is quite slim. This might be his only meal for the next 3 days. And anybody who's fasted for 2 days knows what it means to, like, say no to that. It's like, it's easy now. But, like, then it's like, I'm weak, I'm fatigued, I'm, like, dizzy. I'm like, I really... You know, once I was in Yosemite, and I didn't have anything to eat for, like, I think it was like, this is the longest I had gone without having anything to eat. You know what happened? Somebody invited me. I remember, like, back then, I didn't eat beef, right? But, like, what beef jerky I found, I fucking ate, like, at that time. And anyway, I remember somebody invited us, like, after a period of time there, we're staying in the woods. Somebody invited us to their house, like a beautiful house, actually. It's so crazy to go from, like, the cold Yosemite springtime forest to, like, this house in the Yosemite forest. And, like, they had this spread. Like a buffet, like build your own taco plate. You know what happened? Me and my 2 friends who we were doing this with, we cried. Like, literally wept. Like, I saw this food and, like, I was not prepared for the emotional response that I would have. There was, like, a biological sense of, like, I wept and, like, oh my God, like anyway, that experience was important. I never understood how the body has its own emotions too, as it were. Because I was in, like, a different bhava, then I was, like, you know, like, I was in a whole different mood. And I didn't understand what it would mean to look at food. That made a bhakt out of me, actually. It really humbled me. I was like, yeah, if I don't eat, I'll die. And she won't let it happen because there I am at this fancy house with this, I mean, like, random producer friend who knows us through the industry. Like, so we're here, and this big spread, and we're like, and I'm crying because the body, is so grateful for it. And anyway, that was my own way of testing it. And Swamiji here is testing it, and he's, like, literally running away from this guy. And the guy chases him. It's so interesting. The guy literally chases him down and gives him the food. And then Swamiji starts crying and he's like, truly, Lord, truly, like, you exist. Another case is Swami Brahmananda, who didn't only want food, he wanted a particular kind of food. This is interesting. He wanted a particular kind of khichdi and pickles. They were starving on the banks of a river. Mind you, these are all rich kids, so, like, please forgive us. We did all grow up. I also grew up comfortable. So, like, it's maybe it's something that, like, rich kids like to do. Maybe this is a privileged statement. I'm going to wholly own that. And, like, this is my disclaimer. It's like, maybe there are some people who are forced into these positions and it's different. No, this is different. A monk enters a cell not because the law puts him there, but because he chooses to be there. And so if the law puts you there, you can also reframe it. So this is available, I think, to many people, but it shouldn't be preached to people who first need to taste physical comfort. So it's when you choose this that it's valuable, right? So, like, let's not forget that these boys are all starving by their own volition as an experiment to test God's faith. And so here they are doing sadhana on the bank of Omkareshwar. Where are they? Narmada, maybe Omkareshwar, I forget. But there's Ayodhya somewhere near. And there's a drought or famine or something. They're starving. There's no way to get food. And then suddenly, this guy comes up to them and he's like, please come to my house. They go to the house and lo and behold, Swami Brahmananda's coveted meal, which he loved, the khichdi and the particular kind of pickle, was offered. And this guy said, last night I was meditating on Lord Ram, and in my dream Ramachandra came and he said to me, I am on the bank of the river starving and this is precisely what I want to eat. So tomorrow if you want to serve me, go to the bank of this river at this time and invite me to your house for a meal. That's crazy, right? Like Ramachandra appeared to this guy in a vision to make the exact kind of food that Brahmananda was craving. Almost as if God is, like, really trying to get a message through. Like, I got you. Like, I got you in a way that's way more personal than you are even willing to allow for right now. Like the fact that we're resisting God's faith is why we don't see more evidence of it. But those of us who did try, who went out and actually tested this motherfucker, realized that she fucking meant business, actually. She does love us in this crazy way where, like, she might every now and then allow us to die and starve. But also, she brings the khichdi and pickles. Like, you might die, though. Just disclaimer. Like, if you go out there and you think God's going to feed you, she will, but you have to be prepared to die. In other words, you have to be prepared to die for your experiment. Only then can you be called a scientist. Anyway, now, coming back to this. He knows this, right? Swamiji has this faith, and therefore he says, thou will never leave me, never. And may I never seek for help from any being but thee. And a few days later he writes, the less help from man, the more from the Lord. And again, 3 days later, it is the duty of a teacher always to turn out the right sort from the most unrighteous sort of persons. Through the mercy of Sri Ramakrishna, my instinct sizes up almost infallibly a human face as soon as I see it. Dissatisfied with those who mistook what he meant by the term organization, who did not catch his spirit, thinking perhaps that he wanted to make a success of his work, he wrote in this regard to his Western disciple Swami Abhayananda. This is Swamini. I'm reading from the Life of Swami Vivekananda by his Eastern and Western disciples, Volume 2. And I'm on page 18 now. So here's what he says to Swami Abhayananda, Marie Louise Burke. In the autumn of 1895, we have no organization, nor want to build any. Each one is quite independent to teach, quite free to preach whatever he or she likes. If you have the spirit within, you will never fail to attract others. Individuality is my motto. I have no ambition beyond training individuals. I know very little. That little I teach without reserve. Where I am ignorant, I confess it as such. I am a sannyasin. As such, I hold myself as a servant, not as a master in this world. And he adds that whether people love him or hate him, they are all alike are welcome. He says that he seeks no help nor rejects any, and that he has no right to be helped, and that if he is helped by others, it is their mercy. He avers that when he becomes a sannyasi, he did so with his whole mind, welcoming anything, even starvation and the utmost misery. That's the price you have to pay. You have to be willing to starve and willing to suffer for freedom, but freedom is worth it. Right? Freedom is worth it. That's the claim. The sannyasin's claim. And you know what? They used to say householders can't worship Kali. And I used to push back on that because I felt like that was not, it was a very, didn't include people. People wanted to worship Kali, right? And then they go on the internet and some pundit tells them only sannyasins can worship Kali. Oh my God, I've been humbled. I've been so humbled. Now I realize they were right. But what I've realized since then is that it takes more than an orange cloth to make a sannyasin. I know so many sannyasins who have 3 square meals a day, who live in like a nice house, and I wish that for them. It's good, but they don't know hunger. And it's okay that they don't. I'm glad that they don't. Holy Mother exists and won't let them know hunger. But like, my point is that really, is it just the color of the cloth? Because like, what about the lifestyle? And when you look at the lifestyle, it takes more than, I mean, you can still like, it takes more than just vows. It's something, it's a spirit. The sannyasin has a spirit about them, a spirit of fierce, reckless independence. And so this householder sannyasin thing, I was thinking about it in a wrong way. You know, I was thinking about, like, oh, there's like actual Grahastha Marga, and there's actual sannyasa Marga, and only those who have been like formally initiated into sannyas through Viraja Homa, they're sannyasins, and the ones who are like householders, like, and I thought, how weird, the teachers of Kali, almost all of them have been householders. Shri Krishna, householder, teaching Sri Arjuna, householder in the Bhagavad Gita. It's like, it seems like our understanding of householder and sannyasin is a bit more fluid. And here's what's interesting. Dude, they were right though. When it came to Kali, I realized like those who are attached to being liked, to being part of society, I just more and more I'm realizing maybe have no place here. And that's why I'm struggling to convey this spirit of just like, why are you so afraid she will kill you? Haven't you given up your life already? And then I realized the answer is no. Whether they're wearing orange or whether they have a wife or a husband or a spouse or a mouse or a house makes no difference. They just don't have the mettle for it. I'm not knocking it. It's just different. They're afraid. They're afraid and they want to worship Kali. There's only one person in this world who's not afraid, and that's the person who's accepted starvation and utmost misery. And who can accept starvation and utmost misery? Probably someone who's experienced it in the middle of the ocean and was living to tell the tale and sing that song, Amazing Grace. That's what happened. When you went out and you tested God, you realized she was good for it, and then from that point on, you never needed anyone else's money. People always like, of course I'm acknowledging my privilege, but I have this like poem I wrote some time ago and I'm just like, I've never worked for anybody and never will. Because I would rather starve under the bridge than like slave away at someone else's dream. For what? For money? Your money has no influence on me. Not even the slightest bit. And I appreciate that. And that pride, I think, is like a Bhairava's pride. Maybe one day with your grace I'll overcome it. But for now I hold on to it like my staff, my walking staff. Because once that freedom is gone, I lose everything. And that's why yogis don't take gifts. In the sense that mentally you should not feel beholden when somebody gives you something. Feel like God alone is giving it to you. So therefore, I have no money, nor do I want any. Whatever's in the bank is God's money. And if it all goes away, whatever, it's her problem, not mine. So this is a very important point, though. I realize now, finally, maybe, with a bit of humility, that all the superstitions around Kali were maybe correct. I don't know. The whole thing, only sannyasins can worship Kali, maybe that's correct. So yeah, I want sannyasins now. You know, in other words, I want people... I want to be around people who share the spirit of fearlessness, of freedom, of sovereignty. Who dares misery love? Who wants to dance in destruction's dance? And the thing is, you know, people are afraid that they will invite it. They're afraid that if they do this, they will invite that thing into their life. You don't, and this is what that sadhu taught me. I was going to take my clothes off and wonder about, I would have gone hypothermia, and like, I was excited about that. I was proud of the fact that, but he told me like, just relax, it will come. And he was right 1,000 times more. I was chilled by things far colder than the breeze in the Gangotri. You know what I mean? It's like he was right. Like, I don't have to seek suffering. It will come. The only question is, what will I do about it? Like, will it free me, or will it cause me to like seek more bricks for my crypt? Everybody wants a crypt, and they turn Kali into that crypt. They come to Kali, but then they want to go indoors. And they complain all the time when we are outdoors dancing. It's like, and that's the thing. It's like, oh my God, like there's a different path for everybody. And I think I've been misleading in saying, oh, everyone's welcome in Kali. I think it's not true. It's like, you have to be a bit fucked in the head, right? Like you have to have this sannyasin's bhava. Must be something deeply, deeply rooted within you where you're like, this is it. Like, this is what's worth most. And my guru tested me, right? Like I told you that story. And I'm now more and more seeing why it's important. Because after this, he was willing to teach me so much about Kali. But before this, he wasn't. And I think he was like, back then, maybe he didn't know my medal at that time. So he said to me, if you start worshipping Kali, one of your loved ones will die. What I do, I started worshipping Kali because I reasoned out that they're going to die anyway. By axe murder tomorrow, or by the axe murder of time in 30 years, like what the fuck? Fuck it. Ma will take what she will take. I don't give a fuck what happens to them or to me, because I love Ma. I love Ma so much that I will die for it, and as I've learned, also kill for it. And mind you, you could probably, that's a soundbite, use it if you want. But like my point here is that like, what can the world do? What can the world do? And I started worshipping Ma like in a very serious way. And then only more padhatis were made available. So now what I'm doing is I'm making padhatis available. I like trying my best to make padhatis available. But I'm getting humbled in the sense that like, if you see those padhatis and you practice those practices, maybe what Kali does bring into your life is this kind of feeling of like, yeah, what if my schedule isn't real? What if the things I thought I needed, I didn't really need? They're just things I was conditioned to want, but I don't even want them. I want to be free. I want to be happy. And I opt into things like time and schedules and jobs and money. I opt into all of these things called society because I think it will make me happy. But in the pursuit of financial independence, which is supposed to bring freedom, look what I've given up. My fucking freedom. Now I have to go to bed when they tell me to go to bed, not when I want to go to bed. I have to wake up when they tell me when to wake up, not when I want to wake up. And for what? For money, which is supposed to give me freedom. What the fuck? For that freedom, I've given up the freedom now. Is not the thirst, when your well is full, the unquenchable thirst? This is the thirst that everyone in the world feels. However much money is in your bank account, the numbers on your screen make you feel like maybe you don't have enough. That's weird though, because right now, I'm okay. But the fact that there's like a thing on the screen, this abstract idea of money, the fact that that's there in front of me makes me think that I'm not. But I am. Because look at the birds. Do you think that they sow or they reap? Yet does not the Lord look after them? Socrates literally got executed for this. The Christ is literally executed for this. I mean, like these are ideas that are really scary, and they should be. Like right now, people are like, this is so irresponsible. Kids are listening to you, and they're gonna like leave their homes and shit. It's good that they do. It's good that they do, because let them finally come out of this world. And if they can't, let them cheer those who do dare to trample this false god society. How I hate this world. It's churches and chicaneries. It's books and blackguardisms. It's sanctified shopkeeping. But look, the sadhu's anger, the sadhu's ferocity is based upon the sadhu's bliss. The bliss of freedom. You know, it's like we don't like to beg. The reason we don't beg is because we're proud. But it's also because we think we're begging of people. We do not beg of people. We beg of God. We don't even beg. We just hold out a bowl and God feeds us. The thing is, I heard a sadhu once say, you are 1 hour of the day a beggar, and you are, for the rest of the day, a Maharaja. That's why they call you Maharaj. Because for 23 hours of the day, your life is yours. But for 1 hour, maybe you go into the town and you ask for some food to survive. I want to go further. I want to say, not even that. Right? I never have to knock on doors or hold out my bowl. The door's open. The bowl, they have the bowl. You know what happened one time? I'm sitting on a sidewalk, and it was great. I was in a mood, and like next to me is this dog. A big slobbering dog, and this man with beautiful jata, and he's explaining to me about the dog, and like really bite of a coated kind of scene. And I'm sitting there, I'm thirsty, and like the door opens and a woman comes out and asks me if I'm thirsty, and then she goes back into her house and gets a cup and walks out with the cup, gives me the cup, and I never see her again. Now I'm holding this cup, and the dog is licking from the cup. And I was like with the cup, with the dog, and I'm like, wait, how am I gonna give her this cup back? I'm in no condition, by the way, to like figure out where she is, or like I don't know how to give her back the cup, and I'm like stressing about it. I'm like, it's her cup. But in that moment, I was like, wait, I don't even need a begging bowl at this point. You know, like the cup, the bowl will come. And if it doesn't, good riddance. I would rather die there on that sidewalk free than continue to like trundle about. Like survival. How cheap. Animals do that. Like, I mean, like, not to knock on it. Good for the animals. But I don't know. I'm a different kind of animal, you know, a scavenger. So that being said, I'm starting to realize like that bhava is really helpful when it comes to sadhana, when it comes to Kali. Because of this feeling of like freedom being the goal, and yet our willingness to trade it off for things that are immediate, that aren't even really there. I didn't take it too seriously before, but Thakur was very sensitive around saving things for later. You know how the world says it's very prudent to save things for later? That comes from this idea that like later I won't have any help. Like I need to save it because who will help me? There's no God. Like I have to save it. Thakur wouldn't lay up for tomorrow what was present. Like I don't know. You know what I mean? There's like there's a whole slew of things that is professed as wise and sensible. But look at the kind of life that it engenders. Very rarely a truly happy and fulfilled life. And so the message of all the great masters of religion have always been renunciation. But it's given a wrong flavor. Renunciation doesn't mean I have to obey rules and not do what I want to do. It actually means the opposite. It means do what you want to do at literally whatever cost. And that's what I think the struggle has been for many people in minorities, many trans people, many people in the LGBTQIA, many women. The struggle has been this: give me liberty or give me death. And many of them were given death, and still here they are on the front lines. You know, like I just want to reframe this whole idea of sadhus. Like a sannyasin is not an orange-robed man in a house having 3 square meals a day. Sometimes it's the heroin addict under the bridge who's like willing to die for her beloved high, because in that moment she's one with God. The heroin addict to me is a good model for a sadhu, because they're not renouncing because they have a moral. Like they're renouncing because they found something blissful. It might kill them, and so what? At least I lived. There's another soundbite for you to use. Ma's PR team is like, fuck. You know, on the train, a Bhairava, if he spits in your hand, right? Like that was the ideal back in the day. These days, the Bhairavas get kicked out of the trains when they do that. But back in the day, as if I was there back in the day, I was. But the idea is like a person fully in black gets on the train, probably riding blind baggage and stuff like that, and you say, "Oh Baba, give a blessing or something." The fellow might spit in your hand or call you a sister fucker. I've seen this. And this feeling of just like, that's what Bhairava does. Because the moment he does that, you have to question, why did that offend me? Like what's happening here? And every single time, it's a painful indication of where we seek something outside of ourselves. And that's why I think the liminality of the sadhu is very scary, because it's like, here's somebody who is the exact opposite of everything your parents taught you. Right? Like that, there's somebody who is living a life that you're supposed to be afraid of. You don't want to end up like them. They'll say like, look, this is what happens if you don't go to bed on time, if you don't do your work, you'll end up like them. Yeah, be careful. Right? That's the idea. And it's nothing to do with whether or not you have a spouse or a house or a mouse or not. These are so superficial. It's nothing to do with the color of the cloth. This kind of dye you can't get at the market. Like the heart must be dyed in this black, this orange. Anyway, that's what Swamiji is inspiring us to live up to. So, if you have the spirit within, you'll never fail to attract others. And what little you have, teach without reserve. Individuality is my motto. So, gradually, his disciples came to understand his ideal. Possessed with the Western consciousness of the necessity of external organization, it took some time for them to see that what he desired was spiritual rather than temporal organization. A union of noble, pure, preserving, and energetic souls, bent on personal realization and moved to work by a genuine interest in and love for humanity. He carried on his work in this spirit, resolutely rejecting interference. So I'm going to leave it at that. There's another period, this is the Thousand Islands Park period, which we'll reserve for maybe next year's discussion. But I'm excited because last year our special on Swamiji was about tantric ritual. And I was like, never for once think that your ritual is about contacting some God or spirit. The ritual is only about bringing the power out from within. You always have that power. The ritual is just there to mirror it, to channelize it, to give you technology for recognizing it. But once it's there, who needs the ritual? And so arguably a true Bhairava, roaming the cremation ground, is beyond rituals. Life having turned the entirety of life into ritual. What is ritual? A moment to call forth the power within. This is Swamiji's theory of Karma Yoga and the beginning of Karma Yoga. If you see, there he's talking about power and how Karma Yoga is the process of bringing out the power within. And that's what a sadhu's life will ultimately teach us. Like, it teaches us that whatever blows come from the world, I'm scarier. It's like the kid in my class today was saying, the world is scary. I'm like, thank God it is. Because then you learn how much scarier you are. And you know what the scariest thing is? It's indifference. That's Shiva's true siddhi. He's not going to respond to a world that either tempts him or threatens him. That's the freedom of indifference. So, having said all of this, we have this period in Swamiji's life, 1895, from January-ish all the way till June. He's in New York in a one-bedroom apartment with his Jewish roommate, Leon Landsberg, later Swami Kripananda, and he's giving his message, not work, but his message, after his own fashion. And so if there's any takeaway from all of this, it's probably this, that the heart of spiritual life is freedom. That's what we're doing this for. That's what we do anything for freedom. But that freedom we call renunciation. But that renunciation comes only from love for God. And so freedom is faith in God. Freedom is love for God. And naturally, faith in God means a lack of interest in needing to get help from anyone, which means a not dispassion is not the right word, but disinterest in this, whatever this is. And so when Swamiji is interacting with the Bhupura, is interacting with God. When we interact with the Bhupura, we miss God. We call it the world all the time. But if anything, we can take anything, it's this spirit. So I pray by Swamiji's grace, today on this holy day of Swamiji's birthday, that we may attain to this level of fearsomeness, that we may actually live up to the name that we are given at Diksha, that we may be Ananda Bhairavas and Ananda Bhairavis, truly free, truly ecstatic, truly fierce. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sarvabhyo Bhairavibhyo Namah. Sarvebhyo Bhairavebhyo Namah. Om peace. Jai Swamiji, Jai Shri Shri Vireshwara Murta Maheshwara Swami Vivekananda Maharaj Ji ki Jai. Jai Swamiji.